Everyone, welcome to the first hearing of the committee's inquiry into proposed energy from waste facilities. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we're meeting today, and pay my respects to elders past and present, celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connection to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Nicole Overall and I am chair of the committee. I would also just very briefly note that we are here with heavy hearts today, and I take this opportunity to ask for us to acknowledge and pay respect to the moment by having a minute's silence. Thank you. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent and note that parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence today. Could each of you, starting from the left, so Ms Sloan, please state your name and position, title and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Gal Sloan, CEO of the Waste Management Resource Recovery Association of Australia. I'm going to do an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Dr Wright?
Yes, my name is Dr Jackie Wright. I'm the Director of Environmental Risk Sciences. I'm going to give an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you both. Now would you like to start by making a short opening statement, either one or both of you?
We're going to quickly do one each,
Correct.
but really quick. So good morning, members of the committee, and thank you for allowing us to appear today. I'm the CEO of the national peak body for the waste and resource recovery industry, representing the entire breadth and depth of that industry. I'm here to provide an evidence-based perspective of the role that EFW plays within modern material management systems. New South Wales generates substantial increasing volumes of waste between 2015 and 16 and 2022-23. The amount of waste generated moved from 18.7 million tonnes to 22.4 million tonnes, with a projection of nearly 37 million tonnes of waste generated by 2040. Despite strong recycling efforts, we still have over 7 million tonnes going to landfill every year. As we know recently, the Minister talked about the fact that Greater Sydney is running out of landfill capacity. We have too much waste to rely on landfill alone. Energy for waste should not be viewed in isolation. It's part of a system-based approach to managing material, and particularly managing residual material. Everything eventually reaches end of life. We need to recognise that we can't recycle everything forever. And we also need to recognise that energy for waste is preferable to landfill for managing residual material. EFW does not operate in isolation. It is not a standalone solution. It's an integrated component of a circular economy that reduces reliance on landfill, recovers energy from residual material, and recovers metals and other materials from ash for reuse. EFW is also well-established and proven technology that has operated globally, safely in urban environments for decades. Countries such as Denmark, Sweden, France, Germany and the Netherlands operate EFW facilities within or immediately adjacent to major cities, close to where the waste is generated and energy is used. In cities such as Copenhagen, Paris, Vienna and Hamburg, EFW facilities coexist within residential communities, commercial centres and public infrastructure without any adverse health or environmental outcomes. These examples demonstrate that when properly regulated, EFW can and does operate safely in urban environments. WAMA supports a truly integrated system that follows the waste management hierarchy. That hierarchy clearly places energy recovery above disposal for residual waste for good reason. EFW facilities are self-contained, tightly regulated and continually monitored, and unlike landfills, they do not create long-term risk associated with leachate or gas migration. When EFW facilities reach end of life, just like any other facility, they can be upgraded or replaced without leaving a legacy environmental burden, something that cannot be said for landfill. And to be very clear, EFW is not incineration as people may remember it. This technology has evolved significantly since the 1900s and is now akin to a power station. New South Wales has the benefit of global experience and decades of operational learning allow us to adopt best available and most advanced facilities. Chairs and members, if this inquiry is to genuinely address the waste challenge, we must be clear where responsibility lies. The waste and resource recovery industry does not actually create waste. We receive and safely manage what society discards. A critical gap in Australia's policy framework is insufficient regulation of what is placed on market. We do need stronger enforceable requirements to ensure products and materials are safe, recoverable, non-toxic, designed for reuse, recycling or responsible end-of-life treatment. This includes addressing substances of concern such as PFAS and other persistent chemicals, which actually contaminate our recycling streams, increasing environmental risk and significantly raise downstream management costs. If materials cannot be safely recovered or treated, they should not be placed on the market. Responsibility cannot stop at the factory gate or the checkout. We need stronger generator-producer obligation, including EPR, clear take-back and stewardship requirements, mandatory sustainable product design standards, and accountability for full life cycle impacts. Too much responsibility is currently being shifted downstream onto councils, communities, and the waste industry, rather than being fairly shared across the supply chain. A truly circular economy requires shared responsibility across product designers, manufacturers, retailers, consumers, and all levels of government. Our industry's role is clear and often misunderstood. We safely manage what is discarded, operate under strict environmental and health regulation, invest heavily in infrastructure, technology and compliance, protect communities, workers and the environment every day, and we do this extremely well. But we cannot and should not be expected to indefinitely compensate for poor product design, hazardous material choices, and weak upstream regulation. There is a strong body of evidence showing that modern energy for waste facilities are safe and highly regulated. With advanced flue gas treatment and continuous emissions monitoring, New South Wales EFW criteria does actually align now with European best available techniques recognised as world best practice. These facilities are fundamentally different from any incinerators of the past and should not be conflated with outdated technologies. The committee's deliberations, I'm sure, will be grounded in evidence and not emotion. We're going to hear from independent regulators that assess emissions against scientific standards. We know that the facilities that we need to develop in New South Wales must meet rigorous health and air quality requirements before approval. And international experience shows that modern EFW facilities operate alongside communities when properly regulated. In conclusion, EFW, recycling and landfill are essential services, but they're the last line of defence and not the root cause of the challenge we face at the moment. We need to be able to manage the ever-increasing amount of waste that's generated. We need to see EFW as part of a broader systems-based approach. EFW facilities are safe and tightly regulated, and they do, however, require lasting, stronger upstream regulation and shared responsibility. I've got Dr. Jackie Wright with me today to talk a bit more about the science and the evidence and the emissions and the risk profile to support WAMA's application. So I'll pass to Jackie now.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to also appear today. So I have about at least 35 years experience in doing human health, environmental toxicology and risk assessment work throughout Australia. Myself and my team, we've been involved in assessing more than a dozen energy from waste facilities that have been proposed in Australia, many of which have been approved in other states. Our focus on these assessments is community health, and my comments here reflect our experience in conducting the scientific assessments for energy from waste facilities. Can I start by saying that energy from waste facilities designed and operated under modern standards in compliance with the EU brief are safe for the community in residential, commercial and agricultural areas. Like any proposed facility that has any emissions to air or even water or soil, Australia has robust and agreed guidelines on how we do assessments for community health. These have been established by NHealth and follow international best practice, These guidelines allow us to properly assess emissions to air from energy from waste and assess risks to human health using robust scientific methods. These are fundamental guidelines that we use for assessing energy from waste facilities anywhere in Australia. When we look at other things such as landfills, which is the alternative to energy from waste, they also have emissions. Risks from leachate are often higher than what we get when we look at energy from waste. They also have uncontrolled air emissions that also need to be considered. Pollutants that we consider when we look at the operation of energy from waste facilities are already in the environment. This includes metals, dioxins, and even PFAS. So this means the community is already exposed to these pollutants every day. Any assessment that we do for energy from waste looks at whether these exposures could change and be measurable in the community. When we look at emissions to air from energy from waste facilities, these do not result in measurable changes from what is already in the environment, in soil, water, and also agricultural produce. This includes pollutants such as PFAS. Energy from waste is one of the few technologies that actually destroys PFAS. For municipal solid waste, the levels of PFAS are low. It's residual materials that come from the consumer products that we dispose of. And energy from waste has the ability to destroy it, but also capture that in pollution control technology. So what comes out at the end is very, very low levels of trace levels of PFAS. And when we look at the risks to human health, the margin of safety is extremely large. It's up to 1 million-fold. So that's very significant. Any of the changes that we look at for all of the pollutants are not measurable, and it's not appropriate or sensible to undertake measurements of these pollutants in the environment when an energy from waste facility is operating. That goes for things like soil, water, or produce. Such measurements would never be able to distinguish between ambient variable levels and any change from the operation of energy from waste. The most appropriate place to manage and measure emissions from energy from waste is in the stack, where it would be required to as part of a licence and in accordance with best practice standards from the EU. When we do risk assessments from energy from waste, we look at all the ways that the community could be exposed to those pollutants. That includes agricultural produce, whether this comes from home consumption or sale into the market. There's no evidence that energy from waste would have any measurable impact on the quality of agricultural produce. While I understand the concern in agricultural communities, the reality is that the change in pollutant concentrations from energy waste is so small it can never result in measurable impacts to produce. Modern energy from waste facilities are not the same as the older incineration technologies, and care must be taken to ensure that the facts on modern energy from waste are not muddled or conflated with older incinerators. It's common for the community to lean on epidemiological studies conducted on other facilities. These studies must be reviewed with significant care, particularly in relation to the technology used and the fuel that is combusted, but also whether the study is robust and can be relied on in terms of outcomes. Most epidemiological studies have to deal with confounders, so other sources of exposure. All the pollutants that we're dealing with come from, we're already exposed to those, so there are many other sources of those exposures, and often have other limitations. For example, they don't actually measure what the exposure is.
Dr. Wright, are we heading towards the conclusion of your very short submission?
This thing. And it's very hard to make sure that these studies are reliable. So it's really important that we undertake these assessments using robust methods that we do have in Australia, which come from nHealth. Those are the techniques that we should be using to inform decisions on the safety of these facilities. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And we do want to get to as many questions as possible in the 16 minutes that we have left. It will be free-flowing, so I'll begin and then might move to Mr. Roberts for questions as well. So, Ms. Sloan, could I turn straight to a point that you made about energy from waste facilities at end of life can be upgraded or repurposed. Has that been done elsewhere?
I believe so, yes, overseas.
Right. And what sort of time frame are you looking at when you say end of life for such a facility?
20 to 30 years, depend on the construction.
Okay. And one of the points that I'm sure that both of you would know is that international experience shows that what's termed residual waste, continues to change with technology and policy developments as well, that plastics and textiles were once burned and are now recoverable. So with this, and when you're talking about long-term certainty for proponents looking at investing in energy from waste facilities, would the opportunity for such changes to what constitutes residual waste, could that not potentially impact the long-term certainty of energy from waste if you're talking 20 to 30 years for it to reach end of life?
No, regrettably, because we see from both population growth and the amount of consumption, particularly in Australia, that we're finding that ongoing quantum of residual is going up, not going down. So I absolutely accept that as we better design our products, so single polymer or single fabric sources, there is a better chance to recover. But unless Australia starts to really focus hard on sustainable design, we continue to see the amount of waste discarded well over. We're currently nationally at 67% resource recovery. 30 years from now, it'd be very hard, I think, for us to hit 80%, regrettably, which still leaves 20% of what's placed on market for a facility. Facilities are about 400,000 to 600,000 tonnes. We're not building facilities to do with 20 million. We're dealing with 400,000 to 600,000 tonnes.
And that would be capacity. So when they're being built, when you're talking 400,000 to 600,000 tonnes, that is the maximum capacity that facilities, as they would be built, would be able to deal with?
Well, it depends on the number of lines they put in. We're seeing, on average, 600,000 is the size that we're seeing at present. We're seeing overseas that others are larger, but larger countries, larger population growth. But the goal has got to be, we absolutely agree that the goal has got to be reducing how much goes to residual. We absolutely support that because we don't want to be discarding these valuable raw materials. But unfortunately, we still produce and consume way too much material and it's going to residual.
Okay. Just quickly then, one for you, please, Dr. Wright. You talked about, you've analysed at least a dozen energy from waste facilities. And so I'm presuming that you're referencing Kwinana in WA, Queensland and Victorian examples of that. But none of those have been without issues as well.
We never did we haven't done the assessments for Kwinana. Kwinana actually didn't involve a detailed risk assessment, human health risk assessment for the community. But we've done others for Victoria and Queensland. And yes, all facilities have their challenges in their design. But in terms of what they actually meet in terms of emissions, which is what the community is exposed to, that is what they achieve. And those emissions are the ones that we assess in terms of what the community can be exposed to. And those are very low. And that's what we assess.
All right. Well, just one final one from me before I go to Mr. Roberts. So this is one for you both, because you both in various ways point to the fact that energy from waste is in order if it's properly regulated. So if regulation is the safeguard, noting the focus on facilities specifically in regional communities, wouldn't locating them wherever the waste is actually being generated be a more process-driven outcome?
We believe these can be located anywhere because they're safe.
Yeah. I would agree with that. They're safe to operate anywhere, whether it's an urban environment or an agricultural environment. They're safe to operate.
Okay, thank you. And note that we've been joined by Dr. Conn, but I'll go to Mr. Roberts.
Yes,
for
thank you.
questions.
Thank you for your attendance this morning and submissions. One of my questions was that one that was asked by the chair, though. So then you would support these being developed or proceeded with in metropolitan areas in Sydney?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, Ms. Sloan, I'll take you to page 5 of your submission. You got it in front of you?
No, but I'll
Okay.
remember it.
I'll read to you the part. The EPA and Waste... We're talking about the Kwinana project.
Kwinana, yeah.
The EPA and Waste Authority are confident that, subject to appropriate regulations, along with the matching and suitable technologies to types of waste input and appropriate plant scale, waste-to-energy plants employing best practice can be operated with acceptable impacts to our community. What are those impacts?
We've heard from Dr. Wright today that there are negligible impacts. We're dealing with material that's already circulating through supermarkets and other places. The impacts are minimal.
Well, yeah, but this is your submission though. You're saying there that they can be operated within acceptable impacts. What are those impacts?
The emissions limits are the acceptable impacts.
So there are emissions then,
Absolutely, there's emissions everywhere.
but you're saying that they're within inside an acceptable limit then?
Correct.
Okay. Dr. Wright, you say you've been involved in dozens of projects, and I think you said around dozens of projects, Victoria, Queensland. Who were you engaged by to do those projects?
For all those projects, we've been engaged by various different waste management companies, the companies that are the proponents of those particular facilities, yes.
Right, so they're the proponents of energy from waste projects that you've been engaged by?
Primarily. We've also been engaged by New South Wales Planning in order to review some other projects.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any form of commercial relationship with any of the proponents for the proposed energy from waste projects in New South Wales?
We have we have been working with companies as a consultant. We've been working with companies in terms of doing health risk assessments. We are independent, but we have no financial relationship other than being engaged as consultants to do our job.
Yeah, but your financial relationship is you're being paid to
Correct.
do that work then. So that's a commercial relationship.
That's my
that I'm
commercial
asking.
relationship, yes.
Okay, so you've been engaged by proponents for these projects then?
Correct.
Okay, so I take you to page 10 of your submission.
Sorry, I don't have that in front of me, but that's fine.
Well, I'll quote to you, it's your submission then, and I'm quoting for part of it. We're talking about the study by, and you'll have to accept my pronunciation of the Dutch, Van Dijk et al., 2015.
Yes.
Part of the submission says the study showed that emissions from these facilities did not affect the quality of crops and milk in the surrounding areas. So we're agreeing that there are emissions then?
That's correct, there are.
And they are present?
They are present, but they are very low.
But they're still present though?
Yes.
Do they have any effect at all?
No, they don't have any measurable effect. They're so low that they wouldn't be measurable.
Right. Take you to page 11 of your submission. We're talking here about in Mallorca in Spain. That part there, the levels reported were variable as expected in soil with no clear trend of accumulation, with all samples still below the maximum limit value relevant for soil. So there was still dioxins in that soil then?
There's dioxins in all the soil. And all the soil that's outside Parliament House has dioxins in it.
Okay, but
So
it was present in these tests
it's present in all
surrounding
tests.
the energy from waste facility there.
That's part of what I'm trying to say, is that dioxins are present naturally in the environment already. So when you measure them, you're going to find variable levels anywhere that you measure them. There's no evidence that the energy from waste facility changed that from being the typical background ambient.
One last question, Chair.
Certainly.
The proponents or the proposed facilities at Parkes and Tarrago, are they for industrial waste or municipal waste?
Municipal waste.
No industrial waste at all?
There may be a small proportion. I honestly can't remember the makeup, but it's primarily municipal solid waste.
Could you just inform the committee then what the difference is in terms of industrial waste and municipal waste?
Okay, so if it was industrial, it's not highly contaminated waste. It would be, if anything, it would be construction and demolition waste, is my understanding. So that's demolishing your house, some of the materials, some of the timbers, those sorts of things that would go there. It's not waste that comes from industrial activities where there is high concentrations of pollutants. It's low concentration residual materials that cannot be reused. Municipal solid waste is your red bin waste. So that's what we're talking about. And again, so we're talking about that or construction and demolition. They're the types of waste that we have been assessing in those types of facilities.
Right, I note the time and I better give some others a chance then.
Great, thanks Mr Roberts. Dr Con, do you have questions?
Thanks, Chair, and my apologies for being late this morning. I've just come across from Bondi Beach. My first question is about air pollution control residues, so things like bottom ash in the WMRR submission. It states that modern energy from waste facilities also recover recyclable materials from the bottom ash residue to produce an aggregate material suitable for beneficial reuse. It's been put to us in other submissions that does happen internationally, but that we don't have safe storage or disposal options for those products in Australia. Could you comment on that?
We know that Kwinana is now operating and doing that. That's actually in WA. So that is actually currently happening in Australia. That IBAA is being produced by Blue Phoenix and applied to for use in roads in WA. So we now are doing that in Australia. And in every jurisdiction, in order to do that, you would have to have a regulatory framework. Queensland is currently working through with its end of waste code to do that. And I think also Victoria has also developed its regulatory framework. So it is actually occurring in Australia.
Okay. And I mean, you've mentioned Queensland and Victoria. To your knowledge, does New South Wales have the regulatory framework we need to manage those products?
Absolutely, we have it. We just haven't had an application as yet that I'm aware. Jackie may be aware for incendiary bottom ash, but we have a very robust regulatory framework in New South Wales with the resource recovery orders and exemption, and that would be the pathway when these facilities are being developed to put an application through that process as well.
I also wanted to ask about the efficiency of these plants in terms of, the so-called renewable energy that they're producing, noting particularly some of the leading examples in Europe are producing heat directly rather than producing electricity. Could you talk to some of the differences in that process and how efficient it is to produce electricity as compared to heat in Europe?
I can't answer you necessarily about the true efficiency. Like all power stations, they generate heat to create steam that drives turbines. So energy from waste facilities using technology, he would also be producing heat, again, to generate steam to drive turbines. In Europe, they quite often use both the electricity and also the heat that's generated for going into other industries. So co-locating energy from waste with other industries allows them to use both the heat and also the electricity that goes into the that's generated from it. When you don't co-locate them and it's really difficult to use that heat, that is a loss.
Okay, and which are the industries in New South Wales, either at Parkes or Tarrago or the other two sites, that would use the heat directly?
There are multiple different industries that take heat, again, to generate steam for their own industrial purposes. There's lots of different, making pet food and all sorts of things. They require steam to sterilise things and so forth. So that's just one example. So there are many different industries that use steam or have to generate steam as part of their process.
And can I have one more, if I may, Chair?
Yeah, I'm happy to say to
Thank you.
Dr.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, last one. In the coming back to the WMRR submission again, and there's commentary around the volumes of residual waste and comparisons again between Australia and overseas. I think the comment on the front page was that Australia is out of step globally in terms of obligations or standards for product to be designed for reuse, repair and recycling. Do you have any recommendations in terms of what the committee should be considering to actually reduce residual waste?
Yeah, we should be absolutely strengthening generator obligations, far more obligation around product stewardship. We did see this year the movement of the Product Lifecycle Act for batteries, which is a terrific thing, but we absolutely need sustainable design regulation. Australia has none, so you can basically place anything on market without any requirement to either look after it or make sure it's safe. So we know that federally the Commonwealth Government is looking at the review of the Recycling Waste Reduction Act and potentially looking at some design recommendations that came out of the ministerial inquiry, but we need to make generators responsible for the products they make. They need to manage them through life cycle and end of life.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Ms. Scott?
You touched on it in your opening remarks, Ms. Sloan, but just a question to you both in terms of obviously our projected statistics in terms of waste per person from the State of the Environment report. Obviously our landfill here is projected to run out in 2030. What would you suggest is the solution?
We actually need to pivot policy towards consumption and production. We actually don't have any policy beyond recently the recent product life cycle that helps people understand that you've got to buy stuff that are recoverable or reusable, but we've got to design it for that purpose. We can't keep blaming the consumer. We also need to have conversations about educating the community about avoiding. It kills me that in a cost of living crisis we're not talking about how people can actually not throw out food, right? So we need to work with the community and pivot away from consumption and production towards avoiding and reusing. It's a different paradigm, right?
And I just also like to add that we need to actually recover and reuse a lot of materials, but that also means we need to have workable industry that actually can safely do that. All the materials that we do recover from waste will also have other various different pollutants in it, because that's just what comes in our materials that we buy. We need to have good measures to make sure that the way we recycle and reuse those are also safe, to make sure that they're properly assessed and that we also understand what those risks are.
And just a final question, Chair, just noting the time, obviously. In terms of the construction and demolition waste that I think you touched on earlier, this is obviously largely unrecyclable, often contains asbestos, lead, other hazards. If it can't go to landfill, where should it go?
Well, if they're the types of materials that currently do go to landfill, so they are going there. They require special treatment. They can also go to energy from waste. So those are appropriate technologies to actually destroy those materials and also capture any residual to make sure it doesn't actually leave those facilities and go into the environment.
And is it safer for it to go to an energy from waste as opposed to landfill?
In the long term, yes.
Great.
And
Thank
I
you.
just have one.
Okay, quickly, Mr. Primrose.
Yes, I'll be as quick as I can.
Thank you.
Is the realistic option that, particularly Greater Sydney, facing either new landfills or energy from waste facilities? Are there any other options?
For end of life, no. Once you've gone past all the recycle, recoverables, all those sorts of things, the residual material, the only options that you're left with are landfills and energy from waste.
Okay.
And from a risk perspective and a long-term risk perspective, energy from waste is a much lower risk option.
Thank you.
Good point. Thank you, Mr. Primrose.
Promised
Thank
to be
you.
short.
It was. It's good. Thank you both for your evidence today. We haven't taken any questions on notice. That if there is anything further that the Secretariat requires, they will be in contact. So thank you to you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Online, are you able to hear us, Mr. Lennon?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Dittrich?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. We've got Dr. Kane there as well. Dr. Kane? Okay. Okay, so we're three. Okay, thank you. Sorry, thinking that they were both going to be in the room. Welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence today. Mr. Dittrich, I'll go straight to you, please. I note that you are appearing via video conference from Brisbane. Please note that for witnesses appearing from overseas, parliamentary privilege does not apply to the evidence they give, and protections for witnesses appearing from interstate are also more limited. I advise you to be careful about the comments you make during your evidence and to avoid making adverse reflections about others. Could I ask you both, please, we'll start with you, Mr. Leonard, to state your name and position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation.
No worries. So I'm Brett Lemon, the Executive Director of the Waste Contractors and Recyclers Association, and we represent the industry across New South Wales and the ACT. I'm going to do an affirmation. So I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Mr. Dittrich?
Yeah, I'm Stefan Dittrich. I'm the National Technical and Major Projects Manager for Remondis Australia. Remondis Australia is a member of the Waste Contractors and Recyclers Association, and we're servicing New South Wales for more than 40 years. I'm going with the affirmation. I'm solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you both very much, and I'll note that we have free-flowing opportunity here, and encourage members that if you do want to come in at any point, just let me know. So to move things along, I'll begin. Mr. Lemin, you state in your submission that energy from waste policy should be criteria-based, not precinct-based. Can you expand on that a little bit more, please?
Yeah, look, so very similar to, I guess, what your previous inquiry members were talking about, that we believe that the facilities shouldn't be based on location, they should all be based on their own merit. We believe that the science is safe, the technology is safe, and so they should be merit based on a whole range of factors rather than just within certain precincts.
Sorry, Chair, can I just check whether the witnesses had an opening statement?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes,
No,
thank
that's
you.
all right.
Thank you, Mr. Val. Yes, sorry, jumping ahead of myself there. Yes,
No, that's
I should have asked you both. Do you have a short opening statement? My apologies.
do. I will be shorter than the other two.
Thank you, Mr. Leonard. Thanks, Mr. Val.
No worries. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members of the committee, for the opportunity to appear today. My name is Brett Lemin. I'm the Executive Director of the Waste Contractors and Recyclers Association of New South Wales, commonly referred to as WACRA. We represent around 200 private sector waste and recycling businesses across New South Wales and the ACT, collectively employing around 18,000 people, and they operate approximately 90% of the licensed waste and recycling facilities and vehicles across New South Wales. So WACRA supports energy from waste as a necessary residual-only component of a modern waste management system, provided it is delivered using best available technology under strong regulatory monitoring. New South Wales currently generates around 23 million tonnes of waste each year. Even with strong recycling and avoidance efforts, around 3 to 3.5 million tonnes of that material remains residual and cannot be economically or safely recycled. Today, the vast majority of that material is landfilled. This creates three significant challenges for the state. First, New South Wales faces a genuine landfill capacity risk, particularly in the Sydney Basin, with current projections indicating constraints emerging by the end of this decade. Second, landfilling residual waste produces long-term environmental liabilities, including methane emissions, leachate management, and legacy contamination risks that persist for decades. Thirdly, without additional treatment options, waste must travel further, increasing transport emissions, cost, road safety risks, and community impacts. Energy from waste, when done properly, addresses all three of these challenges. Internationally, energy from waste facilities operate safely in urban and regional settings across Europe and parts of Asia, meeting strict emission limits under the European Union Industrial Emissions Directive and the 2019 Waste Incineration Best Available Techniques conclusions. These standards are widely regarded as global best practice, and WACRA strongly supports their application in New South Wales. It is important to be clear, modern energy from waste facilities bear no resemblance to legacy incinerators of past decades. Contemporary plants operate within tightly controlled, engineered environments, and with continuous emissions monitoring, multi-stage flue gas treatments, and independent regulatory oversight, the international health evidence consistently shows no measurable adverse population-level health impacts from well-regulated best practice facilities. WACRA's position is not that energy from waste replaces recycling. It does not. Recycling, reuse, and avoidance must always come first. Energy from waste deals with what remains and what must be managed safely, whilst also delivering further resource recovery and circular economy outcomes. We also emphasise safety. Residual waste streams contain combustible and reactive materials that pose risks across collection, transport, processing, and safety and landfill environments. Providing a controlled treatment pathway for residual waste improves system-wide safety and resilience, particularly as waste volumes grow and infrastructure becomes more constrained. Finally, we encourage the committee to consider how energy from waste policy fits within the broader planning, transport, and circular economy framework. WACRA supports a criteria-based approach to assessing energy from waste proposals, focused on environmental performance, proximity to waste generation, community outcomes, and best available technology, rather than reliance on fixed geographical precincts alone. In closing, energy from waste is not a silver bullet, but it is a necessary tool. With the right technology, regulation, and governance, it can reduce landfill reliance, improve safety, support emissions reduction, and strengthen New South Wales waste management system for the long term. Thank you, and I welcome the committee's questions.
Great, thanks, Mr. Lemon. One that the Chair has already started with. Mr. Dietrich, did you have a short statement that you wanted to make, or are you happy to progress straight to questions?
We're happy to progress straight.
Okay, well, I might proffer one to you on that basis, that your submission, the submission of Remondis Australia, states that energy from waste is mature, proven technology internationally, but New South Wales is still very much in the development phase, and gaps remain and issues being dealt with and addressed in some of those facilities that currently exist, like guaranteed waste supply, integrated systems, continuous oversight and codified community engagement as well. So if EFW was to be progressed in New South Wales, how does Remondis plan to address this?
So from a Remondis perspective, we want to emphasize that we consider this a proven technology. There are hundreds of similar plants around the world, specifically very modern ones and tightly controlled ones in the European Union that Brett was pointing to in his statement. So there is a vast knowledge pool and experience pool of decades of developing, constructing and operating such plants, including some internal knowledge that we have. It is very important, as you pointed out, that such facilities are supported in terms of economic feasibility, because ultimately it must be successfully and really lead to a diversion from landfill and complement critical waste infrastructure. So waste supply is a topic for plants, but given the situation that in New South Wales more than 3.5 million tons of landfill waste is landfilled every year, and zero currently diverted to energy from waste plants, there's a vast surplus that is unfortunately going to landfill, and that hasn't been able to be reduced over the last decades.
But the international experience, even those that have been relatively successful, like Japan, there are still issues that are being addressed in that regard as well, aren't there? And New South Wales, again, is not at the same maturity level as some of these international locations, and that is the potential for problems that are as yet unforeseen, given the technology that is being proposed would be new at scale for Australia.
The technology would be new. I mean, if you have no plant, the plants are new, yes, but the technology is the same that is applied overseas. Whether that's a plant being built in Singapore, in Tokyo, next to the Olympic Village, or it is in Copenhagen or in Amsterdam, technology is the same, the working principle is the same. The technology is very tightly regulated in those regulations that are also we are strongly encouraged to implement and adhere to for New South Wales. So the technology is known, the global suppliers of these technologies are known, and the operations. So you're really tapping into an experience pool. It's not a tailor-made, very different solution. Not at all. These are standardized, large-scale, fully developed plants.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if we go to that notion of regulation, which has obviously been raised by the previous witnesses as well, and if that is a primary factor ensuring that strict regulation is in place, are you also of the view that location should be merit-based and not geographically restricted?
It should be merit-based around several factors. It should be a factor of appropriateness of the location, of infrastructure being available and the needed infrastructure being there. It should be about proximity to waste as well, or proximity to where the waste is being produced, since transport costs and ecological and economical impact of transport is a huge factor, which at the end of the day someone has to pay for. So there's a multitude of factors that has to come in. It's also about, obviously, buffers and infrastructure around that. It's about availability of a grid connections, availability of water available for such operations. So there are technical and infrastructure factors that should be assessed for these locations. should be brought into consideration.
Great, thank you both. I'll hand to Dr. Conn now, mindful of time.
Thank you, Chair. I had one quite specific question, which was noting that your submission was revised and we were provided with a new version today. There were 2 paragraphs that were removed. The first one was the recommendation that for New South Wales a precautionary monitoring program should be implemented, including periodic sampling of roof collected water, soils and sediments within a 2 to 5 kilometre radius of any energy from waste facility. And independent laboratories accredited under NATA should undertake all testing, and data should be publicly reported through an accessible online dashboard. Why was that paragraph removed?
Basically, I guess for the purpose of this inquiry, we thought it was probably just a bit more, it was too much detail for this broader conversation, and they are options available to appease some of the concerns, but we wouldn't, like if you were to implement all of them, I think that would be too onerous, too expensive for these facilities.
And I have exactly the same question for what was your second paragraph at Part E. So it previously read, establishing sentinel sampling points, soil, forage and honey will provide reassurance for local producers and communities. These monitoring networks can be integrated with existing EPA and Department of Primary Industries air and soil surveillance programs. Why was that removed?
Pretty much the same answer. We thought it was too onerous and not really required. When you're looking at all the best available technologies and regulatory reporting with air emissions, etc., we think it's too onerous and it's not really required. When we're already seeing with the previous submission also spoke to it that there is no evidence that shows that there's emissions at any measurable level.
I mean, in a context where the Public Health Association of Australia has recommended that these incinerators not be located in food-producing regions, does that not give you further cause to consider these tests, particularly in agricultural reasons, necessary?
No, I think the science from the European studies that I have seen, no, I don't think they're required. I mean, they're available, they're an option, but I don't think they're required, and potentially could be applied on an as-needs basis rather than part of the standard regulation.
In the interest of time, I'll pass to my colleagues.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts?
Yeah, just very briefly. Mr. Lemon, as Executive Director of the Association, do you represent Cleanaway at all?
They are a member, yes.
What happened to the Cleanaway proposed project for Eastern Creek back in about, I'm trying to remember now, 2019, 2020? What happened to that?
I honestly couldn't tell you. I know you probably have to direct that question towards Cleanaway. I'm not aware of what the decision was. I'm assuming it was commercial, but I cannot tell you.
So there's no energy from waste facility at Eastern Creek then, is there, as proposed?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. One last question then. You talk about the restrictive site location policies and perhaps that they could be in urban and peri-urban areas. Obviously, if they're in regional areas, the waste has to be transported to those locations at significant cost. Who pays that cost at the end of the day?
I mean, at the end of the day, it's the generator or the consumer who's... So if it's a council, so if we're talking councils, it becomes part of your council rate. So your payments for your municipal waste comes out of your rates as a resident of a council, and if the cost of transport increases, then your rates will increase. But on that, you also have the cost of rail is generally cheaper than the cost of trucking, and it's very subjective because, as I'm sure you guys are aware, when travelling across Sydney, sometimes you can travel a great distance in a short amount of time, other times it takes you a very long time to travel a very short distance. So it's very hard to put a measure on road versus rail, etc. But at the end of the day, any cost increase is borne by municipal waste, which would be ratepayers.
Okay, that's all I need to know, thanks.
Great, thanks Mr. Roberts. Ms. Savard?
Thanks, Chair. Thank you to you both for appearing today. Just a question around the standards that any facilities built here in New South Wales would be built to. Is it correct, my understanding, that it would be an international world best practice or otherwise?
To my knowledge, that is correct, yes.
And could you talk to us a bit more about what that involves or what that entails in terms of these facilities?
That's probably a better question for Stefan.
I'm happy to take that. So yes, we're advocating for applying international best practice. There is a so-called BREF document developed in the European Union over a few decades, actually, developed and improved, which is the best available technologies reference documents, called short BREF, which is a rather large collection, I think, to my knowledge, more than 700 pages of regulations around what needs to be measured for what plant, in which way, what are specific limits, how it is measured, how it is confirmed and checked. So there's a vast pool of regulation developed that describes exactly how emissions are dealt with for such plants.
And is it your understanding here in New South Wales, obviously we've heard a lot about the waste challenges that we are facing, running out of landfill, all of those sorts of scenarios. What would you suggest is the solution to our waste issues here in New South Wales?
Look, I'm happy to take that one, Stefan, seeing as you're a Queenslander. So there's no, like I said earlier in our statement, there's no one silver bullet, right? And Gail Sloan spoke to it earlier. There's that regulation on generators and producers of waste. There's that product design piece as well. And at the end of the day, we also have residual management. So there's multiple links in that chain of what's going to get us to where we need to be. But effectively, there's always going to be residual waste. Unfortunately, as much as we'd love a purely circular environment that we live in, unfortunately, I just don't think it's going to be a reality, at least for a very, very long time. And even a lot of recycling or reviewers recycling is technically what I would call downcycling. So it's not always turning something back into its original product or something of the same value. Usually it does lose value over time to the point where it effectively can no longer be recycled. So that's where waste to energy is significantly better than landfill, because you're still getting that sort of one last use out of that product, whether that's heat, whether that's energy, and that heat and energy can then be used back into the environment, whether it's for commercial reasons, obviously powering homes, etc.
Even if we halve the amount of waste that is produced per person, we are still projected, obviously, to run out of landfill here in New South Wales due to things like the construction and demolition waste that comes from building infrastructure, new housing, which we know, obviously, we need here in New South Wales as well. Where should that waste go?
I mean, it's merit-based as to where its best option is going to be. Where's it going to have its best outcome? So, for example, if we're looking at the two precincts that we're talking about in this inquiry, if they've got other infrastructure around them that can utilise the heat or the energy, etc., that might be the best place for them to go. Generally speaking, landfill is not the best option because you're creating a long-lasting legacy that goes on for decades, whereas waste to energy is a bit more finite with what happens once it's been utilised that one last time.
But the reality of the situation we are facing here in New South Wales, as I understand it, is a choice between landfill, building another landfill, or having these energy from waste facilities. Should we build another landfill instead? And if so, where should that go?
No, I think we shouldn't build any more landfill. I think we should be looking at newer technologies like energy from waste. It's a much, much better solution to the problem.
Mr. Dietrich, did you have anything, from that perspective around the sort of scientific comparisons between the two?
There's a clearly developed waste hierarchy that is known in education material and in the industry, where landfill and just disposal is the worst outcome. So recovery stays higher in the hierarchy. Energy recovery and waste energy belongs to that recovery portion. So it's clearly a better environmental outcome, and also creating that legacy issue, because ultimately what we discussed with the emissions, you can see what the plant is doing. You have continuous emission monitoring. That means you can see live what is happening. That is a great advantage compared to a landfill legacy.
And as a Queenslander, you would know that there are many regional areas that are already trucking their waste interstate to Queensland. Is that in the long term, is that a viable option for us?
I don't think so. Obviously, that is driven by many different factors, from regulation to a commercial framework. But ultimately, the waste is produced by all of us, and I think we have to find an appropriate solution and support an appropriate solution for that.
Thank you. Mr. Primrose?
Ms. Savala's basically asked the main question I wanted to ask, but just to clarify, after you maximise your recycling and better manufacturing options, short of dumping all of this waste into the ocean, what we're really faced with is a realistic choice between new landfills or energy from waste facilities. Is that the case?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, just a couple of quick ones then from me before we conclude for the morning. Would both of you suggest that or agree that community and social licence in such projects is critical?
Yes. I would, absolutely. These organisations and these facilities need to work with community. I mean, at the end of the day, they're going to be creating jobs, creating infrastructure, etc. for said communities. They're going to be integrated into the community. And obviously, there's going to be some tension, which is why we're here having this inquiry. But community engagement is integral to the success.
Mr. Dietrich?
Yeah, fully agree. Community engagement and is very critical for any of such projects. There's often proposed to use community reference groups to communicate appropriately with the community. Ultimately, it's a piece you need to work together with the community to provide them with information, provide them with facts, understand why it's there, why it's done, what are the needs, and that is a journey, but very critical to do.
Okay. And a final one from me that might best be addressed by you, Mr. Lemin. You've suggested, as have our previous witnesses, and given the figures on ever-increasing amounts of waste, even with the aspirations for circular economy and greater recycling and reducing, etc. This inquiry is looking at the two facilities that are being progressed. Now that list has expanded to 4. So let's just say that there are 4 energy from waste facilities that move forward in New South Wales. Are they going to be enough to address the ever-growing waste problem, given that the capability that was pointed out this morning is approximately around 600,000 tonnes per annum for each?
They're not going to be able to take 100% of New South Wales's waste, but also not 100% of waste is suitable for incineration as well. So you're still going to have some other types of disposal, which is basically landfill for certain materials because they can't be burnt. So there's going to be, and I don't have the data or the figures to know what that breakdown would be, but basically having those 4 facilities would significantly increase the lifespan of current landfills as well. So that sort of infrastructure cliff of 2030 that we're racing towards would get stretched out longer. And then as needs required, you could either have more facilities built or expanding existing facilities.
So that's the point that I'm getting to, that there may yet be the need for more such facilities into the future.
Yep, and whether that is large-scale ones similar to the 4 that are proposed, whether that's smaller, more localised ones like you see throughout Tokyo, Singapore, etc., they've got to be based on their own merits at the time.
Okay.
Could I just
Yes,
clarify?
certainly, Mr. Primrose.
Is it, based upon your earlier response, if these aren't built, if you do need additional locations, that would involve finding new landfill locations, because that's your only other alternative, isn't it?
Not necessarily landfill. It's either more energy from waste facilities or more landfill.
Okay.
But I think it really needs to be, the point needs to be made that in terms of environmental impact, environmental emissions, and environmental management, even with the best practice landfill of today, is still going to create more of an environmental legacy problem than an energy from waste facility built today.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Primrose. Okay, well, thank you both very much for appearing today and for your evidence. We haven't taken anything on notice. If the Secretariat requires anything, they will be in contact with you. So thank you both very much.
No worries. Thank you.
Thank you.
All for joining us and for making the time to give evidence today. Could each of you please, starting from my left, state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Veronica Lee, I'm the Executive Director at City Services at the City of Sydney. I'll be taking the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Ms. Lee.
Yes, hello, my name's Joanna Kubota. I'm the Executive Director of the Parks, which is Sydney Parkland Councils, and I'm taking an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Jeremy Mannion, Regional Waste Coordinator at the Parks. I'm taking the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Well, I'll begin with Ms. Lee. The submission... I'll ask whether you have a short opening submission to make and then also extend the opportunity to each of you as well.
No, I'm fine. I'm ready to go to questions.
Great, thank you. Thank goodness for that, because I am too,
yes,
clearly.
Clearly.
And sorry, Ms. Kubota, do you have
we do have a short statement that Jeremy's going to make.
Thank you.
So firstly, I'd just like to explain that Sydney, the Parks are Sydney Parkland Councils. We have represent a number of councils in Western and Southwestern Sydney. The Parks Waste Alliance represents Campbelltown, Camden, Wallandilly, Penrith and Liverpool councils. From a local government perspective, I think it's worth mentioning, and I think it's already been touched on, the waste crisis that is facing New South Wales and particularly Sydney. The latest projections from the New South Wales EPA in their waste and circular infrastructure plan is that essentially landfill is going to reach capacity by 2035, and we need alternatives to either increase landfill capacity or look at alternatives such as energy from waste. I'd also like to touch on an issue with waste resilience in Sydney. So apparently, approximately 40% of Sydney's waste is transported through Clyde Transfer Station, which goes to Woodlawn, by a train. In 2022, Sydney was impacted heavily by flooding, which affected that transport route. And Sydney councils and private industry basically had to scramble to find alternatives, which they did for that time. But should that have gone on for longer, there would have been issues with potentially waste building up in the street. Local government had to find alternatives. Now, credit to the EPA, they're currently working on some planning around disaster resilience, which local government is thankful for. But it does speak to the issue of resilience in planning infrastructure being a key concern for local government. We'd also like to note that the current governmental approach to waste infrastructure has been flagged for several years. In the New South Wales Audit Office audit of waste levy and grants for waste infrastructure in 2020, it was flagged as a priority. It was recommended that by December 2021, the waste levy and grants, the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment should determine the state's waste infrastructure needs to inform planning and funding of waste infrastructure in New South Wales. More recently, under the Waste and Circular Infrastructure Plan, there's been further planning for this, to establish, for example, lead New South Wales government agencies for strategic planning by early 2026. We're supportive and thankful of the current work which has been done by the EPA and other organisations, but the local government feeling would be that some firm work around infrastructure planning would be appreciated. From an industry perspective, we've got a lack of there is a hesitancy for industry to invest in energy from waste facilities and other more novel types of waste facilities. This was basically exacerbated by the two proposed waste facilities, one in Western Sydney and one in Botany, which were scrapped at a planning phase due to the changes in legislation around the locations of permissible energy from waste facilities. There's also the issue of municipal waste organics outputs, which affected local government and industry back in 2018-2019, where the resource recovery exemption for MWU, is the type of waste, was changed to limit the application of where that could be used, which basically affected private industry investment in waste facilities, and also local government who had contracts of up to 9 years that had just been implemented, and a decision which was essentially an overnight decision affected both private industry and local councils. So we would also like to note that the public consultation around energy from waste and these sorts of waste processing types is paramount, and we'd like to see more public involvement and public understanding of the technology of energy from waste. The 4 precincts is not conducive to positive public perception. Because it's in the regions, we feel that it's perceived as only suitable for country areas, but it's not for city areas in particular, and more perceived as something that may be dirty. So I think there could be a lot of work done around possibly removing those specified regions to increase the public support for energy from waste. Lastly, I'd like just to touch on the waste hierarchy, that energy from waste is lower in the hierarchy than other priorities such as avoiding reusing, recycling. So we would like to see that that no materials that could be reused or recycled are in the feedstock for energy from waste should it go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Mannion, and let's just go straight to the heart of that then. You're suggesting that city councils would be willing to consider, or should at least look at, the potential opportunity for energy from waste facilities.
I think it's important to note that every council has different policy positions on energy from waste. But I think that we cannot rule out all of the options. We think that that further work needs to be done around energy from waste, and particularly around the social licence of energy from waste. And if the state government was to lead a campaign and make it more palatable for the public, it is something that absolutely does need to be considered. We have no alternatives other than energy from waste or increasing landfills or increasing new landfills or increasing existing landfill capacity.
And Ms Lees, do you have an opinion on that as well, or a view?
Yeah, I think the City of Sydney's position is in the paper, where we've said that energy from waste should only be considered after all higher order waste hierarchy options have been considered. I think what's happening around the conversation around waste is it is essential infrastructure. It's not sometimes seen as that. And as much as the city puts in place many plans and arrangements to try and reduce the amount of residual waste that the city and its residents produce, there's always going to be some form of residual waste that will need to be dealt with. And I think what would help, and I think my colleagues have touched on it, is a stronger planning framework or decision-making framework that can provide certainty to the community and to industry about the way forward. And that would balance all the social, economic, community and environmental impacts of whatever treatment is required to deal with residual waste.
Okay, I want to come back to some of the other options, but just before I do, on that point then as well, again, Mr Mannion, that you talk about 40% of Sydney's waste being transported and then funding, council's already under much financial duress. Clearly that further cost impact to Sydney councils, if waste has to travel hundreds of kilometres away, is another factor, another element to all of this.
Absolutely. Can I actually answer that? I think
certainly.
that this is a critical point, that, and it's good to see it recognised. I mean, local governments are incredibly under financial strain at the moment. They're, as you would understand, their income source is largely rates. It's, and that is highly restricted from any increases. And let's be honest, at the moment with the cost of living crisis, even if we were legislated to ask for further rate increases, the reality is that people out there are suffering and they don't want to. The community is not going to be happy with that. Yep. So it does put us in a really difficult position. At the same time, we are the only body legislated to handle waste, to take care of the waste. So we do have a responsibility. It is one of our core functions of local government is to manage waste. So that puts us in a tricky position, which is why I guess we are here today to talk about the issues at hand. Obviously, the further it travels, and also, I mean, if you look at sustainability goals, the idea that you take the further things travel, the more costs are involved, then that's never a positive. So apart from the fact that we have had those issues where those transport routes have been cut off in the past, that is a focus for us. I mean, as we all know too, climate change is creating increasing numbers of events that are causing issues for New South Wales. So again, this is something we need to start to really pay attention to with the number of floods we've been having, etc. So I think all of these factors come into play, but at the same time, we haven't really had that much more of an increase in the money that's been coming in to handle waste. And increasingly, as the globe starts to tackle climate change and there are more and more legislations or regulations around, for example, the impact of the FOGO mandate, which I'm sure you're all aware of, the requirement for us to remove food organics from the waste stream. Absolutely admirable, absolutely desirable and worthwhile pursuing. However, there are costs involved. And those costs have largely and will largely fall on local government. So all of these factors are at play together, and that's why we have been working very closely with the EPA. We have got a Greater Sydney Waste Leadership Forum that's been going for some time. We have been trying to tackle these issues because we are facing a waste crisis. We are going to run out of landfill. These are all inevitable. These are all facts that we have to deal with. So I think that we need to find solutions that take all of those factors into consideration. And can I just add one point to the previous conversation too? I mean, we're not here today, and I don't think any of us are here today to say that our communities will welcome energy from waste with open arms. There is a lot of concerns within the Australian communities about the environmental impact, the smell, the potential pollution, etc. But the reality is that they are run within very close proximity to major populations across the world, in Europe, in Japan, in America, and those communities have come to terms and live quite happily. I also personally think that Australians are incredibly innovative, and I believe that if we embrace this way forward, we could potentially come up with even better ways of doing energy from waste than other countries have done so. So what we're trying to say is not that necessarily it's the solution, but that it is a solution that should be investigated.
And coming on that, the last question that I'll ask before handing to my colleagues, that you do in the Parkland Council's submission note smaller technologies like pyrolysis and gasification. So how do you see those fitting into the broader New South Wales waste strategy in addition to complementing EFW?
So I think it's important to say the waste streams, as I understand it, noting I'm not an expert in that field, are different for pyrolysis and gasification to general energy from waste that you're looking at Parkes and Tarago. So they cannot take the role of those larger facilities. But it's generally as part of a wider push to improve environmental outcomes from waste, that they need to be considered where, as part of a larger sort of waste solution. I'll leave it there, thank you.
Okay, great. Ms. Kubota, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I just think that they are innovative technologies. They could, I suppose, to answer your question, I wouldn't see them replacing those larger facilities, but potentially being run in addition to, or perhaps having smaller scale. Certainly that's what happens in Japan, for example. There's something like 1,100 different facilities across the country, and some are small, some are large, some are focused more on, it might be, for example, focused on biogas or creating biochar. So I think, as Jeremy says, I think there are, it's many different approaches to the same problem, and, potentially there. I think it might have been Brett answered the question that it would depend on the merits of the situation and the area, and looking at what are the main waste streams within a particular area, and then potentially creating a site that's specific to those, what's being output in that area would make more sense.
Okay, thanks. Ms. Lees?
No, nothing further to add.
Great, thank you. I'll hand on to Dr. Conn.
Thanks, Chair. Look, obviously local government plays an enormous role in waste management, and I'm interested in what your top recommendations are for action from the state government that would support us to reduce residual waste or to improve source separation, or both.
I can start there. I think the New South Wales government has for some time now talked about its infrastructure plan, and it seems to be a little bit getting to the pointy end now, where much of the residual treatment facilities we're talking about are 10 years in development, and if we're talking about 10 years for any extension to existing landfill, the time for those decisions is now. And so I think that needs to be the focus. I think local government does spend a lot of time and attention on engaging its community on the types of waste. The City of Sydney offers 20 different waste recycling services, and we're extending them all of the time, but there's only so much that we can do. And as I said before, when there's going to be a form of residual waste, that needs to be the primary focus of the New South Wales government to resolve that issue and how they can deal with residual waste. So that would be my position. Yep.
So I think we're very supportive of the work that the EPA is doing under WASM, Waste and Sustainable Materials Strategy. I think that fully funding programs under that scheme could be beneficial, and I'd like to point out that the current waste levy at $174.20 a tonne, as of 2019, was generating approximately $750 million for the government. And as detailed in the New South Wales Audit Office report for the audit of waste levy and grants for waste infrastructure, approximately 1/3 of that went back into waste and environmental programs. So what I would like to see is more funding, which is going back into waste infrastructure, into waste planning, to allow the New South Wales government to make those informed decisions, and so it is difficult for local government in our perspective. We deal with very specific waste streams and relatively large contracts for local government, but in the scheme of wider New South Wales, it is difficult for local governments to make that huge impact, which needs to have that state government oversight. So, as a suggestion, diverting majority, or if not all, of those funds back to waste would go a long way to solving the waste crisis.
Thank you. And if I could just come back to the City of Sydney, I think you mentioned 20 different initiatives in your LGA. I understand you're relatively a leader in this space, which is why you're here as a witness today.
Yes.
Could you speak to some of those initiatives, particularly things happening in the City of Sydney that might not be happening in other LGAs or other parts of the state? I'm interested in what else the state government could do to support that kind of programs in areas that don't have them.
Yeah, I think what it is, it's about, there's two levels for me. One is about engaging the community on the types of waste that they're producing, and obviously starting with don't buy the waste in the first place, and that goes down to the product stewardship. But then once we have waste that we do need to recycle, so things like batteries and all of those tricky things that people don't know what to do with, and so they get unsure and they throw it in the red bin. And so it's all of those small tricky things that we have at our community recycling centre pick-up day. So we don't actually have a community recycling centre. I think that's essential infrastructure also for the future, so that it makes it easy for people to do that. We set up an Ultimo pop-up where we've got people that can walk up with their tricky waste and at our Bay Street depot there at Ultimo. And what we've also done recently is a very simple initiative, and it's about the reuse thing. At our community recycling days, we're taking small pieces of good furniture. So we're saying to people, okay, bring this good furniture along, and then we're donating it to the Salvation Army or to any of the charities that can then on-sell that furniture. And it's small, but we feel like if you start small, then you start to train people how to think about their waste and to just pause maybe before they throw it out. And I think, I deal with a lot of waste issues in the City of Sydney, and a lot of it we say is behavioural change takes time. And so it's about everybody getting on the same page and trying to present the same behaviours, because people move. The City of Sydney has a very transient population, as you know. People are in and out of the city all the time, both in terms of visitors every day and even our own residents that move out, a lot of high renters. And so we're constantly retraining people on how to manage their waste all the time, because they're not people that have lived there for 20 or 30 years. And so I feel that that is definitely a strong role for local government, but there is opportunities, to redivert some funding from state governments to enhance those programs, and I think that's what my colleagues were saying around, how the waste levy is used.
Thank you.
Can I add a comment there? The other thing I do think is quite important is that up until now, largely waste has been left to the EPA, but the EPA's had more of a regulatory role until now. And then as we've moved over time to more circular economy focus and increase the number of sort of projects and programs that are around waste, I think probably there hasn't been quite the shift within the state governance structure to understand who's really responsible for managing it. It's basically fallen on the EPA, who have not necessarily, they've had to then shift to try and change the way they approach things and have staff that can help to deal with those issues. I think within now is increasingly, for example, we've got obviously a housing crisis in New South Wales. Everyone knows this. We are working very hard on resolving that crisis, but there hasn't really been a focus on waste within that. So the mid-rise pattern books came out recently, and we hadn't been consulted on them. We sort of said, well, how is the collection of waste, the ability of garbage trucks to come in and leave those places? They're the kinds of things that exercise our brains going, okay, how are we going to manage this? But it doesn't necessarily seem to be going through, and I think that there needs to be much more of a whole of government approach to waste. So it's not just, you mentioned it's an essential service, it's not just that level anymore. It does involve planning, it does involve other parts of the state government, and I think that's starting to be recognised slightly, but when we're talking about housing and resolving those issues, you've got to remember there's a waste component to that. All of those things, I think if we could have more of a whole of government approach, it would be much more effective.
Thanks, John.
Mr. Roberts?
Yeah, thanks. Thank you all for your attendance today. I might just go to the parks to start with. Ms. Kubota, you said, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, it's this generalisation that there is negative perceptions around waste from energy facilities, smell, possible pollution, etc., etc. Would any of the councils that you represent as their body and their organisation consider hosting an energy from waste facility in their council?
Yes, they would.
They would?
Yes, they would.
And how do we know that? Have they written a proposal?
No, but there's been discussions around it.
There's been discussions. But
Yes.
nothing concrete? Nobody said, put their hand up and said, listen, we'll take one of these?
There has been. I don't want to put that council under the spotlight
But you
right
are
now.
representing those councils.
I am representing those councils. So yes, there has been a council who has done some research into it and that is interested in pursuing that. But obviously at the moment it is not allowed under legislation.
Yeah.
So, but they are nevertheless, yes, interested.
Okay. Back in it was 2019 or 2020, I can't remember exactly when, Cleanaway proposed an energy from waste facility at Eastern Creek.
Yes.
And now I know that they are not councils that are part of your membership body, but Blacktown Council opposed it and Fairfield Council opposed it. Any of the councils you represent, particularly say Liverpool and Penrith, who are adjoining, did they put any submissions in for or against the proposition back then?
To be honest, I wasn't in this job at that time, so I couldn't categorically say. I'm happy to take that on notice
if you can, please,
and let you
us
know. I
what-
don't believe that they did, but I can't categorically tell you that they didn't.
Because
So
as
I
I
will
say,
take
a
that
number
on
of
notice.
councils did
Yep.
put submissions in. I'm just interested whether any of your member
Sure,
bodies did.
I can find that out and come back to you subsequently.
Fine. And Ms Lee, page 3 of your submission, the city queries New South Wales Government's approach to limit the geographical application of energy from waste, which I'm with you, I query the same proposition. So bearing that in mind and given that location is a sticking point and considering the significant cost of transporting waste from where it occurs to possibly hundreds and hundreds of kilometres away in the region, will the City of Sydney support having an energy from waste facility in its boundaries?
I think the position on that is that the New South Wales Government is determining the criteria for the location of the facilities. And so unless that criteria changes, then it's not something the City of Sydney has turned its mind to.
So you can't say categorically yes or no then?
No.
Okay, thank you. That's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr Roberts. Ms Savelle?
Thanks, Chair. Thank you to you all for appearing today. Sorry, I just moved my mic closer. In terms of our projected waste per person, the latest State of Environment report showed that is obviously increasing year on year. Our landfill's also projected to run out by 2030. What would you suggest is the solution?
You can start. Yep.
So I think referencing the city's submission again, I think we just come back to that obviously there's been discussion today around the two obvious answers to managing residual waste. In terms of that, I strongly propose that there needs to be an appropriate planning framework that sits around those decisions, and you make that based on the outcome of those cost-benefit analysis that you do, and you consider the social impacts, the community impacts, environmental impacts, economic impacts, financial impacts. I think the city's concern is that that framework needs to be established so that those decisions and work can be undertaken by industry with certainty, because at the moment they don't have that degree of certainty around the way forward, and I think that needs to be resolved. And obviously, whether it be landfill or another type of solution, you can compare them if you have a framework to compare them through. And that's, I keep harping on that point, don't I? But that's how I feel.
I think it's multi-level. I think there's so many different ways that we can approach the problem. I think fundamentally we need to change people's behaviour. I think over time that will happen. We need to, I think, for example, slowly but surely we're all understanding that fast fashion is not a good thing because we end up with massive amounts of textiles that we then have to do something with. I think we need to, so there needs to be a sort of hopefully there will be a shift in community, and that's not just our job, it's not state government's job, it's probably everybody's job, including the federal government, but that's really long term. That's not going to happen happen tomorrow. It's not going to happen in the next 5-10 years. So I think then we also need to be looking at things like product stewardship. Those sorts of schemes need to be implemented. We also need to look at really innovative recycling technologies, be constantly looking for ways that we can reuse materials so that we're not, and things like, fixing electronics rather than throwing them away. And that's, again, twofold. You've got a customer behavioural aspect to that, and then an actually can you fix it or not prospect aspect to that. But I think all of those things together, and then also looking at the reality is still, as you say, we'll still have residual waste. What do we do with that? That needs to be done. We're just asking that we do put all the options on the table and look at, see which ones have the most merit, rather than sort of arbitrarily, it seems at times, make decisions.
Just on those points, I think there's some really interesting work which is being done around trying to legislate that technology can be repaired, things like that. Mandated product stewardship schemes can be successful. There's many failed voluntary product stewardship schemes. So I think if we were to look at mandating certain product stewardship schemes, it could be a way to bring down waste. And also continue the work of WASM in mandating packaging and so forth.
Thank you. You mentioned, Ms. Kubota, the sort of behavioural aspects to waste, but it's fair to say as well that even if, we were to halve the amount of waste produced per person, based on our current projections, we're still going to run out of landfill in 2030. So, although that is obviously a component, as you say, there are many aspects that need to be looked at. And in particular, the construction and demolition waste that we know is coming from building infrastructure and new housing. Where should that waste go?
Well, I think there are increasingly innovative recycling technologies where you can take some construction waste and, for example, put it into road base. You can take some construction waste and turn it into, tabletops and, bathroom sort of, tiles and things like that. So, I think obviously all of those things are also happening, and particularly you can take glass that comes out of construction waste and use it in many ways. So I think we obviously need to focus on that as well. But I think, again, it's a matter of, it's not easy. I'm not suggesting for a second it's easy, but I do think that, we really should pay attention to the waste hierarchy and have landfill as an absolute last option. And so we're looking for other ways to, create and reuse and recycle those materials so that we're not simply dumping them in landfill, because as I think one of the previous presenters said, we're just creating a problem for future generations then.
Correct. And my next question goes to some of that more problematic, because you mentioned obviously some of it may be able to be recycled, but things like asbestos,
Yes.
which we know is still in abundance here in New South Wales, and lead, these sort of more problematic construction, demolition sort of waste byproducts. If that can't go to landfill, where should it go?
I don't think I have the expertise to answer that question. Do you, Jeremy?
My understanding is they are going to landfill. It's just hazardous landfill, so it's treated slightly differently. And I think that there is always going to be a need for landfill. We're never going to be able to remove that. There's going to be, filters and scrubbers and things from energy, if they are to be successful, energy from waste facilities that will need to be treated as hazardous waste. So there is always, we need to have a broad waste infrastructure and a resilient waste infrastructure to deal with those.
And in terms of the construction waste, I think you spoke about, Ms. Kubota, are you able to give some examples on where that may be currently used, where it's being recycled, and what is the end market for that sort of product?
Well, I believe that concrete from the construction waste is being recycled in various different ways. I'm not quite sure how. I think some of it can actually end up back in construction again, but I believe that some of it's used in road base and other things like that. Same thing with glass, same things with tyres, although that's not construction waste necessarily. I also understand that there have been other ways to use construction waste to recycle it into other materials, such as it can become like a sort of Caesar stone type material. But yeah, that's sort of the extent of my understanding.
Yeah.
Do you have any other
Not
suggestions?
an expert in construction.
No.
Okay. Sorry, what I'm trying to understand is what is the current market for that, and is that a solution that we should be looking at?
I think it is a partial solution at present. I think it could potentially become more of a solution should we pour more resources into it. I think it's one of these things that, you know, I think in general we are as a international community, I think we are more and more moving to that circular economy approach where we're starting to say, okay, I think unfortunately in the past we have been quite lazy because we've had such a wealth of materials. We haven't needed to recycle, we haven't needed to worry about environmental impact, and then as that reality has started to hit home across the world, people have started to get very innovative in how they can recycle these materials and reuse them in other things, and I believe that the potential is there to keep doing that and to come up with even more solutions. So
I want to go back to, I think, something that you might have mentioned, Mr. Mannion, and apologies, it might have been also you, Ms. Kubota. I think you were talking about communities and you know, their reaction to energy from waste facilities and whether or not they welcome them with open arms, I think was the example. Based on some of the other evidence we heard this morning, and certainly looking through some of the submissions, it seems that we have these two options, landfill or energy from waste, in terms of dealing with what we know is basically we're going to run out of landfill in 2030. Should we build another landfill instead, as opposed to an energy from waste facility? And if so, where should we build it?
I think it's probably inevitable that we're going to have to build. Whether we build another landfill, or my understanding is I think we can potentially extend the one we have that will provide a few more years worth of viability. But I think, as we've discussed, I mean, there will always be landfill sites required. So we will probably inevitably need another landfill site. But our issue, I guess, is that, you know, it takes, isn't it 10 years, I think, to set up a new landfill site, and we're going to run out by 2030. Well, we're 2025, so we've kind of left that horse a little late. So that's, I think, why we are very concerned, and we see potentially energy from waste as being a solution that would go hand in hand with landfill. As we've all discussed, none of us, I think, have a vision of the future where we think we won't have any residual waste at all and we won't need landfills anymore. That's just not realistic. However, we can substantially, and we are making steps towards that, obviously, with the implementation of FOGO and removing food organics from the red bins. That's a step in the right direction. That is substantial. That has or will, decrease the amount of landfill. The more we can take tricky items like textiles, like batteries, like electronics, etc., out of the waste stream again, that's going to help as well. But I think in the end of the day, we will need a landfill. But hopefully, if we can remove enough from those streams, the amount of landfill we need will be significantly smaller than what it is today. And that will allow us to maintain a much smaller site, and hopefully one that's, even the existing one might last that bit longer.
Now, you mentioned, I think in your opening remarks, a scenario, obviously, that impacted in 2022, and some of the challenges that we're facing around waste resilience. In the scenario where no one's red bins can be collected because there is quite literally nowhere for that waste to go, what should the state government do?
That's a tricky one. There is actually a disaster resilience group that we've got together at which all ROCs participate, as does Brett actually chairs that. We have talked about that. So the idea is that we identify before such events take place, where, for example, maybe a car park could be used or an appropriate site could be used that could take waste. I mean, obviously there's issues around sanitation and hygiene, and so we'd need to make sure that we can, that it's an area that we could keep fairly, tight and not allow any sort of surrounding contamination of the surrounding environment. But we are looking at doing that and looking at how potentially we could say, okay, because of there's been, the Hawkesbury River's come up and that they now can't remove their waste. Where could a temporary storage site be established? So we are doing some work in that space because we do understand that this has been an issue. But those are all on the basis that this is a week, 2 weeks, not a long period of time. So, did you have anything else you wanted to say? Yeah.
And just to clarify, when you say ROCs, you mean the regional
regional organisations of councils. Yeah.
Yep.
So within the Greater Sydney Waste Leadership Forum, we have NS ROC, which is Northern Sydney ROC, SS ROC is South Sydney ROC, Wes ROC, which is Western Sydney ROC, and then ourselves, and also Resilient Sydney participates to represent those councils that do not belong to one of the regional organisations of councils.
Thank you. I'll pass to my colleague, Mr. Primrose.
I think you've asked most of the questions that I think would... Just to clarify, go back to one of your earlier statements, in relation to your member councils of parks, but also City of Sydney, have there been any representations from the council itself to the state government to actually establish a energy from waste facility?
Not to my knowledge to date, but that's because it's legislated that it cannot be within the Sydney Basin. So,
having been involved with local government for a long time, they make representations in relation to everything from international relations right now, right? So
Yes, they do.
I don't think that has ever stopped councils from making representations. Can I ask you to take on notice?
Sure.
Whether any of your member councils, and I'll also go through myself, LG, NSW and others, but can I just ask for your member councils, have they made any representations in relation to establishing such a facility? The member councils.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
That's it, Mr. Primrose?
No, that's fine.
Great,
Thank you, Chair.
Well, I would just, to wrap up our last few minutes, is the suggestion about the need for options and alternatives, even complementary, rather than taking the place necessarily of one thing over another, has been highlighted and continues to be highlighted because we are going to need to do more, not less, to deal with ever increasing rates of waste that we're generating. And the truth of the matter is that energy from waste also won't be an overnight solution either. No. So when we're talking about landfill, as you just pointed out, Ms. Kubota, 10 years, well, energy from waste facilities will also take time in order to build and have up and operating, etc. And residual waste as well. I think you've also pointed out, Ms. Kubota, that we are very clever and we are very innovative, and the things that we're doing right now to deal with the problem won't necessarily be what we'll be doing in 10 years' time, because we'll continue to progress in that regard. So essentially, you've all stated that we need to keep an open mind and be willing to review all options and alternatives and what might present themselves in the future. Is that what I'm hearing from each of you?
Yes. Yes.
Right. And when it comes to discussions around the potential for hosting such facilities, whether it's EFW, whether it's pyrolysis, gasification, those type of smaller technologies that are currently in place in some areas as well, ultimately the community buy-in is critical, and that is something that each of you is also saying is lacking right now and needs to be dramatically improved.
If I could just comment on that point.
Yes, please.
I feel like the government, and we all know about the housing crisis, has developed a conversation with the community. That's what it's done. So it says, in areas that are getting rezoned or upzoned, and there are some people that don't like that, but they've made a case for it, and they continue to prosecute that case as, bipartisan prosecution of that case. I feel like if waste is such an essential part of our infrastructure, then that case also needs to be prosecuted in some way. And I feel that a lot of the community doesn't really understand where their waste goes and how it gets used. It's like, oh, thank goodness they've picked up the red bin today and they bring it back inside the gate and it's over for another week. And so I feel that that's the deeper conversation around how important this is to
and
the
dare
future.
I say, Miss Lees, just to interrupt there, more so in the city than in the regions when it comes to where these things go and what happens to them.
Yeah, absolutely, because and also too because I think we talk about all of the strategies to reduce residual waste, which is great, and obviously the city's going down with a faux solution for its food organics as we go forward to implement that requirement. But the population is increasing. So so the gains we're going to make a little bit with the the improvements in getting things out of the residual bin will be offset a little bit by the fact that we're asking more people to come and live here and producing more waste again. So yeah, it's certainly something that we can't walk away from.
Right. Thank you. Ms. Kubota,
Yeah, I would just say that I think that the community just doesn't really understand. It's such a new technology and there's a lot of fear out there and that needs, if we help them to understand, and we certainly were able to show that it's used in other countries. I'm talking specifically about energy from waste.
Yep.
I think that, if we prosecute and educate, then that's that message, then I think, we can get the communities on side. I think it's more just that fear of the unknown at this stage.
Thank you. Mr. Mannion?
I'd just like to point to Copenhill. They put a snowless ski slope on the energy from waste facility in Copenhill, Copenhagen. That's a good example of, bringing the community in, taking them along on the journey for energy from waste, which is something that the government could potentially look at.
Okay, well, thank you all. If there isn't anything further from any of the committee members, thank you for your time today and your evidence. I think we've taken a few questions on notice, so the Secretariat will be in contact with you in relation to that. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And with that, we've got 1 minute to spare, so you'll get an extra 1 minute for morning tea, and we will reconvene at 11:30. Thank you all. Okay. Yep. Okay. Good. Well, we're right to go. Thank you. Welcome today. Thank you for joining us and making the time to give evidence. Could I ask each of you, please, starting from my left, to state your name and position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Thank you, Chair. My name's Xavier Martin. I'm President of New South Wales Farmers Association, and I will swear an oath that I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you. Rhiannon Heath, Environmental Policy Advisor at New South Wales Farmers. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you both, and I'm going to shock everyone by asking you if you'd like to make a short opening statement. Either or both of you are welcome to do so.
Well, thank you, Chair. And look, it's one thing New South Wales Farmers does as its core business is do opening statements. And we also not only say what we're going to do, we do what we say. And so we're here with that view, and thank you for the opportunity to present to your inquiry. At the outset, I'd like to summarise some key points out of the government's own art on this matter. Although the authors remain anonymous, there's obviously a reasonable amount of information around the proposal. And in summary, the government proposal acknowledges there is no safe threshold for some pollutants. It also goes on that food lands, agricultural land, is not an acceptable testing ground for unproven assumptions. The international evidence is clear that even sophisticated modern facilities experience emission spikes and contamination events. And, Chair, once contamination reaches our air, our soil, our water, it then ends up in our food and fibre. And the damage is long-term and often unmanageable and irreversible. So Sydney citizens' waste should not become regional citizens' problem, an unmanageable risk. So with that summation, I want to speak to the proposals that are before us. And in our submission, New South Wales Farmers identifies a core concern that I've outlined in some parts of these cornerstones, but it is the fact that very small amounts of pollutants from energy from waste facilities can affect human health. Yet the government's plans to place these facilities within some of the state's most productive agricultural regions is manifest and is seriously problematic. For communities whose livelihoods depend on clean soil, clean air and clean water, the lack of demonstrated safety of energy from waste developments is a serious, critical issue. The government's energy from waste infrastructure plan states that there is a need to avoid exposing high population centres in New South Wales to new sources of air emissions. It further notes that populations can still experience health impacts when emissions are below national standards, and that for some common air pollutants there is no safe threshold of impact. This language reinforces that compliance does not guarantee safety and that even low-level emissions can have serious, sometimes cumulative and irreversible consequences for the surrounding environment and the peoples within it. So research from multiple countries has shown that pollutants such as dioxins, PFAS, that wonderful word that just about captures everything from cosmetics to food packaging to tyres to everything seems to be related to PFAS nowadays, as well as heavy metals, can accumulate in soil, pasture and water around these facilities. Studies across Europe and Asia have documented these contaminants settling on farmland and entering into food systems. In some cases, such as the Irish pork dioxin incident, contamination at microscopic levels was enough to disrupt national food chains and trigger major export recalls. Chair, your committee should be aware that a whole lot of our counterparties around the planet can now test for where a molecule shouldn't be. The laboratories are just extraordinary. The ability to tell whether a molecule should be there or not in any mass at any concentration is just, it's grown exponentially. So they know if something comes from our landscape and it contains something that should not be there. In agriculture, even trace levels of pollution can persist for decades and contaminate the food that feeds not just this state, this nation, but many on the planet. The concerns of regional communities are amplified by the fact that the proposed facilities would process large volumes of Sydney's municipal, commercial and industrial waste, requiring thousands of truck movements into regional New South Wales. This would increase transport-related emissions and compound the overall burden placed on these hosting communities. And just while I'm referring to that, I heard in the previous session this touch on emissions for transport. I mean, obviously Parkes is on the inland rail line, so the concepts of it just being for New South Wales, my members know that's nonsense. We're going to see Melbourne's waste brought up. We're going to see Brisbane's waste. I mean, while we're sitting here, there's thousands of tonnes a week, Brisbane city waste, getting dumped in the hole just west of Tamworth. So, I mean, most of the citizens of Sydney have no idea that this goes on every day of the week, day and night. This is the sort of nonsense that needs to have the light shone on it. Also, the proponents, in showing you all wonderful diagrams, I note the Australian versions delete any reference to the primary fuel. I mean, surprise, surprise, these materials, this waste, does not self-combust to the appropriate temperatures. It does not run at 850 to 1100 degrees Celsius by itself. So it has to have a fuel, a primary fuel that ignites and maintains. And they're not telling you how many megalitres of diesel or gas or how many thousands of tonnes of coal they're going to use month on month to maintain those furnaces. The Australian diagrams conveniently leave out that primary ignition input. And you've got to ask yourself why. What is it about the proponents in this nation that they're not prepared to admit what it takes to do this sort of operation? So these proposals sit within a wider pattern of cumulative pressures from the renewable energy infrastructure that my members are suffering from at the moment, the scalping of mountains and forests, the carpeting of food lands with aluminium and glass and a whole lot of other concentrates. I mean, we're seeing transmission lines, mining activity, whether it's for critical minerals or not, and other industrial development just rolled out over the most productive lands of this state. And Chair, it'd be important, given you are considering a dirty proposal here, that you think about just how big our island is, how little of it is good food lands, basically about 2 or 3%. And yet you want to cite stuff like this along with these so-called renewables as a turning food lands into industrial waste facilities is what this proposal is. So it's just another layer of impact that my members are suffering from, whether it's at Tarago or Parkes today or who knows where else down the track, that has not been comprehensively assessed or had any level of common sense applied to it. It's just theories, a whole lot of unproven theories. The question is not whether the technology can work in ideal conditions and limit and manage and reverse the toxicology, but whether it can operate safely and consistently in the real environments where your food and fibre comes from. And community life depends on clean air, soil and water. For these reasons, New South Wales Farmers Association believes regional communities deserve independently verified evidence that risks to soil, water, livestock and human health are zero before any energy from waste facility is approved. This inquiry plays an essential role in ensuring that recognition of these risks is reflected in common sense decision making and that an evidence-based approach guides the plan to utilise energy from waste technology in New South Wales. Chair, in finishing my opening comments, I note from your previous presentation that there's expectations from those councils, from those LGAs representing the citizens and ratepayers within this basin, that their behaviour will be modified. Well, their behaviour won't be modified if it's just, the problem's just sent over the ranges. Their behaviour will only be modified if the energy from waste plant is at Ultimo, beside the recycling centre, or at North Head or somewhere where it's quite obvious that, you know, doing the right thing with your waste results in less utilisation of those facilities. Otherwise, it's just out of sight, out of mind. So, Chair, I'm happy to go through some of the issues that run out of the performance of the technology in rural conditions.
Well, we might, yes, turn to some questions to get to those sorts of matters a little bit more closely, Mr Martin.
Yep,
That'd be great.
Well, thank you for those opening remarks.
Thank you. And Ms Heath, do you have anything further to add?
No, I don't have anything.
Okay, great. Well, let's get to some questions then so we can unearth that and look at it a little bit more deeply. So in regard to your point that low risk is not no risk, how easily does low level uncertainty affect market confidence when it comes to, you know, what we produce, what we grow, our water quality, including perceived as well as actual risk?
Well, the most damaging one straight up for my members is that market risk, just straight up, because you can think you've got a balance sheet that's working on one day, a small business that's working, and then the next day your reputation is in tatters because a molecule is found where it shouldn't be found by a laboratory somewhere. And sometimes it's not even whether it's food safety, it's just that it shouldn't be there. So to the extent that any of these proposals to, you know, deal with food packaging, you know, burn tyres, whatever they want to do, to the extent that any of that pollutant finishes up where it ought not to be, it's a problem for the continuing business of my members. So, and a serious problem. Just puts them straight out of business. It's not oh, maybe in a few years' time. So it undermines confidence. It undermines confidence in their lenders. It undermines confidence in the community. And if it can forget about succession planning. I mean, you imagine if you're a family from Tarago or Parkes this Christmas sitting down and wanting to talk to your next generation about succession planning. It's going to be, sorry, Mum or Dad, you know, we're not going to be buying you out or trying to work out how to, just won't touch it.
And coming to that, when you're referencing the potential for impact on agricultural land particularly, for the New South Wales farmers, it's not just the necessarily immediate concerns and issues that have been raised and are raised both internationally and in Australia where some of these facilities already exist. But you're looking also much further than that. It's the cumulative and the long-term potential impacts that you feel aren't or haven't been addressed in the information that's being brought forward. So to a degree, we're being asked to undergo a bit of an experiment.
Oh, look, when I read the government's proposal, again, I said the author is not known, and not surprising when you read it, because it's really a whole document of near enough's good enough and let's hope it works out all right on the night type stuff. I mean, it beggars belief, except it's real. So, you know, it's a serious problem for my members to contemplate when everything they do day in, day out is very seriously guided by good science, by regulation, by legislation out of this House. And they look to this House to come up with good decisions, not near enough is good enough type decisions. So I hope that answers your question.
And just one finally from me before I turn to my colleagues. Does New South Wales farmers then have an idea about realistic alternatives. Obviously, you would acknowledge that there is a growing waste problem, and while that is predominantly Sydney and what we're talking about now, we also have to address it in our regional areas as well. So what type of alternatives do you think that we should be looking at in doing that for our regional areas? Would landfill be another consideration for us that would be a preference to energy from waste facilities? Or do you feel that it's a matter of, yes, Sydney addressing the waste and the burden that they're creating and doing so in their own backyards?
Well, I think my members are quite clear that, and just like the members of this House, your forebears, they made certain decisions that it wasn't the right thing to burn waste. It was the right thing to bury waste. There's a whole lot of reasons why the organic breakdown of the material in the soil, for a start, it's concentrated in that area and it doesn't then distribute through the air far and wide with the prevailing winds, which is what this sort of proposal envisages, that, you know, it'll just all blow around the district and round those areas of New South Wales. So the reality is that, look, this state's been digging holes for 200 years since the first rush. What was it, 1820? You know, we're still excavating 250 million tonnes a year of various parts of the Earth's crust in this state. I mean, that's an awfully big amount of holes. I mean, this concept that we're running out of landfill is just a theoretical nonsense. The practicality of it is we're a Swiss cheese as a state. There's holes all over the place. Now, I agree, not all of them will be suitable because they've been torn through aquifers and all sorts of things that ought not to be happening. Don't get me started on that. But the reality is, and I could give you a shopping list of the different types of excavations that are going on. It's not, we might go straight to coal as a biggie, but there's any number of other excavations adding up to tens of millions of tonnes a year on top of coal. So the reality is that the common sense that your forebears delivered in terms of landfill still has considerable merit, and it's certainly nothing like a 2030 hard stop. To your final point around, look, if it's good enough for the goose, it's good enough for the gander. It should be here in town. You know, why burn megalitres of diesel, wear out a whole lot of tyres and roads that are already smashed, carting Sydney's waste way out over the horizon just so everybody in Sydney can avoid any conscience about it? That's basically what's been proposed.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Martin. I'll turn to Dr. Conn.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks so much for coming today. I wanted to ask specifically relating to your written submission. You've made reference to the issue of accreditation for producers, particularly in the Parkes region. Could you explain that in more detail?
MLA accreditation.
Yep.
Yeah, so, and it actually goes back to your previous question about perceived risks, I think. In Meat and Livestock Australia livestock accreditation, which enables you to sell your meat to the domestic and international markets. Currently, international standards demand that farmers disclose whether their livestock are raised under transmission lines, under solar panels, and who knows now, raising your livestock in proximity to a energy from waste facility where there are real risks. I think that shows that the perceived risks are at the farm level, but they're also at the international and domestic consumer level. So farmers are facing conflicting standards. They're being expected to put a lot of emphasis on their sustainability, their environmental standards, and at the same time, Sydney's waste is planning to be carted out into regional areas, increasing emissions through transport. So yeah, it's a risk to their livestock accreditation. It's a real focus and a real concern. Every year something gets added to the list of things they need to disclose.
That's right. If I could supplement that response, Doctor, what the husbandry of animals and plants involves now, not just for our domestic markets but for our international markets, is just pages and pages of declarations that, you know, they're not grazing under a power line, or that canola that's going into the biodiesel didn't grow in a paddock with a power line. I mean, I'm just seizing on one particular example, but it just goes on and on to dozens and dozens of pages of declarations about what you're doing and how you're doing it. And so to the extent that you can contemplate even putting an unproven polluting facility out in the landscape and not have it turn up on your declarations, I mean, my members are just going, well, how would that work?
Thank you.
Mr. Roberts?
Yeah, thank you very much for your attendance today. Mr. Martin, what's the agriculture industry in New South Wales worth to the economy?
Look, it's around 30 billion.
Right.
I think it was noted at 25 or 26 billion this year.
Lots of money.
Yeah.
Could you break it down? Would you know what the export market is out of that at all? Or could you take that on notice and come back to us with that figure?
Look, I'd be happy to do that because, that's the best way for me to respond.
And am I right in this position, and tell me if I'm wrong in this proposition, that the export market is where the good dollars are?
Well, certainly the demand sets the peak, and to the extent that we all aspire, we have to meet that market's expectations, and it's increasingly been the EU.
Yes. Why did the EU in particular seek out our agricultural products, particularly grains and red meat?
Oh, look, it's without a doubt because of our clean, green island. We have an island here with thousands of pests and diseases and contaminants and concentrations that are absent, that are not here.
Yep.
So the reason we are seen as clean and green is because of our ability to stay away from those pests, diseases, toxins, toxicity.
Fine. Look, I'm going to go back in time, but it's for the benefit of the committee members. When I last sold cattle, and I'm going back some time now, we graduated from orange tail tags to pink tail tags. And the pink tail tag was to certify and go with our declaration that our beef, I'm trying to think what it was in terms of the drenches we used and the various chemicals were on the ground. We had to sign a declaration saying and certifying that that was the standard and it could be traced back to our particular property. So if we wanted to go into the EU market, we had to do that. I'm going back 20 years ago now. So I'm expecting that those sort of declarations and standards would be even more rigid today. Could you explain that process? And what's the ramification if you were to sell a beast that had toxins in its system?
Thank you for that question. Look, the reality is now that not only are you putting your whole industry, your whole sector at risk, but you're putting your own business at liability. They've been instantly put out of business with an unmanageable claim in terms of costs against what may be a misadventure because you just happen to be grazing your livestock a bit too close to the park's energy from waste facility and you didn't realise that they were contaminated with these molecules. That's the reality.
So there's no intent on behalf of the grazier to do something wrong. It could be a possibility that some form of toxins have been emitted from the facility, ends up in the soil, cattle graze it, ends up in their bloodstream, tested at a lab somewhere in Europe, and this comes up. Not only does it jeopardise that particular producer, it jeopardises the whole industry as an export market to the EU. Because bearing in mind, somebody signed a declaration saying, oh no, it's all good. What's our declaration worth if we can't prove that standard?
Yeah, so the problem is that however the egress or ingress of contaminants, whether it's in the air they're breathing, the water they're drinking, the pasture they're eating, I mean, once the contaminant is there, present in the environment, and remember, some of these are forever chemicals that there's apparently no safe level of. I mean, the ability for my members to manage your food in that circumstance is zero. I mean, next thing they've got a visit from the EPA, any other compliance organisations, as well as whoever's claiming against them, and as well as the damage to the sector. So it's a serious matter, and not one that's a matter of it'll be all right. Based on what we see overseas, it definitely won't be all right.
That's it for me at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Ms. Savelle?
Thanks, Chair. Thank you to you both for appearing today and for all of your advocacy on behalf of New South Wales farmers. I just wanted to clarify, I think in your earlier remarks, Mr. Martin, you talked about, the two sort of different waste technologies that we've largely been examining here, which is landfill versus energy from waste. I just wanted to clarify that it is the position of New South Wales farmers that your members would prefer landfill facilities over energy from waste. Is that the case?
Oh, look, all my members are ratepayers in LGAs that utilise landfills. And whilst there's issues from time to time about appropriate management, there's nothing like the unmanageable risk with this energy from waste proposal. So they're poles apart in their scope, in their scale of impact on my members.
Thank you. Because I think one of the other things that we as a committee, and indeed, as a state government are grappling with is the projected situation with our landfill. And we are going to run out of landfill in 2030. And indeed, the state of the environment, the most recent state of the environment report shows that waste per person is increasing year on year, notwithstanding obviously the remarks you've also made about rural landholders versus the city CBD, where some of that waste is generated. What would you suggest is the solution, given we are projected to run out of landfill as a state in 2030?
Yep. So my review of those projections show that they're long on theory and short on practice. I've already outlined to you that this state is an absolute Swiss cheese. Those hundreds of millions of tonnes of holes I referred to, that's per annum. We've been going at it for 200 years. I mean, there's a whole lot of it. I referred to it as a Swiss cheese. So when I read that material, that seemed to me to be a sector talking their book when they said we're going to run out of landfill. I mean, many LGAs actually excavate for landfill. I mean, it's not an unknown practice. We've got plenty of parts of the state that are not food lands that could be utilised for landfill. What we don't have is other options for clean air and clean water. And if you start throwing these toxins into the air and into the water, you cannot manage it. It's not a reversible risk.
You mentioned earlier, I think in your evidence, about waste from Brisbane ending up in west of Tamworth. Also many of our regional areas, some obviously closer to the border, but many truck their waste interstate across the border into Queensland. Is this a viable long-term option?
Oh, look, it's a fiddle that's come about from silly decisions in this House and in the same on the corner of Alice and George Street in Brisbane. Very silly decisions. I mean, how do you modify a Brisbane citizen's approach to waste by trucking it interstate and they wouldn't even know that it's happening? I doubt that they know that Sydney City's waste is being trucked up and tipped in a hole just southwest of their city as well. I mean, it's a complete con and a real fiddle that's going on. I mean, the witnesses before us here were talking about the rules that come out of this House that prevent them doing this, that and the other. Well, what you're touching on, what I'm responding to now, is exactly how to fiddle the system and get round it. So until you get real about that reality, and just while I'm touching on this city waste, it all caught on fire, that Brisbane city waste, only a few months ago. And my members that turned up as volunteers of the RFS, I don't know what the EPA is reporting about the pollution from that event, but what I heard back from my members, the volunteer firefighters, and the impact it had on them and their physiology, was just extraordinary. And how you would think that burning that sort of refuse is somehow a manageable risk, and, another good reason to have the energy from waste facilities close by an urban fire station, because by the time they got there, there was no hope of controlling an out of control. I mean, think of Mount Vesuvius. That's what it looked like. Just went off like Hiroshima type, 50 or 60,000 feet in the air, cloud of smoke. That was Brisbane City's waste, just west of Tamworth.
Thank you. I'll pass to my colleague.
Should I, Mr. Primrose? Well, I think that just about brings us to time as well. So thank you to you both for appearing today and for your evidence. I don't think we've taken anything. We've taken on notice. So, and the Secretariat will contact you in relation to all of that. So thank you both for coming today.
Thank you to your committee for important work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Martin. Thank you all and for taking the time to attend and give evidence today. Could each witness, starting from my left, please state your name and position, title and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Hello, I'm Richard Cuckman, the CEO of Veolia Australia, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Hello, Catherine Whitfield, Chief Growth Officer at Veolia. I will read the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Edward Nicholas. I'm a Director with Parks Energy Recovery. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good afternoon, I'm Kevin Souster. I'm the Engineering and Delivery Director for Tribe Infrastructure Group. I'll give an affirmation. I solely, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Bearing in mind that there are 4 of you, and if you would each like the opportunity to make a very short submission, opening statement, alternatively that if a few of you wish to. So we'll start with you, Mr. Kirkman. Would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, thank you, Committee. I have a 2-minute statement. Decades of studies on the operation of this technology demonstrates, by all the standards that we set ourselves, that modern, well-regulated energy from waste facilities are clean, safe and an important part of the waste management infrastructure. And that's why it has been adopted and is ubiquitous around the modern economies of the world in all settings, both rural and urban. I would like to emphasise that I do acknowledge the genuine concerns of communities. I think that's important. We have always and will continue to engage in open and transparent discussions about their concerns. as we have on the Woodlawn development over the past 5 years. In terms of safety, I'm not asking you to take my word for it. I rather point to the relevant experts. But what I do know as a 30-year veteran in this sector is that if we want a better environment for our children, and I'm a very tired father of a 3, 5 and 9-year-old, then we must take the necessary actions to educate to avoid waste, to repair old products, to reuse them, to compost, to recycle, to anaerobically digest, and also use energy from waste in advance of landfill. And all those activities that I list are well regulated, they're evaluated, they're monitored, and they're designed to be safe. So there's 3 sentences I think are important here. Who should decide on whether things are safe? And quite rightly, it's the relevant authorities, the government institutions, EPA, regulators, health experts, and chief scientists. Secondly, how do we distinguish between the noise and the facts? Because, people's opinions and concerns must be listened to, but a strong emotional response doesn't constitute a fact. And finally, I think if we really want to aspire to be one of the world's cleanest countries like Sweden, Japan, South Korea, Norway, and achieve 99% landfill diversion using a well-managed set of infrastructure tools to create a circular economy, then we should make the choice to develop energy from waste and avoid more landfill. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Nicholas?
Thank you. Energy from waste has a safe and proven role to play in contributing to a circular economy and supporting the transition away from landfill. That role's been recognised in policies that have been implemented by the New South Wales Government now, going back around 10 years. Realising the value of this technology relies on best practice development of infrastructure supported by leading technology providers and long-term relationships with host communities. In pursuing the development of an energy from waste facility in the Parks Special Activation Precinct, Parks Energy and Recovery is committed to delivering on those priorities. We're pleased to have the opportunity to build wider awareness of the challenges facing waste management and resource recovery, providing an opportunity for the science to be shared and for questions to be answered, and for us as developers to demonstrate our commitment to establishing infrastructure that will have a net positive impact on local communities and the state as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all in that regard. I might turn straight to you, please, Mr. Nicholas, that if everything was signed off today for the parks proposal specifically to go forward, how long would it take for it to be up and operating?
We think the typical construction timeline for these projects is around 4 years. 4
years. And that would be at the full capacity of something like 600,000 odd tonnes per year?
I think during the course of construction, you will be able to commence operating at a slightly earlier stage through the commissioning process. But until it's fully operational, it would be the 4-year time frame.
Okay. Now, it is, and again in your submission and certainly from the government's perspective, it's routinely framed as a regional economic opportunity. So what are the proposed community benefits?
Well, there's enormous community benefits and great benefits to being in a location, a regional location, over an urban location in this regard. And certainly one of your predecessors, John Barilaro, I think, understood this very keenly in supporting the development of the special activation precincts in the first place. And that's because I think the economic benefits can accrue disproportionately in a regional location where there are fewer people and there's fewer industry, can accrue disproportionately in a regional location versus being in an urban environment. And so if you take it at its face, first of all, the Special Activation Precinct being 4,800 or so hectares that the New South Wales Government has been developing now for coming on sort of 5 years or so, significant investment by the New South Wales Government in the enabling infrastructure in that location. And really the energy from waste is intended to operate as a catalyst for further development in that location, taking advantage of the geographic location being at the nexus of the inland rail and the transcontinental railway going from Sydney to Perth via Adelaide. Those two railway lines meet at Parks, and that was really the genesis for the development of the large intermodal facility there at Parkes. But being the generator in that location of around sort of 70 megawatts of baseload energy gives a great opportunity to co-locate energy-intensive industries in that special activation precinct that wouldn't otherwise choose to locate in that location. So whether that's minerals processing, whether that's value adding to agriculture, or whether that's off-takers for the steam or for the electricity, that's the greatest opportunity available for the special activation precinct and the location of the Parkes Energy Recovery Facility, and much better suited there than in an urban location that doesn't have those natural advantages.
Well, when we talk about the special activation precinct, the parameters have changed since we were in government, and under my predecessor, Parkes was still listed as a potential site. It's this government that has locked that in. So in turning to that, when you're talking about the apparent regional economic opportunity, what's the cost-benefit ratio show then Parkes compared to Penrith if you are trucking huge amounts of waste out to the regions? How does that stack up in terms of the figures?
Certainly for us, what we need to do is to ensure that we're putting forward a competitive proposal so that for any customer who's attracted to sending waste to our energy from waste facility, it needs to be competitive with the alternatives. Those current alternatives include landfill and ultimately will include, of course, our colleagues Veolia's energy from waste facility at Woodlawn, among other locations. So really what we need to do is that with the total cost of disposal of waste, whether to landfill or whether to energy from waste, ours needs to be cost competitive with that.
And tell us then a little bit more about how that equates when it comes to things like land cost, obviously cheaper in the region, so that makes a financial advantage to you. Labour costs as well. The further you get away from the city, that also becomes more of a financial advantage to you.
Not necessarily. I think the labour costs will be sort of offset around sort of labour supply challenges as well. And I think one of the things that we are going to need to address in the development of these facilities is to make sure that there is, an incremental addition of skilled labour into these markets.
I might turn to you, please, Mr. Kirkman. You've already had regulatory breaches at the existing bioreactor facilities located at Tarago, haven't you?
I think that's important to put into context. The facility at Tarago was originally an old copper, zinc and lead mine, which was left abandoned by the insolvent miners. And we proposed to clean up that site and make it a zero liquid discharge, which has huge benefits locally to avoid acid waters and heavy metals running into the creeks and rivers of the region. And to do that, we set it up as a bioreactor, and now on the site there's a solar farm, a wind farm, a fish farm, a sheep farm, a mechanical biological treatment and the bioreactor. In terms of the regulatory breaches you talk about, none of them have caused any pollution events. So we're talking about things like water moving from one pond to another pond, which wasn't allowed, and we completely acknowledge that we shouldn't be doing that and we have to fix that. But there was no pollution caused, and we were in a period of 5 years of extraordinary rain in the region, and despite that we've maintained our record of no discharges.
The mine that you reference, hasn't that now been reopened?
The mine has been reopened under new ownership, yes.
So that's separate to Veolia?
It's a separate activity.
Right, but it is operating again at this point in time. So how would the proposed energy from waste facility work in with the already existing operations, including the mine? So the bioreactor, I understand, will be at capacity very shortly. What will happen with that, and in connection with the operation of the mine that is a relatively recent thing?
The bioreactor has capacity for at least another 20 years for some of Sydney's waste and some local waste too. Let's remember we take 100,000 tonnes of material locally, and that needs to go somewhere. The mine operates relatively independently. It's underground, it has a mining licence, and we have an interface deed to manage our relationship with the miners. There's no complication from a further development related to the mining activity.
Okay, so a question to you both then, Mr. Kirkman and Mr. Nicholas, before I pass on to my colleagues. You talk about taking into account and acknowledging the genuine concerns of communities. Well, rather than sites being imposed by the government, what of better and greater opportunities for community input and engagement in developing areas that might be more open or willing to host such facilities? I mean, surely social licence is of critical importance to you as well.
I might just start, if that's okay, Ed, by saying that, the idea that we're shipping all of Sydney's waste out to the regions isn't quite right. Sydney's producing millions of tonnes of waste, much of which goes into transfer stations and liquid treatment facilities in the city, and then goes to Eastern Creek and other places around where it's processed. So recycling, composting, all these activities happen. The residual waste is going out, but waste management facilities are interspersed in the city and out of the city as a network of infrastructure that's required, similar to transport infrastructure. And in terms of where to locate it, wherever we would locate it, waste facilities are not generally popular. People don't think they're going to be a good idea. When we allow them to visit our facilities and we show them round, the experience we have is that they're much more open and they realise we're doing a professional job behind the fence. And that's why we have an open door policy on people visiting our locations and an education process with schools to show children what happens to their waste, whether it's recycled or disposed of. And in terms of selecting where to go, we need to look at all the benefits that can be derived. And I think if you look at the infrastructure in general, we have a rail network set up, which is very efficient in transport and diesel use terms to get the material down to Woodlawn. And we have the facilities there to manage any excess waste, any downtime we might have. So it's a really great piece of infrastructure for New South Wales.
Thank you. Mr. Nicholas?
Certainly in terms of social licence, I think we always have more to do, and I think the best thing that we can do is to keep progressing through the studies to release to the community fact-based information and to be openly engaging and candidly engaging with people. That's what we've been doing since we were first announced as being the selected partner to develop the Parks Energy Recovery Facility, and that's what we're very committed to doing.
Thank you. I'll turn to Dr. Conn.
Thank you. I've got some questions for both of you. I might start with Parks. What's the expected life of the facility?
So the lease that we would sign with the New South Wales Government has a 40-year term.
And over those 40 years, what's the volume of waste that you'd require for that to be commercially viable for that entire period?
So the technology that we are looking to deploy will be approximately 600,000 to 700,000 tonnes per annum of non-recyclable household and commercial waste.
Thank you. You've made a number of assurances to the local community around the regulatory framework and that's fairly robust. I understand that recent events in both France and the Netherlands have demonstrated that there are risks to local community health even under that current EU regulation. What work or what modelling have you done to look at pollution under difficult conditions or other than normal operating conditions?
So what we have is we've established on site at Parks a weather station and an air quality monitoring station, and the reason we're doing that is because as part of the incredibly rigorous environmental impact assessment that we need to do for the New South Wales Government's regulatory requirements. As part of that, there's no point us just relying on what's been done in Dublin or what's been done in Copenhagen. We have to show site-specific data for our particular location. And so if I take, for example, monitoring air emissions, the local weather station is at Parks Airport, which is approximately 10 kilometres away from us. Now, we could use the weather data from that, and it would be indicative and would give a very strong indication. But in fact, to actually do it in a meaningful way that gives real science to the assertions or what we are putting forward, we need to do it on a site-specific basis. So we've undertaken the investment to put the air quality monitoring station on site on our location so that we can build up the full 12 months of data and to be able to present real information to the community about what the emissions would be, where those emissions will fall and what the ground level concentrations will be and the build-up of those. And that's really important in order to establish a baseline and a fact base for this discussion.
Thank you. It's helpful, but I think you've only answered half of my question. There's a specific question about other than normal operating conditions. So, for example, during startup or during shutdown or during other periods of non-normal operation. You know, certainly for a neighbouring farmer who might be facing a risk of dioxin pollution, it's absolutely no comfort to them to say, well, this was a non-standard day of operation. So, how are you including those types of events or abnormal parameters in your modelling?
Thank you, Doctor. I'll ask my colleague Kevin to answer, please.
Yeah, to cover the other than normal operating conditions, startup, shutdown, etc. So during startup of these facilities, there's no waste charge into the facility. So we're not incinerating waste until certain parameters are met, very key parameters developed over years of regulation from the UK, EU, which have got us to these high standards of BREF, which we're now using in New South Wales. And that's a really important factor to consider. So the plant's brought up to a temperature to ensure that the dioxins and furans are destroyed in the combustion process, and that other pollutants are managed through our flue gas treatment system. So that's really important. And on shutdown, the same. We keep those very stringent controls in place. We ensure that they're managed and treated, and then we stop feeding waste. That's all processed through, and then we can shut down the facility. In terms of the emergency situations as well, there's regulations coming through with New South Wales as well that ensures that if we are looking like we're going to breach these conditions, we can stop feeding waste. There'll be interlocks in the system to ensure safety to the community. And when we're doing the question to the modelling, for example, when we look at reference facilities, we look at not just standard operating conditions, we also look at worst case scenarios if there ever has been a situation where those conditions are met, and we model those to ensure that they're safe as well for the community. So we take all of that into consideration when we're doing this air quality impact assessment.
Okay. And those worst case scenarios, is that included in the modelling that you're releasing to the community?
It will be.
Thank you. Reference is repeatedly made to European regulation. In particular, in France, I understand that 12 million people were advised by French health authorities not to eat their backyard produce because of dioxin pollution. So what's being done differently here to prevent that kind of event?
Is that to me? Yeah. So I think what we've got to be very clear on is old versus new incineration and technologies. We're now working to a whole different level within waste to energy with best available technology, evolution of regulations. So old incinerators never used to manage temperature within the combustion process of above 850, which is proven to destroy dioxins and furans. Didn't have adequate flue gas treatment systems. So the new facilities are heavily regulated. The advantage is we have one emission source, the stack, which has a continuous emission monitoring system compared to others, which could be emissions from all over the place. We have one. This is monitored continuously, and we have adequate systems to ensure that those pollutants, which are very negligible in the terms of what comes out the stack, less than 0.1% of those are the pollutants. The rest is just your regular, what's made up in the air we breathe today. Are managed adequately and safely for the community and locally.
I might put my follow-up questions to that in writing just in the interest of time, because I've also got questions for Veolia. Looking in keeping with this line of questioning, community confidence in the regulatory framework is obviously a key question for this committee. In particular, Veolia, you've had 9 breaches of your existing licence for your existing operations that I'm aware of. My colleague asked about those, and you've responded with reference to external factors like the rain levels and flooding. But if external factors contributed to those breaches, what's preventing similar failures at a future facility?
I think my primary assertion is that the non-compliances have not caused any pollution events. They're technical non-compliances with the licence, which we don't consider to be acceptable, and we do need to work to improve them. As I say, not keeping a log for the operation of a pump was one of them. Water from one dam to another dam was another one of them, and we have to fix all those things. It is an incredibly complex licence we have to comply with that's been put together over a 20-year period, and there's some conflicting arrangements between the planning and the licensing. Our main objective there is to make sure that we are improving the environment, and we are improving the environment. We're preventing pollution by being on the site, and containing water. I think it's really important for us that we don't have those technical non-compliances, but they're not the same as breaching a pollution requirement.
At least one of those events that I'm aware of was based on water quality testing in nearby waterways. I suppose the government is reassuring communities that the regulatory framework is going to be adequate and that regulation will protect communities. When you're repeatedly breaching that regulation, what confidence can you give future communities that these planned regulations for the incinerator would be adhered to?
I think the fact that there are some technical non-compliances, some small matters that haven't caused a pollution event are picked up by the regulatory authorities is a good indication that we are very tightly monitored. Everything we do, we self-report, and it is checked as well independently by the EPA. I have many visits, many discussions, and they're extremely attentive to what we are doing. So I think there should be some confidence that we will be complying with the licence of an energy from waste facility. When you talk about emissions to waters and water quality, there has been no emission to water quality. There was some sampling of a local creek which had some chemicals in it after many, many years of a mining activity and farming activities which have contributed to the quality of that waterway. And at the same time, the report itself recognises that the samples were taken in a period which was not representative. So it's important that we look at the real impacts and the real realities of what are going on down at Woodlawn. We are preventing pollution of the waterways by being there. That's what we do as an organisation. We get paid to do it, and we're proud to do that and make a profit from it. But our job is to improve the environment, and that's why we contend energy from waste is important.
Can I just have one quick follow-up, Chair, before I go to my colleagues? I'm aware of the time. So specifically the incident I'm referring to, which I think was only earlier this year, regarding the water quality, my understanding is that Veolia was issued a penalty notice for that issue, and you're now saying it's related to farming or mining or other activities. Do you contest that you played a part in that contamination?
I'm relating to the report that was written on local water quality in the creek. And that there was no evidence that came from our site, and that there are other pollution sources in the area. I don't know what penalty notice you're referring to, but I can take that on notice to tie all that together. I don't have all that information in front of me.
Thank you. Look, I'm happy to provide some of that information in written supplementary questions, but certainly, to my understanding at this stage, that what you're saying contradicts what the EPA has said.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Roberts?
Thanks. Following on from Dr. Cons, she asserted that there'd been 9 breaches at Woodlawn. How many have there actually been?
There have been 9.
There's only 9?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you said there, I want to take you to, what about the incidents at the transfer station at Crisps Creek? Wasn't there a pollution incident there?
What incident are you referring to?
Well, I don't have it in front of me. You're in charge of it. Was there a pollution incident at Crisps Creek at the transfer station?
We have had liquid spilling from a container on its way from the transfer station to the landfill site. So we take the waste on a train from Sydney, it's delivered within a few kilometres of the site, and then the last few kilometres are by container on road. And there was some spillage of some liquids from the vehicle. As I say, there's no discernible pollution event related to that. It's a technical non-compliance. We've had to refit all those containers, buy new ones, clean that up, but we have not caused any pollution from that event.
Right. What about the leakage from the rail trucks when they were parked at Tarago rail siding?
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to.
Well, I'm referring to Crisps Creek. Crisps Creek and Tarago rail siding are 2 different locations.
Yeah.
I live in Goulburn, so I know, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tarago had an old station and there was a siding there where you used to park the trucks, and they were leaking constantly, putrefied liquid coming out of them.
Yeah.
That's separate from Crisps Creek, so what can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I mean, they weren't leaking constantly. That's not.
I was there and saw them.
Okay.
I went and looked at them.
Okay.
They were leaking.
I would assert that they were not leaking constantly, and there was some spillage from them, and we cleared up that.
So is that a pollution event?
It's not a pollution event that has any impact. There's no
But
impact
is it a
from that.
pollution event? I didn't ask you for impact. Bearing in mind you're on oath here today, taking an oath on the Bible to tell the truth. Is putrefied liquid leaking from a rail truck a pollution event?
I stand by the fact that we have not caused any pollution to the environment from that location and that we prevent pollution. That's what I'm saying. There have been some technical non-compliances.
What about the windblown rubbish then?
I'm trying to tell you the precise truth.
Righto then, continue on.
I'm just clarifying that I am trying to tell you the precise truth.
What about the windblown events?
Litter?
Yeah.
Yes, all landfills have a problem that litter is airborne.
Well, you tried to tell us before there was just some leakage in from some dams and water stuff, right? I'm now elucidating and bringing out other things that you haven't bothered to tell us.
I gave you 2 examples from the 9 that were listed. I'm happy to talk about the others.
Please do.
So in terms of wind-blown litter from the site, that's a problem that all landfills have, and we have to put up bigger fences and clean it up, but it's not causing a pollution event, and we have recovered all those pieces of paper and plastic that flew across the landfill. And it is an inevitable problem of having a landfill. One of the propositions to solve this problem is to build an energy from waste plant where that isn't a problem.
But in your opening statement, you say here the proven technology that, when operated to international best practice emission controls, such as those used by Veolia, is environmentally, chemically, atmospheric, and operationally safe. We've seen so far in your existing operation at Woodlawn numerous breaches. So it's a lovely motherhood statement that's not backed up by fact.
I think it is backed up by fact. The landfill that we operate is operated to international best practice and standards. You won't find a better operated landfill in the world than Woodlawn. That's what I can test. We have people that travel the world looking at all these landfills, sharing best practice with us. They recently came to see what we were doing and were very impressed by that. And, you know, there are technical non-compliances to the licence which we need to fix, but they don't cause pollution to the environment.
So there are unforeseen events that have happened that once happened you rectify and fix?
In this case, we're operating the landfill to the best standards. Some of the compliance requirements are very difficult to maintain. On the energy from waste plant, we operate many of them around the world, 65, and we don't have any problems with being compliant. And I think that's an important, part of our proposition is that we can clearly point to the 65 we operate and we don't have any non-compliances, and the thousands that exist around the world.
Well, I'm not worried about the 65 you operate around the world. This is the New South Wales Parliament. I'm responsible to constituents in New South Wales. And your track record at Woodlawn is not the best. You say it's difficult, it's technical, I understand that, all that sort of stuff, right? It happens. Mistakes happen. Can you give us an ironclad guarantee that this is not going to happen at an energy from waste facility that you operate?
I think I can ensure to you that from the operation of many facilities around the world, and I think that's relevant because it shows we are able to do it here, that we can operate them to the standards that are required that will prevent any pollution being incurred.
I'm sure you told Goulburn Mullery Council the same thing when you applied to operate the Woodlawn waste facility as a tip, for want of a better word. Didn't you tell them you involved world best practices and best standards and everything?
We did, and at the time we told them we'd like to do this because otherwise the whole area is going to be polluted by acid mine water rush off and heavy metals. So we'd like to get in there and prevent that happening. We need to pay for that somehow. So we'll develop this bioreactor to best international standards, which we've done.
Notwithstanding all the breaches, though?
Notwithstanding the technical breaches that haven't caused widespread pollution.
Okay, well, we'll move on from that. Although you do have an interest in the next part of what I'm about to say. Mr. Nicholas, I note that the 2 existing energy from waste plants in Australia that I'm aware of, and excuse my pronunciation, Kwinana,
yes,
and East Rockingham, of which you'd be interested in, Mr. Kirkham, have both gone into administration during their construction stage.
That's not quite correct. Kwinana didn't go into administration.
What happened to it then?
So there was a recut of the deal as between the contractors, the equity and the debt, and it's subsequently...
Because they weren't paying the debt, is that correct?
So this happened during the construction, so before the facility was operating and earning revenue, yes.
Okay. And East Rockingham?
East Rockingham's currently under external administration, yes, and it's controlled by the receivers.
What guarantee can you give the government, the people of New South Wales, that the similar process won't happen when you build an energy from waste facility at Parkes?
I think this has to do with the selection of the partners that we choose to work with on the project and the management of the construction and operation of the facility as we go through.
I'll allow someone else to have a go, Chair.
Thank you, Mr Roberts. Mrs McLaren-Jones?
Yes, I just want to follow on from the questions around breaches and more broadly whether or not you have a contamination strategy and what does that entail?
A contamination strategy for...
In the event of. So it's a forward plan. Do you have that in place?
So, I mean, I think there's a different type of technology to landfill, and the strategy is therefore different. As Kevin mentioned earlier, if there's any sign that a facility could be heading towards a breach of any of the emission limits, it's automatically shut down. There are safeguards in place to prevent that from happening in the first place, and that's why it's a very robust technology.
Can you talk through, you said heading towards a breach, so what is the process and the steps? I assume that is part of the strategy as to regular checking, whether it's soil or air. Do you have that in place?
So
would it be in place?
There will be sampling in place outside the facility to check the long-term impacts of what's coming out of the stack and to show that they're not having an impact. I'm talking about the operation of the facility, the day-to-day. There's a combustion chamber where we're taking in mixed materials. They can vary, and the combustion varies, so we have to control it in all normal circumstances for a very wide composition of wastes, and we know that over 20, 30-year operating periods, we can contain that combustion, treat the gases very well, and make sure we comply with all the limits. There may be the odd occasion when a gas canister was to pop and just disrupt the gas, and in that circumstance the plant would shut down, we would stabilise it and to return back to normal operation. So all the events that have happened over the last 30 years of experience of running these facilities, we've pretty much experienced everything you could imagine in terms of the types of waste that will be put into the household bin and arrive at this facility. And it's that very wide experience of different options enables us to have all the strategies in place to manage it in the moment.
And do you have economic modelling around the impact on the organisation if you were to go into shutdown?
On the organisation?
Financially. Like economic modelling, what impact that has on you? Or
So the shutdowns would be for a short period of time while we rectify the situation, and then we would start up in the normal way without waste on the grid and return to normal operation. So those shutdowns would last 1 or 2 hours.
Okay. And from a Parkes perspective, the same thing. Do you have contamination strategies in place, or are you required to have them in place?
Yeah. So standard practice twofold is you've got the control system of the plant, the brain of the plant, should we call it, that is there to make sure that these events don't happen. So it's watching, and we've got screens. We've got the continuous emission monitoring system, which is monitoring these pollutants. And if that trend is tracking towards an ELV breach, then you've got operators watching the screen, and you've got the brain also automatically, which will take control and stop waste feeding into that. Separately, to back that up, we do standard operating procedures as well, SOPs for the team, which go through a full training package, especially during the commissioning phase when the plant's built. There's a whole training package delivered by the people that are building and constructing the facility, and then we develop training packages from there, and that's taught through the whole team, so they know exactly what to do throughout each scenario. And we have emergency response plans, for example, that will detail exactly, step by step, very clearly for the team what to do to ensure these events don't affect the local community.
And how often is soil and air tested, or would be tested?
Yeah. So, I mean, I can give you exact answer to that. I don't know if Catherine, do you know anything in detail? But in terms of what we do, we have sensitive receptors around the site, and we would follow whatever is required under the regulation to do the testing.
And do you know what that requirement is now, or are you able to take it on notice?
Take that on notice.
Okay.
It's one for you.
Thanks,
Mr.
Chair. Thank you to you all for appearing today. I just wanted to start off by asking, in terms of reducing our waste and increasing recycling, which of course we all want to do. Obviously, the State of the Environment report shows that waste per person is increasing year on year. Our landfill is projected to run out of space by 2030. What would you suggest is the solution?
I would suggest that energy from waste is an important part of the solution, but it's not the only part of the solution, right? So we spend a lot of our time and we employ people that are dedicated to going around schools and explaining to kids that, putting things in the right bin reduces the amount of waste going to landfill, or even considering not buying something that you're going to have to throw away very quickly. And then all the way through repair, reuse, recycling electronic equipment, making sure batteries are not going in the residual waste, composting, recycling, anaerobic digestion, which is an energy from waste for food waste, and energy from waste, the thermal method we're talking about today, plus some landfill for some materials which don't fit any of the other categories, is part of the normal waste hierarchy adopted everywhere around the world. And the further you can go up the hierarchy, the better. For residual waste, we know it's going to grow, and we've sized these two particular facilities we're talking about today well under what will be required for residual waste across New South Wales. So it allows for a huge amount of room to grow all the other types of waste treatment.
I think the thing I'm most excited about is education and the opportunity to have the discussion. I think one of the most interesting things about putting forward our proposal for an energy from waste facility in Parks is how much it's provoked a conversation about waste much more broadly than just the energy from waste, but also looking at the background. How has it come to pass that we are generating so much waste? How has it come to pass that we are landfilling so much waste? How has it come to pass that we're missing all of our targets in terms of recovery and recycling and diversion away from landfill? And I think for me, the real opportunity here is in the education and the discussion we get to have as a society as a result.
Thank you. I should have started my remarks, Dr. Kirkman, with the statement that I'm also a very tired parent of a 5 and a 7-year-old, so I feel your pain. Even if we halve the amount of waste produced per person, obviously that would be a good thing if we halve the amount of waste we produce, but we are still on track regardless to run out of landfill due to the construction and demolition waste that we see is coming from building new infrastructure, which we obviously need, and also new housing. Where should that waste go?
You're talking about new waste that's coming out? I mean, construction and demolition waste, I think, can be quite well recycled. It's not really the type of material we're looking to put into these facilities. That's really going down the recycling route to recover the aggregates and the metals and to decontaminate it so we can recycle that material. And obviously there's population growth, which also increases the amount of waste we're producing. And New South Wales population is predicted to grow significantly. And even if we reduce the per person waste, we're going to end up with more waste through population growth. That answers your question.
I think for me, the construction and demolition waste sector, in fact, has been the sort of success story among the waste streams that we generate at around a sort of 82% recovery rate now. And I think that's because people who are generating waste in that sector are financially motivated to do better, financially motivated to divert it away from landfill and to be able to recover and recycle as much as possible. And I think we need to make sure that the similar sorts of incentives are available in other waste streams, in municipal solid waste and in commercial and industrial waste, such that it is a better outcome for waste generators to be able to sustainably deal with it instead of it finding a home in landfill or energy from waste.
And now, with the more problematic sort of construction and demolition waste, such as asbestos and lead and other hazards, if that can't go to landfill, where should that go?
I mean, we're certainly not specialists in hazardous waste treatment, and so I wouldn't seek to opine on that unless...
I think that what's clear is what we're proposing is a non-hazardous energy from waste facility, so that's clear for the two plants here. There is incineration processes that do deal with hazardous waste that operate at higher temperatures that are proven to destroy those products, but yeah, that's as much as I really want to talk about that, because that's not what we're proposing at all.
Thank you. Did you have anything to
Yeah, I could just build on that by saying, hazardous waste has different types of outlets, different types of treatments, chemical treatments, physical treatments, to render it safe before it's deposited in specialist cells at landfills. Certainly not proposing any of that material goes through this technology. It's not designed for that.
Thank you. Now, I can't recall if it was you, Dr. Kirkman, or Mr. Nicholas mentioned in your opening statement about the work that's been done in Sweden, Norway and Japan. But I did want to ask perhaps both of you, if relevant, to speak to some of that international experience, including what has been learnt, say from the example that Dr. Con gave earlier about France, which I'm not sure if you can speak to whether that was an older incinerator facility or otherwise, but yeah, if there are relevant international examples that are relevant here.
I can talk to some experience around that. I started my career in the UK, in the south of England, where there were 3 old incinerators, and they'd been operating since the 1970s, and they didn't have any air emissions cleanup technology. And at the time, Veolia took those facilities over from the local authority, and we closed them down, and we built new ones with air pollution control equipment. And we had to measure the soil at the time, and there was dioxins in the soil from those facilities, because they weren't destroying the dioxins, they weren't capturing them, and they weren't making less pollution than you started with in the first place. The new technology was specifically designed by the EU to fix that problem. And then if you move forward, places like Sweden have moved to 99% of their waste not going to landfill. Around half of their waste will be composted and recycled, and the other half will be turned into energy. And that's what they decided to do, and they've delivered it, and they've got a very clean environment.
Nothing bad.
Thank you. I wondered now if you could talk about, and it's included somewhat in your submission for the Parks Energy Recovery, around flue gas treatment systems and scrubbing, and explain to the committee about this technology, because it sounds like a newer technology, certainly something that we would benefit learning a bit more about.
It's certainly not a newer technology. It's been around for a while. Depending on the technology provider, they all use a very similar system, a flue gas treatment system. And at various stages of the process, we treat different pollutants. So, like I said at the start, we don't start the incineration process of waste until it's above 850 degrees. That's to destroy the dioxins and furans. So that no waste can be entered into the boiler until that temperature is released. And there's a mechanical flap, sorry if I'm going to get too technical, to stop that from happening.
Yep.
So the waste then enters the boiler, it's incinerated, and what happens then is you get high temperatures in the first pass, where we then inject ammonia or urea for your nitrate oxides that are produced as natural form of combustion. That neutralizes those, and then what the aim is then from that temperature, because we brought it up to such high temperature for the destruction, is to recover all that energy potential by the time it leaves the stack. So through that process, we have a boiler that recovers that energy, and then we leave the boiler and we enter what we call the flue gas treatment plant, or section of the plant, should I say. And at a certain temperature, we have optimal injection points for lime, or sodium bicarbonate can also be used to neutralize acid gases. So we inject those into the flue gas path, and also powdered activated carbon, which is like an absorbent which captures your heavy metals and any very small amounts of dioxins and furans that are left from the destruction in the first pass. What we put then is we put that flue gas through a tighter channel with a lot of turbulence called a lab loop, and that's accelerates it and spins it just to help the mixing process. So that really helps it. Then what happens, then it goes through a baghouse filter, which is then has two roles: capture all the dusts that fly through from the combustion process, the fly ashes and dusts, and also to aid the reaction of the flue gases. And then from there, it's a big fan called the induced draft fan that blows the gas then out the stack, where the SEM system is there monitoring that, and part of that control system, again, sorry, that's what I love, I'm a bit technically geeky, but we have a monitoring system at the front end called the raw gas system. So it's telling the flue gas treatment system, this is the raw concentrations of gas coming. So then it preempts what's coming, so it knows what amount of lime, what amount of activated carbon to put into it. And the continuous emission monitoring system at the back end is verifying and making sure with a massive degree of safety to ensure that you're staying under those emission limits values that are set in your permit.
Right, that's very helpful to my
what
was previously quite rudimentary understanding. Did you have anything to add? Any others? No, before I move on to my next questions? No? Thank you. We've also heard this morning about the differences between landfill versus energy from waste. I just wondered whether or not both of you could provide comment on sort of the science as you understand it behind both of these approaches to waste management, and whether one versus the other is more or less beneficial to the environment or regional economies.
I'll start if that's okay. So I suppose landfill is one of the oldest existing options for waste, where you've got a hole and you're putting it in a hole. But since the 1970s, it's been much better regulated, and there is an understood best practice for lining the landfill with an impermeable layer, extracting the gas and extracting the liquids that are produced, at the end of it capping it and trying to return the site to nature, whilst continuing over a long term to extract those gases and produce energy from them. At the same time, it's somewhat of an agricultural process. It's difficult to entirely contain everything and do it, such as the litter that was mentioned earlier. A piece of paper might fly away whilst you're tipping a vehicle into the landfill, and that's very difficult to prevent. It doesn't mean we can't do it without it being safe and without it being protecting the environment. It just means that there are maybe better options. One of the things that's difficult to control the landfill was odour, because waste does smell, and we all know that from our own bins at home. The new technology, therefore, is something that tries to do away with some of those more difficult aspects. And energy from waste is bringing in air into the process, so it's under negative vacuum, which means you're containing odours, and it's dealing with the waste in the moment. It's not leaving a legacy of 20 or 30 years whilst that waste is in the ground, producing gas and producing liquids. Therefore, it's a more up-to-date, modern technical process, which can be very tightly controlled. And that control differentiates it from landfill.
Did you want to go now?
Oh, just if anyone else has any comments on that question.
I think the only thing I'd add is it's energy from waste is the resource recovery opportunity that a landfill isn't in many regards. So not only are you able to generate electricity or other forms of energy that can be beneficially reused, but you can also capture the other valuable materials. So recovered aggregates, which can be used as road building. And with the recent construction of the Newell Highway bypass of Parkes, they've used a significant amount of virgin construction materials, which would otherwise have potentially been avoided if you had a recycled or recovered aggregate material available. Equally, there's a lot of metals, both ferrous and non-ferrous metals, that would otherwise end up in landfill that can be recovered through an energy from waste process. And again, they're helping to avoid virgin materials having to be created for said purpose. So I think it's the opportunity in the resource recovery is broader than just dealing with an alternative to landfill. It's also about maximising the value of the resources embedded in our waste.
Thank you. To whoever would like to answer this, it's just a follow-on question. One of the arguments that's put to us as to why we need to proceed to energy from waste is because we're running out of land for landfill. The counter-argument is New South Wales is full of holes, and we're getting more and more all the time. Why can't we keep using landfill? How can you say we're running out of holes? Can I just ask, given that you're involved both in landfill and presumably any energy from waste, how can you just give me a comment on your response to that argument?
Well, thank you. Certainly, Parkes Energy Recovery isn't involved in landfill per se, but I think we would certainly support the notion that it doesn't need to be about the exhaustion of landfill capacity in order to find energy from waste as a superior alternative. And so from our perspective, whether New South Wales was running out of landfill capacity or not, we would still think that energy from waste is a better alternative to landfill.
If I could add that a hole is not a landfill. So there may be plenty of holes, and it may be that New South Wales is like a Swiss cheese, but they're not landfills. You need to properly engineer it, you need to obtain a licence for doing that, go through a planning process and build the landfill, and it's not the best option. So I think the question we should ask ourselves is, why do we develop the technology that's not as good as the one in hand?
Okay, thank you.
I just had a further question. It might be to our colleagues from the parks with regards to dioxins in particular. That's something that we've sort of heard about on and off this morning. In terms of what produces or other dioxin emissions, is it, and perhaps to either group, is it your understanding that these are produced, the dioxins are produced from other sources along with, and could you talk to what those include maybe?
Yeah, so dioxins are produced by all combustion processes. So bushfires would produce significant amounts of dioxins. They're completely ubiquitous in the environment. If you to go down into the sediments of Lake George, you'll find dioxins in there because they've been produced for all time during those natural combustion processes. I think the thing to understand about energy from waste is that the levels of dioxins are extremely small. We're destroying more dioxins that are coming in with the waste than are coming out of the stack. And that's not something that can just go wrong. We've been operating these facilities for 30 years across hundreds of sites, and this hasn't gone wrong. So I think the evidence that, it is safe and those things people are worried about won't happen is overwhelming.
I'd also maybe like to add and refer the committee to the New South Wales Government Energy from Waste fact sheet. So in that it provides an emissions comparison, and in particular around dioxins and furans, and it shows the actual emissions from a energy from waste facility in comparison to a closed wood heater or stove, which shows that the wood heater or stove has significantly higher levels of dioxins and furans. I'd also like to add that as part of the Woodlawn ARC project, we undertook a detailed human health risk assessment. So through that, they looked at the absolute worst case emissions levels, they modelled those scenarios, and then looked at it from a conservative perspective. And essentially what that included was the dioxins and furans piece, and it showed that even under those worst case emissions pathways, that the Woodlawn ARC, the energy from waste facility, was safely within New South Wales regulations and guidelines that are protective of health, water quality and food production.
Finish, Mr. Bell?
Oh, I've got one more. I've probably got a couple more, but I can just leave it to one.
As we all do.
In terms of the, in your submission, Mr. Nicholas, you speak to the fact that modern energy from waste technology has been proven to operate safely in close proximity to agricultural and food production regions worldwide. Are you able to give the committee any examples of where that has or is currently occurring?
Sure, there's multiple examples in the UK in particular of the operation of these facilities in agricultural locations, equally in Switzerland, in Lucerne and Lausanne, where there are sort of dairy farms operating in sort of close proximity to these facilities. So, I think one of the sort of advantages for the Parks Energy Recovery Facility is that the New South Wales Government master planned the Special Activation Precinct to have a 4,800 hectare buffer zone around the energy from waste facility, which will help to give, I think, additional comfort to agricultural producers in the vicinity around the safe operation of this.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Very, very quickly, in the last couple of minutes that we have, I'm pleased that both of you have referenced the fact that energy from waste is not the only part of a solution, and just wondering very briefly if other methodologies that you consider part of that waste hierarchy and that should also be looked at as part of a bigger picture includes pyrolysis and gasification as well.
So, pyrolysis and gasification are technologies used in quite niche applications. You know, after 30 years of evaluating what's the best technology, that comes up very often as, why aren't we doing that? Isn't it better? It doesn't work on this type of waste. There are no facilities with this composition of waste commercially operating that's really been successful. And I would say, even if that were the case that it was successful, it doesn't offer many benefits in terms of developing smaller scale pyrolysis gasifiers than this type of facility. It does work on some homogeneous biosolid sludge type materials. It's well used for that, to produce a biochar, and there are a couple of examples of pilot sized facilities across Australia. Is used in Asia on some types of waste which are more suited, but it's not a widely available technology for this waste stream, and it's been shown that this technology is really the one that's the most effective and the most environmentally enhanced.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Nicholas?
Nothing to add there. Thanks.
Okay. Well, just finally then, in the minute that we have left, Mr. Kirkman, you also pointed out that under the current proposals that have been put forward, that they'll still be under capacity when it comes to dealing with the continuing growth of waste, including residual waste. So would you both or all agree that more such facilities are going to be needed into the future? And if so, are you suggesting that they should only be based in the regions?
I don't think it's my place to decide that where the other facilities are. I mean, I think that it was an extremely progressive and bold decision of the government to put forward a policy to develop energy from waste and nominate some good locations where that can happen. Some locations where, on balance, that makes sense, with the knowledge that this process is safe. Clearly, we have to acknowledge that not everyone's happy with that decision, but I would say that that is a very good and progressive decision that around the world has proven to be successful for people that have made that choice.
And are you suggesting that there will be a need for, into the future, further such facilities to deal with the problem?
Well, look, I think 4 makes sense for New South Wales now. 3 or 4 locations make sense now, and we have to do our best to see if we can change the culture of New South Wales and Australia to recycle more, use less materials, educate the kids to do things differently. And if we can do that and be more successful than all other countries, then we won't need any more. So it's probably best to start with this amount and then see where we get to in the next few years.
The location.
Sorry, just
yep.
Chair, we're at time.
I'm aware, and you also had a lot of time, Mr. Val, so feel free.
Conceded a lot of my questions.
Feel
Sorry,
free.
just one final question following on from this. Just in relation to your contracts, you mentioned before that you needed a large amount of waste
so we have a little bit
for it to be viable. Is that written into your contracts that you must be provided with X amount tonnage of waste per year?
Typically, the way we work that is to have exclusivity. So if it's residual waste, it will come to us. But if the authority, the council, can recycle more, compost more, not produce more, then it doesn't have to come to us. So we're not locking in waste for the long term, if that's what you're thinking.
But is it for the short term? Is that written in to guarantee that you will receive a certain tonnage?
We estimate the tonnages, but we have exclusivity on what's produced. We're not saying you have to produce more waste, you have to not recycle, you have to not compost. We have exclusivity, we don't have a fixed tonnage.
Okay, you don't have a fixed tonnage.
Bearing in mind that we are 2 minutes past the hour, I don't know if you have anything further to add to the final question, Mr. Nicholas?
No, nothing more. Thank you.
Right. Okay, well, thank you for appearing today and for your evidence. I believe that we did take some questions on notice, so the Secretariat will be in contact with you in order to facilitate that further. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Angel. Apologise for the tardiness of some of our colleagues, but welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence today. Could I ask you please to state your name and position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Jeff Angel, Director, Total Environment Centre and of the Boomerang Alliance. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Would you like to start by making a short opening statement?
Yep. So, as you would have seen from our submission, we're very largely addressing your terms of reference I. And we have some in-principle positions on waste to energy. We are, as a community and as a waste management scenario, discussing waste to energy and also the declining landfill capacity because of a legacy of failure over several governments to reduce waste creation. Waste to energy is not a new idea. It has been promoted by the industry and some regulators for several decades. The fact is that we need to move fast on waste minimisation through a variety of policies such as extended producer schemes and expanded recycling. One of the critical fundamental problems with waste to energy, particularly the large installations that are being proposed, is that they require long-term contracts for large amounts of waste in order to be financially viable. The entrance of such large facilities will inevitably deter policies to reduce waste at local and state level, because the contracting party for the waste will be required to provide compensation if you don't meet the required tonnages. It will also have a dampening impact on government policies by reducing the urgency to have real circular economy plans in place. The government's latest infrastructure plan, it's called the New South Wales and Circular Infrastructure Plan, anticipates 4 incinerators, claiming that these are a transition away from landfill, but, quote, not the end goal. Given the long-term nature of these plants, one has to ask, well, what date is long-term? I don't think they've answered that question yet. Finally, we reject the presentation of waste to energy as a circular economy measure. That is nonsense. It is in fact a linear process that also produces quite large amounts of toxic residue. They claim to derive their material from the red bin as if everything in the red bin is non-recyclable. And anyone will tell you, including the regulators, that there is a lot of recyclable material in the red bin. And as technology and industry develops, more of that should be available for recycling and extracted for those purposes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Angel. We might mix things up a bit for the afternoon. Mr. Roberts, I might go to you first for some questions.
I don't have any questions at this point in time.
Okay. All right, well, I'll come back to myself in that case.
Good idea.
Thank you, Mr. Angel. So you referenced there the legacy of the failure of waste creation. And what's your broader view then of suggestions, if we're bringing it back to the current government and their waste management policy, very much focusing on this concept of the circular economy, What's your view of suggestions that have been put forward in various guises that really there is no cohesive waste strategy or long-term plan in relation to what we're seeing unfold? And also when it comes to emerging technologies, you might want to break that down a little bit as well, that if we're talking about your view on the state of the waste strategy right now and what that might translate to in terms of a longer term view on emerging technologies that could be incorporated as part of it, if I've made that clear enough.
I think the kindest thing you can say about the current circular economy policies is they are an embryonic work in progress. The government has certainly started addressing a substantial amount of the waste, the food and garden organics, but I think that's on a very slow move. They recently passed the Life Cycle Act. It's got a slightly longer title, but the Life Cycle Act, which allows for any products to be addressed for an extended producer responsibility stewardship. That too is very embryonic. There's obviously an issue about whether you move to national or state action, and I'm certainly not avoiding criticism of the national government, and that's one of the reasons we continue to ask for unilateral state action as a way of pushing forwards on cleaner and more circular economy policies. That's exactly what happened with the introduction of the container deposit scheme. New South Wales was the first, after South Australia with its somewhat heritage scheme in 2017, to introduce CDS, and then all the other states followed. So I don't think the argument about we need a national approach on circular economy really holds water in that we can get states to move forwards and lead. There are a range of very important components of the waste stream which can be addressed by so-called advanced technologies or advanced policies. A number of the key things that we're now looking at or should be looking at is, of course, battery waste, which is causing very serious problems with waste collection and reprocessing infrastructure, i.e. fires. We have a very big issue with packaging, and so far we've seen the national government fail to take action on packaging, and that's a very substantial portion of the waste stream. And I'm talking about the municipal waste stream because that's the main source that the incinerators want. Only at the beginning of this year, in March, industry and environmental groups got together saying we need an extended producer responsibility scheme for packaging covering the entire industry by next year. And we still don't have any indication from the federal or, for that matter, state government about what might eventuate. In addition, sorry, this is taking a bit long. In addition to the recycling infrastructure, there's a very significant activity in terms of actually reducing the amount of material that can be wasted in products, and packaging is clearly a good example of that, and that requires redesign of products. There's also the issue of replacing plastic, for example, with more benign, less energy intensive materials, and also the activity of reuse. You'll see from the recent New South Wales Plastic Plan 2.0 that reuse is rising in prominence, but that's an extremely valuable approach to reduce waste generation.
Okay, thank you for the very comprehensive answer. Well, let's turn then to energy from waste. Your submission is strongly against the concept. Is your group, is the Boomerang Group part of a broader coordinated effort in working with local communities to oppose any proposals of such facilities around the state?
I wouldn't actually say working with, I would say we've been supportive in terms of submission and providing information, but the vast amount of energy and organisation opposing those particular large plants is locally generated.
Okay. Now, in terms of going back to, again, your point, your opening point about the legacy of a failure when it comes to waste creation, in referencing things like battery waste, you're also stating that other technologies like pyrolysis and gasification pose problems, but we need to come up with solutions in order to address these things. And recycling and FOGO and things, that's not going to deal with matters like battery waste. So what feasible alternatives are you putting forward in that regard?
At the moment, the only way we address battery waste is through the voluntary B-cycle program, a national program. That's quite clearly failing, and it may in fact collapse. For some years, we, the Boomerang Alliance and the Total Environment Centre, Australian Council of Recyclers, Waste Management, Resource Recovery Association and some other groups have been pressing for mandatory regulation of battery waste, the whole universe of batteries. New South Wales is taking the lead with developing a state-based EPR program. I know they're moving urgently. I know that they would like that to be a pilot for all the other states, but their timetables are either looser or unknown. But the actual technology to extract the materials from batteries and reuse that material is readily available. What they need is a market that's effectively created by regulation in order to give them the business model. While we continue to have competition from easy, cheap ways of disposal, i.e. chucking it in the bins, and a disinterest from most of the producers of batteries to be all part of a scheme, then we lack those financial justifications. They can be overcome through regulation, and I doubt whether you'll get a sincere piece of evidence from any of the industry that they don't need mandatory regulation of the entire sector, and they reject B-cycle, the voluntary approach, which has beset waste management and government decision making for years, because the industry will come along and say, let us try it first, we're not going to force everyone to join the scheme, and eventually they've totally failed to meet their targets and we're left with a worse problem.
Okay, I do have another question, but I'm also mindful of the time. So, Ms McLaren-Jones, anything from you?
Thank you. Look, I'm just keen to, you mentioned in your opening remarks and again just now about the EPR scheme that the government has introduced. I mean, it has been referenced in terms of product stewardship and improvements to product stewardship this morning on and off throughout the inquiry. I wondered whether you had any further particular recommendations around that, acknowledging obviously your earlier comments about it being in an embryonic sort of stage.
On batteries?
Batteries on anything.
I guess there are some fundamental settings for any of those schemes. One is you remove the free rider problem, and that means you engage and regulate the entire industry. The lack of free rider provisions does deter some companies from doing their best or even participating. Secondly, you need broad you need broad governance. Often when you get governance dominated by the actual producers, they go for the cheap and nasty collection methods. That may be in their financial interests, but it certainly doesn't give you the maximum potential recovery of the particular waste product. Thirdly, you're going to need targets, redesign of a product in order to reduce the amount of waste it actually creates, recycling targets, often accelerating over a period of time, and thirdly, the opportunity for reuse. And in batteries, you can reuse them as long as they undergo a certain amount of treatment and testing. The fourth element, which most of these voluntary schemes fail on, is widely accessible collection points so that consumers can get those products into the recycling scheme. And there is sufficient fees being charged on the producers in order to financially support the collection system. And of course, the container deposit scheme is a perfect example of that there were targets for how many return points you have to have. There's the setting of a handling fee, which covers collection as well as sorting and counting. And in the case of CDS, there's a refund which encourages even more return behaviour by consumers. The current proposal on batteries, for example, from the New South Wales government lacks targets, appears to anticipate multiple collection schemes for the same basic products, and I'm not actually sure how consumers are going to cope with that. For example, we have the odd battery collection bin at some facilities and supermarkets, but if you have multiple collection schemes, what are you going to have? Multiple bins at supermarkets for that producer's collection scheme and another bin for some other collection scheme? So I think the New South Wales approach on batteries requires a lot of improvement.
Your submission
Yep.
also talks about incineration being worse than landfill. So I wondered if you could clarify for us, given the current landscape we have with waste in New South Wales, the fact that we are projected to run out of landfill in 2030, is it your position that we should be increasing the landfill component as opposed to looking at alternative technologies like energy from waste?
No, I acknowledge time is very tight. I don't acknowledge that that's a reason not to accelerate extended producer responsibility and put that as first in the queue for government work. I've read in the government's circular infrastructure plan that there are a few ways of extending some landfills. I do think it's debatable that as long as you have methane capture from landfill, that could be in the short term better than energy from waste, which has quite a high greenhouse gas footprint, produces an enormous amount of toxic residue after the processes. So what do you do with that? And if you're asking me, what are we really going to do given the reality we're facing? my reaction is that it's the last chance to get waste minimisation, recycling and reuse on the front foot. If we were going to come back in 5 years' time and we still haven't done that, we're going to be in serious strife.
Even if our waste, individual waste production halved per person, and because there has been modelling done to this effect, so if we halved the amount of waste we were producing per person, we are still projected, as I say, to run out of landfill in 2030, largely because of some of the infrastructure and building waste. So is the alternative to not build new houses or not build new roads?
It's not my understanding that infrastructure and building waste has come to its maximum point of recyclability. In fact, it is the highest portion. It is the portion that has the highest level of recycling, mainly because of the waste levy, and the stuff's very heavy, and the waste levy is charged per tonne. So there's more we can obviously do with infrastructure and demolition waste than we're already doing now.
And I noticed a number of your your recommendations in terms of the alternative landscape, so to speak, go to the role of local government. We'll be hearing from local government later this afternoon, and we heard from some representatives earlier this morning. In terms of reducing red bin landfill collections through variable bin sizes, that is something that obviously council by council they can introduce, and some have. Is it do you have other suggestions for how local councils can partner with state government in this role?
I think at the end of the day, local government has a fairly limited role. I don't see why we should put the responsibility on individual councils to solve what ends up in the red bin. What ends up in the red bin is largely a result of the signals that state policy is sending either to a consumer. For example, there are obviously far less beverage containers going into the red bin because you can get a refund, and the people can pick it out of the red bin. So there are ways of influencing consumer behaviour or household behaviour. If we are able to establish markets, for example, increasing recycled content of packaging will create a market to get those soft plastics and other plastics out of the red bin and into the reprocessing plants that we have a few of, but who want to expand very, very largely. That market, if they have a recycled content requirement, then they're able to sell the reprocessed plastics. So I don't think local councils can really do much to affect those macro level policies or implement those macro level policies.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Ms Savell. Just very quickly with the last 2 minutes, Mr Primrose, Dr Con. 2 minutes.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to follow up the question about product stewardship, and of course we have the really excellent Product Lifecycle Responsibility Act in New South Wales, which, as you know, has only been applied to batteries. What do you see as the other waste streams that sort of scheme could be easily applied to?
Well, the most prominent ones that come to mind are soft plastics. If you talk to the industry, they're really ready to go, but they're lacking that free rider protection, the right to impose fees on producers to support the system. Obviously, other forms of packaging. Can I say that not only should we have producer responsibility or life cycle schemes just for collection and recycling. The whole point about the concept of life cycle is that you go up to the beginning of the manufacturer design of the product, so there's less waste that will come at the end of the cycle, and also creating reuse markets. Obviously, a lot of the product, for example, that you'll find in public bins and red bins are single-use materials or single-use items. Some of that is being addressed by the ever-expanding list of bans on single-use items nationally, and New South Wales is now leading. There's a list of 24 items that are being targeted. Well, they're not in the red bin anymore. They don't exist in the marketplace, so that solves to some extent that problem. And the other big push is on reusables, where I'm sure everyone here has reusable cups. And we'd certainly like parliaments to mainstream the use of reusable cups for their coffees and what have you. And reuse makes a very big impact on the amount of waste you end up with, because the single-use material product no longer really is needed. So there's all those sorts of things, and we can't just say we're going to recycle. We have to reduce the amount of waste in the first place that's just generated through product design and availability.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Conn. Thank you, Mr. Angel. We are out of time. Very much appreciate you being here. Thank you for your evidence. I don't think we took any questions on notice. If there's anything further that's required, the Secretariat will be in contact. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Yep, I can.
We've got you there. Thank you, Jack. Welcome. Could I please, we'll do this first. Could I welcome you and thank you for appearing today to give evidence? Could you please state your name and position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Jack Thrower, Senior Economist at the Australian Institute, and I'll take an affirmation.
Okay. Do you have one? Do you have one there with you?
I don't believe I have one right here. Apologies.
Okay, I can just read that to you.
Yep.
And you repeat after me. It's like a marriage ceremony, really. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm.
I solemnly. Can we do it in fewer words? Sorry.
I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare.
I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare.
And affirm.
And affirm.
That the evidence now about to be given.
That the evidence now about to be given.
By me shall be the truth.
By me shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
Thank you. I also note that you are appearing via video conference from Canberra. Please note that for witnesses appearing from overseas, parliamentary privilege does not apply to the evidence they give, and protections for witnesses appearing from interstate are also more limited. I advise you to be careful about the comments you make during your evidence and to avoid making adverse reflections about others. Good with
Understood.
that? Lovely. If I can start by asking if you would like to make a short opening statement.
Yeah, so I'll just make a quick one. Essentially, our submission goes to one key issue, which is essentially that the proposal for energy from waste facilities isn't an effective long-term solution to managing residual waste, particularly given rising consumption of things like plastics. In addition to sort of the risks of these facilities, which are identified by other submissions and things like that, we argue that the most effective long-term solution is to sort of focus on the production of waste. So trying to reduce the production of residual waste in the first place through a bunch of effective policies to reduce the consumption of plastics, textiles, and things like that. I'll end my statement there.
Okay, well, thank you. We'll turn to some questions immediately then based on what you have just stated there, and in relation to the need for the focus to be elsewhere in accordance with the Australia Institute's submission. But given the scale and growth and continuing growth of waste in New South Wales, how feasible is it to achieve the level of reduction that's both needed and that you would hope to achieve in the recommendations that you've put forward within the timelines needed to avoid landfill shortfalls?
So we haven't investigated that matter in particular. I guess regarding the way of managing the shortfalls in the short term, that's sort of beyond the scope of the submission for now. Our focus is more broadly that over the longer term, the increase in particularly things like plastic waste is increasing both on a overall level. It's more than doubled since 2000, and it's increasing on an overall level as well as a per capita basis. And without sort of policies to bring down the rate of growth and start to have a decrease in our consumption of these things, then we will need quite robust action, such as a plastic tax and things that we've recommended in the report, but we haven't specifically modelled how the particular behavioural effects that would have in the short term.
Okay, but you are mindful then of the time constraints that is being suggested is leading much of what's being looked at in terms of other proposals and other options and other alternatives. If you haven't yet had the opportunity to assess some of these things that you're putting forward, you do recognise the difficulties when it comes to a timeline.
Regarding the availability, sort of the best policies to manage things in the short term, am I able to take that question on notice and get back to you?
Yep, okay, that's fine, thank you. One of the recommendations in the submission is delaying. So rather than rejecting energy from waste outright, you talk about delaying EFW. Is there any regulatory framework or set of conditions under which EFW would be acceptable within a defined scope and role?
Can you direct me to where exactly you're talking about with the delay?
Look, I'll find that one for you. I'll hand on to Dr. Conn so that we don't waste any time, and I'll find that and come back.
No problem. Thanks, Chair. Thanks so much for your submission and for making the time to give evidence. I was really interested in a couple of the policy recommendations in your written submission that have come out of the 2024 report on plastic waste in Australia. In particular, there was one about working with the Commonwealth Government to implement a tax on virgin plastic packaging and also extending producer responsibility schemes. I was hoping you could speak to those two recommendations in more detail and what role you see for the state government in progressing those.
Right. So essentially, both of these things are a lot of the focus particularly in the plastics sector and waste in general is sort of focused on the consumer. So individual consumer choices, things to sort of nudge or encourage consumers to make better decisions. We're sort of taking a more structural and sort of industry focus there. In particular, at the Australia Institute, we say quite often that Economics 101 is you tax things you don't want and you subsidise things you do want. Under the current system, we don't tax plastic, despite the huge externalities that it causes, particularly in the waste space. And there's a bunch of, I guess, sort of these things are being implicitly subsidised by the lack of tax on that externality. So I guess you can kind of both do these things in tandem, but one of the suggestions we have is following the EU into a tax on virgin non-recycled plastic packaging, and we calculated that in the year 2020 to 2021 that could raise about $1.5 billion, and that would another benefit of, actually, these both sort of apply to both. So I'll also mention the extended producer responsibility schemes, which is extending producers' responsibility to post-consumer stage of the product life. So essentially, the producer becomes at least somewhat responsible for the waste produced by essentially where their products end up. So they would be responsible for sort of facilitating the disposal and the proper waste management of products that they're producing. I guess the benefit of both of these big policies is that they sort of, one, they put the burden on the producer, not the consumer, who is sort of the actor in the system that is best able to manage these problems in terms of that they have the product expertise, they have the resources, and you're sort of aligning incentives there in order to sort of reduce plastic waste. The other thing that I would mention, sorry, it's momentarily left my brain. To the point about sort of the jurisdictional question. A lot of our reports are generally aimed at the federal government. So, in particular, the tax issue, as I'm sure the New South Wales Parliament is very aware, it is difficult to find sort of constitutionally valid tax bases in particularly things that would look like an excise. So in the tax space, this would, as we say in our submission, require working with the Commonwealth Government to implement a tax like this, which would, both have the benefit of discouraging plastic waste and raising revenue, which could be used for a bunch of purposes, including more effective long-term waste management. In terms of extended producer responsibilities, that would obviously also have some jurisdictional issues, but fewer than from my perspective, would be introduced by the implementation of a new tax. I'll end my statement there.
Thank you. I have another question, if I can.
Yes, certainly.
I'll hand back to you.
That's fine.
This morning we heard, just as one example, one of the current proposals in New South Wales out at Parks, the proponents have said they're anticipating its lifespan would be for the next 40 years. What impact do you see that having on the broader sector and broader policy implications for the work we need to do towards a circular economy?
So another thing that there's a couple of things going on there. Another of the points that we've sort of underlined in the submission goes to the findings of the Independent Planning Commission on Redbank Power Station. Essentially, one of the key reasons that we're concerned about energy from waste is that by making waste into a fuel source in a electricity system, which particularly if these plants are predicted, or if these plants are to be open for 40 odd years, is that we are essentially creating a market for waste and incentivizing the ongoing production of waste. So as was found in the Redbank in the decision on the Redbank Power Station, the various submissions were concerned about the, and for context, this is about burning biomass, which would include wood chips and other biomass, and there were concerns about it incentivizing land clearing and native forest logging, and the IPC agreed, finding that it would establish a new commercial incentive to increase land clearing to a rate materially greater than the average actual clearing rates. So in the same way, we have the concern that rather than looking at the production, we actually, through the creation of energy from waste systems, we are creating, I guess, a new vested interest in ongoing residual waste production in order to keep these things going. Another thing that I don't believe we touched on in the submission itself, but from the sort of other side of this, so energy from waste is often seen as sort of portrayed anyway as sort of a two birds, one stone system, that it creates energy that we need and it deals with waste. On the energy side, it's not particularly clear what this proposal or others, what role it would play in the energy system. So generally these things are quite small scale in terms of, like, they don't compare to major renewable projects or anything in terms of the actual energy they produce, and they don't have the sort of speed that things like batteries do in terms of introducing firming capacity in the grid. So you neither have something that's going to significantly add to base load, and it's not quick enough for firming either. So in terms of the energy side of the equation, it's not entirely clear what role this plays in the grid.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. And sorry, just to come back very quickly before I move on to my other colleagues, I apologise. There's a similar question that I have for another of the witnesses in relation to the delaying of energy from waste. My question for the Australia Institute specifically is, do you or see any regulatory framework or set of conditions under which there could be an acceptable or defined role for EFW?
Can I take that one on notice as well, please?
Yep, certainly. Thank you. Mrs. McLaren-Jones?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for your submission. I just wanted to ask a little bit about the food waste in Australia and the survey that was done in relation to that. But in particular, I wanted to know, you talk about other ways of, I suppose, reforming use-by dates. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that, and if there's any research or work that has been done and how that would be, like, what are the date parameters that are looked at?
In terms of the
labelling.
The labelling, I will also have to get back to you on notice on that.
No, that's fine. That's just one of the policy recommendations put forward.
Yeah, no, I'm aware, and I don't have that information at hand right now.
That's fine.
Yeah.
The other was whether or not in the survey was any work done around you've got organisations like Food Bank and Second Bite, and that initiative of using food that is near its use-by date or just outside to support others in the community. Was there any work done around that? Or any questions asked?
Questions asked about the role of those
organisations and how that impacts on reducing food waste.
As in, I'm sorry, I still don't quite understand.
So rather than food that would be thrown out, it's actually being recycled and donated to organisations.
Yeah, specifically, were you talking about the opinion polling that was done?
Yes.
Or?
Yeah. So just asked if there was any questions around that.
I don't have the poll right at hand.
No,
so
that's fine.
I will have to take that one on notice. Thanks.
The only other question is just in regards to Red Bank. And in the submission, it refers to the need for additional source of fuel outside the targeted site. Now, looking at energy from waste, some of the things have come up, the amount of waste that would be required. And I'm interested to know a little bit more around the consent and the approval process of a contract guaranteeing. So in relation to Red Bank, my understanding is the amount of wood that would have been provided. How would that work in relation to a waste from energy contract in guaranteeing waste to be provided to a company?
I'm not aware of the specific legal, like the contractual provisions that are required there. I guess point was more in an aggregate sense that it creates, whether it's directly, whether there's a direct contractual relationship between a waste management facility and the energy from waste, or whether the energy from waste facility simply now is required to, like, whether it's dealt with by a long-term contract or whether the energy from waste facility needs to source its waste every year through its own activities or something like that. We didn't specifically look into the specific illegal or commercial relationships that they are likely to have here or that they have in general. It's more the general point that through some mechanism the creation of energy through waste facilities creates a body and a broader system need for ongoing production of residual waste.
And I suppose looking at the Red Bank scenario, was there anything within the existing laws that could allow them to deviate from contracts?
I don't have that information at hand.
That's fine.
So
Thank
I
you.
can on notice if needed.
That's fine.
Thanks,
Ms.
Chair.
Savelle, yes.
Thank you. Just to clarify as well, did we receive apologies from Dr. Dennis? He's not appearing. Okay, thank you. Yep, not a problem. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Thoreau, I was just clarifying because I thought there was another witness appearing on this panel, but
yeah.
Thank you so much for making time to appear today and for your submission to the inquiry. I wanted to ask at the outset, of course we all want to reduce our waste and recycling, increase our recycling efforts. But the State of Environment report clearly shows that waste per person is increasing regardless year on year, and that's in spite of the number of initiatives that we've taken. And our landfill here in New South Wales is projected to run out by 2030. What is your suggestion in terms of our solution to our waste issues?
Are we talking about in the short term? Because I believe that this seems to is this essentially the same question as I'm taking on notice already from earlier in the session.
Given we're projected to run out of landfill, what is the solution? Yeah, I'm happy if you want to take it on notice also.
Essentially, I'd like to take this and a similar question about sort of the short-term options on notice.
In terms of what options we've currently got available to us, and as I sort of alluded to earlier, the fact that we are projected to run out of landfill here in New South Wales by 2030, should we build another landfill instead, as opposed to looking at energy from waste facilities?
I'll have to take that on notice as well.
Let's talk about construction and demolition waste, perhaps. This is largely unrecyclable. It's usually contaminated with things like asbestos and lead and other products. If that can't go to landfill, where should that go?
I'll also have to take this on notice. We were predominantly looking at the plastic waste. So I guess over the longer term, the fact that a reduction in plastic and textile waste, which is mostly what we've been looking at, will, mean that there is, I guess, more capacity in the system. But if we have any further comments on that, then I can provide them on notice.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Mr. Primrose?
No, I think the witnesses covered most of my
Okay. Just one final one then from me, please, Mr. Thrower. And again, you might need to take it on notice. But in the opening statement of the Australia Institute, where it specifically references the health and environmental risks for regional communities, so is the Australia Institute suggesting that there are risks for health and environment of regional communities, and has that been assessed or verified in any way from the position of the Australia Institute?
I think I will also have to take that on notice. The focus of the paper wasn't on those, but yeah, I understand that from the abstract there is mention,
Yes.
so I'll have to speak out exactly what.
And yes, it's a fairly specific aspect that we are looking at in this inquiry as
Yep.
well, that potential impact on regional communities. So that would be great if that could be explored in a little more detail. So I think with that then, if we have exhausted our supply of questions, we thank you for your evidence and appearing today. And obviously we do have a number of questions on notice, and the Secretariat will contact you in relation to those and bringing them forward. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, bye-bye. just want to see where I'm starting with. Thank you to you both for being here with us today and making time to give evidence. Could I have each of you please, starting from my left, state your name and position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Sure. My name's Cal Asfor. I'm the Vice President of Local Government New South Wales, and I'll take the oath, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Damien Thomas, Director of Advocacy for Local Government New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would either or both of you like to start by making a short opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair and committee members, for the opportunity to appear before the inquiry today. Local Government New South Wales welcomes this Select Committee inquiry into proposed energy from waste facilities, as councils are at the front line of waste management. They face mounting challenges, increasing waste generation, diminishing landfill capacity and limited markets for recycled content. Energy from waste is often presented as a solution, but it is a contentious and lower order option in the waste hierarchy. Councils have expressed strong concerns about large-scale mass burn incineration, which they view as outdated and high risk. International best practice shows that energy from waste can work when integrated with rigorous pre-sorting, smaller distributed facilities and industrial co-location to minimise transport emissions. Local Government New South Wales' view is that energy from waste should only be considered for non-recyclable residuals after exhaustive resource recovery, and only where the technology is proven, emissions are tightly controlled, locations are supported by the local community, and social and community trust is secured. Local Government New South Wales recommends that New South Wales examine proven low emission technologies like gasification and pyrolysis, require independent validation before deployment, and mandate pre-sorting to ensure energy from waste complements recycling rather than competes with it. Large-scale energy from waste projects, particularly those processing household waste, will have significant impacts on the regional centres where they are proposed, and these impacts include environmental, social and economic dimensions. We continue to advocate for other means to manage Sydney's growing waste challenge, such as improved avoidance, recycling and organics recovery, rather than exporting the burden to regional New South Wales. However, where energy from waste facilities are accepted by the host community and approved, local government's clear position is that this must be limited to one large-scale facility per local government area to prevent cumulative impacts. Furthermore, host communities must be financially compensated for accepting these facilities through structured benefit sharing frameworks that deliver tangible dividends such as jobs, infrastructure and affordable energy access. Energy from waste cannot succeed without social licence, and community confidence in these facilities hinges on transparency and on safety. Councils and their communities are deeply concerned about air quality, hazardous residues and long-term health impacts. The technologies proposed for New South Wales lack demonstrated performance under Australian conditions. Our submission calls for continuous emissions monitoring, real-life public reporting and independent verification aligned with EU and OECD standards. Health impact assessments and long-term community health monitoring must be mandatory for all energy from waste projects. Energy from waste projects in New South Wales and Australia face significant financial uncertainty, which we have seen in Western Australia with investor losses and cost blowouts. Risks must not be shifted onto councils and ratepayers, and it's important that government-backed co-investment, risk-sharing models and long-term energy offtake agreements are in place to ensure financial stability. Any undue burdens on communities must be avoided. In conclusion, Local Government New South Wales urges a cautious, evidence-based approach. Energy from waste should remain a last resort option, deployed only under stringent environmental, health and governance conditions and only where there is community support. Our recommendations aim to protect communities, uphold equity and ensure that New South Wales waste system advances sustainability rather than locking in outdated solutions. And I thank the committee for considering our submission and those of the local government sector.
Thank you, Mr. Aswell. Mr. Thomas?
No, thank you.
Okay, we'll turn straight to questions then. I might begin going to the point of, as we all know, councils are under extreme pressure when it comes to current funding arrangements and their finances, and also in securing waste solutions. And it has been pointed out a number of times today, as you've just referenced, about being on the front line when it comes to how we address this ongoing problem. But going to the financial impact, one of the points that was raised earlier today is the additional impost of things like sending waste out from Sydney to regional areas, and the additional costs that sort of scenario imposes on councils and ratepayers alone. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Good. Thank you very much. We'll move on. Love
yes.
that.
Well, I mean, there's the transporting of the waste, the effect it has on roads. For regional councils, that's a severe impost on maintaining a roads budget. There's also the health impacts of those communities. I mentioned them in my opening statement. There's also the idea amongst regional councils as why should they be dealing with Metro Sydney's waste?
Yes.
And I think that's a fair thing to say. There are other ways that we think the waste can be dealt with, and one of them is the current levy that is collected by government of about $1 billion annually, the waste levy, goes to consolidated revenue, and if that was put towards adequate processing infrastructure, capacity, waste avoidance and reuse promotion, that might help be part of the solution. We just think that it's important that it's that other possible alternatives to these facilities could be looked at with the revenue that's generated from the waste levy. But Mr. Thomas might want to add something.
Look, the only further thing I'd say is that, as Councillor Asfor said, councils do generally support the principle of managing waste as close as possible to its source wherever possible, but they've also added that transporting waste significant different distances increases the vulnerability of the waste system as well, and its susceptibility to natural disasters and other hazards that may prevent that waste reaching where it needs to go to.
Yes, okay, and I'll get to that, the second part of the point that you've raised there in a moment, but just to the first part, when we're talking about funding the waste levy, etc., some of the solutions that have been put forward include a greater focus on FOGO, for example, but it was also pointed out earlier that it's fine to have that aspiration, but councils are not being provided any additional funding or assistance from a financial perspective in order to undertake other programs or alternatives or options. So if that is going to be a feasible option going forward, then essentially more money is required to go where it needs to have that happen.
Absolutely. Councils across the state are cash strapped. We all know that. It's a fact. And to add another layer of, I guess, operational cost on councils, especially in regional councils where the ability to raise, I guess, revenue is difficult, it would really be a burden on them and won't allow them to be able to achieve what's needed in terms of FOGO successfully.
Mr. Thomas, do you have anything to add to that?
Just, I mean, in general terms, councils are very supportive of the FOGO mandate coming in from 2030. Many councils already have their FOGO collections in place. But you're right, it is a long-standing position of LGNSW that councils do require support to offset the full costs of implementing that FOGO mandate. And the councils, like all levels of government, are stuck between having budget shortfalls to do what they need to do for their communities, but at the same time trying to keep costs as low as possible during a cost of living crisis.
And finally, before I hand on to my colleagues, coming to the point of not not necessarily ruling out energy from waste facilities entirely, and you raise the point about the need for stringent regulations, and then that comes to the idea that if it is, and it is primarily around stringent regulations, that location should not be the primary determinant on that. We've also had it raised by the other councils present today that, and acknowledging, as you have, regional councils rightly expressing concerns about the export of a waste burden from the cities to our regional areas. But the city councils have also said that they're of the view that at the very least, the concept and idea of energy from waste, potentially in conjunction with other alternatives and options as well, needs to be opened up for better exploration and potential community engagement. Is LG New South Wales consistent with that view as well?
Yeah, absolutely. If a council was to explore energy from waste facility, it is imperative that they get their social licence to be able to do that. We truly believe that if you don't have social licence, the negative perceptions and the impact on community will be disastrous. From reducing value of crops to other commodities, because you just don't know what the environmental impacts are or could be on water and soil contamination and of the like. So it's really important for openness and transparency that through the whole journey of an idea to build one, to a DA process and so on, to building and operating, that the community's on board from the beginning, and the community's understanding of what, I guess, the impacts are going to be, and also what the benefits could be, based on the technology that's used and the type of energy from waste facility that is constructed.
Thanks, Mr. Ashwell. Mr. Thomas?
And if I could briefly add to that, that social licence piece is really important, and we keep hearing that from councils, and that building the social licence cannot be left to local government alone. There's genuine risks, there's also perceived risk, but I think due to the lack of information and the lack of education of the community, some of those risks are being elevated above where they otherwise may be. There's reputational risks that are arising due to that uncertainty, where councils and communities are concerned that they may have a reputational impact on their ability to attract tourism, for example, on the impact on their crops and the desirability of their agricultural produce from those LGAs as well.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Being mindful of the time, I'll hand to Dr. Conn to have some questions now.
Thank you. Local Government New South Wales has been calling for the waste levy to be reinvested in waste infrastructure for a very long time. Could you speak in a bit more detail to the types of infrastructure, other than incinerators, that councils need to support them to reduce residual waste?
There's three main ones. Ensuring adequate processing infrastructure and capacities available for councils. Campaigning to promote better waste avoidance, or running better waste avoidance and reuse campaigns within community, and making sure that maybe part of this levy goes towards verifying information on energy from waste facilities as well. Could be what the money could go to. We just feel that the money that is raised from waste is going to consolidate a revenue, and it should be invested back into waste budgets across New South Wales.
And further to that, we have, apart from we've talked about FOGO previously and the need for investment in FOGO infrastructure for that emerging and growing waste stream, we've also called for funding of further research and development for the delivery of recycling technologies for emerging problem waste such as batteries, mattresses, chemicals, paint and the like, that at the moment are heading to landfill where that's safe to do so.
Thank you.
Mr. Roberts, I know that you have to duck out in a moment. Did you want to ask anything?
Look, just one question that you gentlemen may or may not be able to answer. Most local government, particularly here in metropolitan Sydney, use contractors to move the waste rather than councils do it themselves. become obvious that e-waste, being batteries and even as small down as vapes, are becoming an issue in compacting trucks and catching fire and toxic emissions and that sort of stuff. Has anybody done any studies on what would happen if they were thrown into an incinerator? Do we know?
I can't answer that.
As I said, you may or may not be able to answer it.
I don't have that expertise, but we've seen what happens with batteries in our trucks. We've had a number of trucks, fire starts and the safety of our staff comes
Toxic
into
fumes
question.
and stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Councillor.
So, you don't want a driver driving one of our trucks and a fire starts at the back, and it's a problem. But in terms of what happens if you throw it in an incinerator,
Yeah, in terms of studies, we might take that on notice.
Sure. As I said, it wasn't to put you on the spot. I didn't know if you could answer it, but you're in local government. It's one of your areas of expertise, rates, rubbish and roads. I thought I would just ask, that's all. That's all.
Ms McLaren-Jones.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your submission as well. I wanted to explore a little bit more about the circular economy, and in particular, obviously the diversion strategy around waste. If you could just outline how that currently operates, because I understand in your submission there's a target of 80% of waste to be part of that. So just to elaborate a little bit more in detail on that.
I'll pass that one to Mr. Thomas.
Sure. No, that's a priority that local government, I think, shares with state and federal governments, which is to transition to a circular economy and keep materials in use for a longer period of time. And that's through ensuring that waste and recyclables are managed in accordance with the waste hierarchy. And noting that lower order options, which includes energy from waste, can have an adverse impact on human and environmental health.
And how's that target being met at the moment across New South Wales?
Look, I think recycling is improving. The FOGO mandate will help that to happen, to keep more materials in that circular economy for longer. But in terms of the detail of the 80% target, we might take that on notice.
And I suppose that then takes the next question of where does the waste for energy fit in that mix? Because obviously for these sites to be viable, for the organisation to be financially viable in their investment, they require a certain amount of waste. So how would that all fit?
I think one of the concerns at the moment is that waste to energy may result in increased costs for ratepayers. And that's because in the current regulatory and market environment, it's not cost competitive with landfill at the moment. It is cheaper even with paying the waste levy to dispose of waste in landfill rather than send it to an energy from waste facility. So councils have expressed concern that they are very eager to ensure that the waste levy is not increased to artificially increase the attractiveness or viability of energy from waste.
Another question you may or may not be able to answer, obviously around transport costs. Has any modelling been done currently on how, what the current cost of transporting waste from some councils to landfill sites now, what it could be if we had to take it further to regional, and what impact that would have on councils?
I think it would depend on where the site is located in regional New South Wales, and it would impact each council depending on how far away they are differently. So it's really hard to sort of gauge and give a number on that regard.
Yeah, I mean, and Councillor Asfor touched on the road damage from a mass number of truck movements previously. What we have claimed previously is that it's important that where energy from waste is explored, it should be done in consultation with councils, and perhaps that should be where there's existing rail networks, for example, or transport networks, they should be explored as well.
And do you know if any of the individual councils might have done some work about their costs or their current costs of transport?
I don't have that.
Yeah, we can take that on notice, but from most of the submissions that and councils that we've been speaking to, I'm not sure that work's been done.
Yeah.
Because again, it depends on if there's a rail line in the regional area, if there's how the waste is going to move, where it's going to be located, that sort of thing. So there's all these questions that makes it hard to find a definitive figure.
The other question I had was in relation to your recommendation 19, recommending EPA Infrastructure New South Wales explore alternative sites with interested councils. Has any of that work been done, or any idea of what sites or where the sites could be considered?
I'm aware that some councils have expressed concern that the geographic limitations of energy from waste are too restrictive.
Yep.
That's not to say that those councils are putting up their hand and calling for these facilities themselves necessarily, but that there should be more work done potentially on looking where these facilities are safe to be and where they may not be safe or appropriate to be, rather. There's a view that there's an inconsistency on the one hand with the government saying these facilities are safe and necessary for some regions, but inappropriate for other regions.
Yep. Okay. Happy to move on.
Thank you, Ms McCurran-Jones. Ms Savelle?
Thanks, Chair. I'm just following on from that, Mr Thomas. Are you able to let the committee know, or perhaps take on notice, which councils have expressed, some of those concerns in terms of having that, the current sort of ring-fenced approach? I'd be interested to see whether there is, because we heard certainly earlier from some witnesses about having councils that were interested in exploring those available options. In terms of your recommendations 16 as well, that the New South Wales Government commit to transparent criteria-based site selection processes that balance urban and regional impacts. I wonder, is it the position of LGNSW that the current framework whereby we can only build energy from waste in these isolated, in these number of regional areas, is that something you think that should be revisited? Mm-hmm. Is it the case that you think that the energy from waste facilities should be looked at elsewhere?
Well, yes, is the view in that. Why is it that only some areas could potentially get a facility and others not be in the mix? Sort of doesn't make any sense. I think if it was opened up and councils and their communities could make those decisions based on what they think is best for them, then it makes more sense. There's no need, in our view, for it to be restricted to certain areas that have been marked. Should be open for all, and if there is a local government area that's prepared to take it on and go through the process of social licence, go through the process of bringing the community on board, then why should they be excluded?
Should we look at building or extending the existing landfills that we have as well? Is that something that your member councils support?
I think landfill will always have to be part of the waste hierarchy. It's obviously undesirable. It's the least desirable step of that hierarchy. But sort of overarching these comments is that energy from waste should remain the last port of call before landfilling. It's an undesirable solution and should only be used for those non-recyclable materials at the very end of their journey. But where those locations, as Councillor Asfor said, do have social licence, where they're supported by the community and that social and community trust has been gained, that should be explored. Those locations should be explored further.
Our current projections show that we will run out of landfill in 2030, but it also projects that even if we halve the amount of waste produced per person, we're still going to end up in that same position where we're running out of landfill. If we're in a situation where people's red bins literally cannot be collected because there's nowhere for the waste, that red bin waste to go, what should the state government do?
I don't have an answer except to say that we're not confident that the technologies in energy from waste that are available to us today are the solution. They're not going to be able to deal with the problem. Having one energy from waste facility in one part of New South Wales isn't going to solve that issue. So we think that obviously it's something that we all need to do, and education is important to make people halve their waste. But at the end of the day, energy from waste isn't the solution either. So it should be part of the solution, and along with any other new technologies that might come to fruition, and obviously educating and campaigning on the need to do that, because not only will landfill run out, the cost on residents and ratepayers will also increase substantially.
As Councillor Osforth said, it comes back to that social licence as well. So where an energy from waste facility is proposed for a region, this was a matter that was discussed at our annual conference just 3 weeks ago. Those facilities should be limited to one per LGA where it's a large-scale facility. But it's really important to make sure that where those facilities are in place, that the community is on board, that there's benefit sharing arrangements in place, the host communities receive economic, energy and infrastructure benefits. And some councils have put forward the view as well that there should be a per tonne community hosting levy as well. So Park Shire Council has suggested this could be set at $15 per tonne, for example, to compensate the community and make sure that that community does benefit from that facility as well.
Many regional councils, as you would be aware, are already trucking their waste interstate. Is that part of a long-term viable solution?
In general, no. I mean, that comes back to our principle that waste should be managed as close as possible to its source.
Yep.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, Chair. That's all from me.
Good. Can I ask, given that in a number of countries energy from waste is used extensively, can I just get your comments about what your concerns are with those proposals and existing operations?
I think one of the comments that we've made in our submission and previously is that these facilities have not been tested under Australian conditions. And what we mean by that is that the Australian waste stream is made up of different materials with a different constitution of materials, for example. Emissions disperse differently with different climate or weather conditions as well. And so I think it would be of great benefit to councils and their communities to have more rigorous testing and independent evaluation to demonstrate the performance of this kind of technology and infrastructure under Australian conditions.
Thank you. So in essence, given the choice between finding more places, more holes to put landfill in as opposed to energy from waste, you'd be advocating that there be more landfill?
Our our position is that energy from waste should be the last port of call before landfill. So landfill is the least desirable.
We know we're running out of landfill, but you're proposing we find more holes?
No, I don't think that's the
No, I think the position is that it needs to be a holistic approach. It needs to be energy from waste where community supports it and understands it.
Yep.
It needs to be, if the landfill projections are correct, then energy from waste isn't the solution either. So it needs to be a holistic approach, along with education, with campaigning, with the community across the state, understanding the impacts, the overall, position that the state finds itself in, including what's happening overseas. Like there's no doubt that I'm sure we've all travelled to cities where there are incinerators all over the place. Japan is one that I've seen firsthand. But again, as Mr. Thomas said, the conditions and the type of waste that we have here in Australia is different than other countries, and that plays a significant impact on how the waste is disposed of.
But just to finish this one off, can I just ask then, I'm just trying to get clear in my head, given the time frames we're talking about. We've been given evidence from the government, and it's been followed up by a number of people. We'll be running out of sites for landfill, and that it will take about 4 years to get, we heard earlier today, for an energy from waste facility to actually be developed. And fully. We need, given those sort of times, people need to take action pretty quickly. Which are you advocating for?
I'm advocating for all of them, sir. All of them. In that, if there's an opportunity for energy from waste facilities to be built in New South Wales, that needs to happen, sure. But just as long as the technology is proven independently, that the community's on board, that it is going to result in, a substantial benefit to the state in terms of waste, that's great. But, I mean, we have to look at Western Australia as an example, where there's been investor losses, where there's been significant burdens on councils to save facilities, or energy from waste facilities because they just weren't viable or weren't working to what was promised. So we just don't want to fall into that trap either. So I guess the answer is that if there's energy from waste facilities, if the council's on board and the community's on board, we support that. But if that's not going to be the magic bullet, so there's other solutions that need to be looked at too.
So what are they?
Yeah, so potentially, and I'll ask Mr. Thomas maybe to elaborate, but again, it's looking at the cost of landfill, where we put the landfill, other states and their potential. So all those things I think are open to the state to look at.
So can I just confirm then? Just
Yes.
that the choices are between energy from waste and landfill, and whichever works best. Is that what you're saying?
But I don't think they're the only choices.
Okay,
is
well,
what
so
we're saying.
if I may
We're
just
saying
clarify, what are the alternatives?
Yeah, educating the community on their recycling methods, their habits, what goes in the red bin, and the FOGO concept. Right. All of those things form part of this. So it's not a black and white either or, landfill or energy from waste. It's a matter of bringing the community on board, understanding what the benefits will be and what the solutions are. Building 2 or 3 energy from waste facilities over the next 5 years across the state isn't going to solve the landfill problem, and I don't have the solution to that. And that's, I think, part of why we're here.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Primrose. We still have a little bit of time left, so I might just ask a few more questions, please, gentlemen. In the summary of recommendations under technology innovation and system integration, point 1, I'd like to expand on that more broadly rather than just those subheadings as such. It says that the recommendation is that the New South Wales Government works with all impacted councils and responds effectively to any concerns raised in each case. So looking at that from a broader perspective, are you aware of the New South Wales Government working with the already potentially impacted councils and working to address the concerns that have been raised from that perspective? So we understand Veolia Woodlawn is a current proposal in Goulburn, Tarago. Yes. And there's a pre-DA at the pre-DA stage for Parks Energy Recovery. As to what the government and the communication, I'll pass that to Mr. Thomas.
I think having read through many of the council's submissions, I think it's clear that while there has been some engagement and some efforts to achieve that social licence for these developments, there's a lot more that could be done, and I think that comes through really strongly in the council's submissions. I think it would be really important that the government sort of engage in this community engagement from from the early stages of proposing these kinds of facilities. Make sure that communication is meaningful and make sure that the community knows that not only that the facilities can be done safely and can be done well, but that the community will benefit from this kind of infrastructure as well. So I think that is a really important task that you've highlighted there.
And that really also points to that if the government can demonstrate that and provide such information to regional communities, then such information and such a position should also be able to be communicated to communities in metro areas equally.
Absolutely, yes.
So just coming to and building further on the point raised by the Honourable Mr. Primrose, it appears that the government isn't on track to meet its recycling and waste diversion targets as outlined by 2041. So you would acknowledge, and clearly you have identified things like alternatives such as gasification and pyrolysis. So the broader view from the point of view of LG New South Wales is that we need to be broad in how we look at and tackle the ongoing problem rather than closing potential avenues but it would be more of, by suggesting that EFW is a lower order option, you think that there should be a prioritisation of the waste hierarchy as such.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, councils do draw a distinction between sort of the mass burn incineration facilities versus newer, cleaner alternatives such as the pyrolysis or gasification or biochar, for example, and particularly where the waste streams for those facilities are organic materials that are not contaminated.
Because that's one of the other things that's been pointed out today, that when it comes to pyrolysis and gasification, that doesn't address, this point in time, can't address residual waste, which is a quite specific area as well. So we do need to be broad in how it may or may not be addressed. And LG New South Wales is of the position that the breadth of view of scope is a really necessary thing going forward for the waste management strategy.
I'd agree with that, yes.
So finally then, to come to the final point from that particular train of questioning, is part of the problem a currently fragmented governance across waste and energy and planning more broadly, and does it need to be more comprehensively looked at and to a degree, I guess, reformed in terms of putting forward how we can come up with solutions? In the end, we all want solutions to what we know is a growing problem, but is part of the problem that it is, the existing system is so fragmented?
I'd agree that it's a challenge for all levels of government and for community to find a solution to this problem. Is it fragmented? I'll pass that to Mr. Thomas.
I mean, I think it's a problem. It's a problem that governments are grappling with internationally and in Australia. I think there's no easy solution. We've talked about the suite of solutions that may help to resolve this problem, but there's no one lever that we can pull to address it.
No, there's not a silver bullet, absolutely. So it's about keeping all options open, shall we say. Okay, well, with that, I have finished. Any further questions from any other committee members? No? Thank you, gentlemen, for both coming in. I think we did take some questions on notice, so thank you for your evidence, and the Secretariat will be in contact in relation to further information being provided. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Schedule, so we might get started. Welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence today. Could each of you, starting from my left, state your name and position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Certainly. I'm Tony Chappell, CEO of the New South Wales Environment Protection Authority. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Steve Beeman, Executive Director, Regulatory Operations at the New South Wales Environment Protection Authority. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Would either or both of you like to start by making a short opening statement?
I would. Thank you, Chair. I'll acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land we're meeting on today and their ancestors from the Gadigal and Eora peoples extend my respect to their elders, past and present. The EPA is New South Wales' independent environmental regulator. We protect the health of our environment and communities using a range of tools and approaches, including licensing for industry, programs to support better waste management and ongoing reforms across multiple domains, including climate change. The New South Wales Government has made a submission to the inquiry that highlights the EPA's role as a strong regulator in the energy from waste sector, the ongoing pressures and opportunities for waste and resource management and recovery, along with ongoing commitments to a circular economy. Continuing to develop our circular economy is a major priority for the government. There has been much achieved to date, and many reforms have commenced in the last 18 months and are now underway, including in respect of the settings around the waste levy, the return and earn scheme, food and garden organics, problematic plastics, and enhanced and extended producer responsibility through New South Wales product life cycle reforms. The management of residual waste, however, in Sydney remains a looming problem, and as it is in a number of regional areas. In October, the government released the first chapter of the Waste and Circular Infrastructure Plan, which provides a whole-of-government approach to reducing the barriers for investment and planning critical waste infrastructure. The first chapter of the plan is focused on managing Greater Sydney's residual waste and avoiding Greater Sydney's imminent shortfalls in landfill capacity. The plan's actions will streamline the planning process to unlock more capacity at existing priority locations where it is necessary to avoid imminent landfill shortfalls facing Greater Sydney. It will update the energy from waste regulatory framework to better enable our waste infrastructure and strategically plan for the waste infrastructure needed for essential services to be reliably and affordably delivered for Greater Sydney into the future. Energy from waste is an important part of the mix of solutions to ensure we implement our waste hierarchy, whilst also having sufficient capacity and resilience in the systems to manage our residual waste needs. To be clear, energy from waste is not a panacea, but it does have a legitimate role to play as part of our waste hierarchy. It is part of circularity and will contribute to resource recovery targets. Energy from waste captures a broad range of technology types, a number of which are also likely to have a significant role to play in the development of our future circular and low-carbon economies, such as anaerobic digestion and pyrolysis to produce renewable fuels or process other agricultural wastes and produce materials such as biochar. I also acknowledge there is community concern about combustion-based technologies in the energy from waste sector, and I want to assure the community we do have a strong framework in New South Wales to protect both communities and the environment. Whilst the location of the energy from waste precincts is a matter for government, energy from waste facilities can safely be located within large population centres, as are many around the world, including in Paris, Vienna, Copenhagen and Tokyo. And just like any large industrial proposal or landfill, energy from waste facilities are subject to New South Wales' rigorous development application and assessment process, and following that, to strict emission standards that align with global practice and ongoing adaptive regulation through EPA licensing to ensure that we deliver appropriate protections for facilities and the communities that neighbour them, no matter where they are located. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Beeman, do you have anything to add?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay. Well, I'll start with you then, Mr. Chappell, please. Tomago and West Lithgow have just been put back onto the list of proposed energy from waste locations, that's correct?
When you say back onto,
Well, West Lithgow was previously
yes.
On that list, so Tomago has been added.
That's right, that's my understanding.
Right. So why and what's the process behind that?
Look, I think there's a range of factors that go into assessment of any potential precinct for this type of activity. One of the relevant factors is access to infrastructure and the rail network and various intermodal connections. Another is connectivity and capacity in the electricity grid, and the third is at the precinct scale the ability to enable broader circular economy and industrial investment objectives. Ultimately, the locations were also informed by the level of interest from participants in the sector, and the final decision on the shape and nature of those precincts was a government matter. So it's really a policy question that was decided at the cabinet level.
Okay, but so you're saying that it was informed by, to a degree at least, participants in the sector. What about community and community input and feedback and engagement?
Yes,
to what degree,
absolutely.
if any, has that occurred?
No, very significantly, Chair. I'm going back 15 years to when these frameworks were first developed, and then as they've been refined through various government decisions. Certainly, the special activation precinct concept that the former government progressed involved extensive engagement, led by our colleagues in the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development. And for the EPA, as we've developed our input into these processes, we've conducted, again, extensive engagement and consultation, including most recently to inform this updated landing of settings that included open processes with the community, various other channels as well. And I think the important point about the commercial players that I want to make is we didn't want to go out to consult communities on precincts that might have no potential to progress or proceed. So it's important we have a meaningful consultation with communities. We can understand their feedback and take that into account.
Okay, so you use the terms extensive engagement, meaningful. Well, obviously that's debatable because many of the communities that are potentially impacted are suggesting it's the opposite of that. So is any of this extensive engagement and feedback publicly available?
I understand it is.
All of it?
I'm not sure about the various community submissions, but I'm confident they are available. I'm happy to take that on
notice and
yeah.
take a look at that. Obviously, that comes to the question in the heart of transparency around all of this, which is many of the concerns being advanced by communities that they feel that the process hasn't been transparent and open enough. So if you're able to take that on notice, I'll move on. Why was Richmond removed from the list, and was that on the Minister for the Environment say so?
Well, look, ultimately all of these precincts were decided by government, at the cabinet level. So the EPA's advice into the process was that there was no viable proponent or pathway when you consider all the factors that go together to make these projects commercial or viable that was likely to occur in that region, but government made a decision, as it did with all of those precincts.
Right, so you're suggesting because it's been made by Cabinet that information on how and why those decisions are made is not publicly available?
Look, I think I've laid out the parameters that go into how the EPA provides advice into that process, but yes, absolutely, in terms of the ultimate decision, as the previous decision by the former government on the precincts themselves, those are cabinet decisions that are not EPA matters.
Yep, okay. So let's look at then the EPA's submission to the cabinet in relation to that. Is that publicly available?
No, I think the Cabinet Convention is very clear that advice from agencies to inform a cabinet decision is covered. It's confidential and remains so.
So 52. Okay. Now you state, the submission states that energy from waste facilities can be managed within existing systems and that compliance and enforcement are the key. But when you look, if we just take one example, the Tarago site, the EPA has already had significant difficulties dealing with issues at that already existing facility. Is that not correct?
Yes, it is, but that's not an energy from waste facility.
No, it's not. But if we're talking about an energy from waste facility that is also to appear there, what I'm suggesting is that if we're having breaches and concerns and issues with the facility that's already in place, how can the EPA guarantee or provide any certainty and confidence to those communities that there won't be similar or additional problems that aren't foreseen at this point in time when it comes to another facility, which will be energy from waste?
No, I understand that, the question. And I think what you're really pointing to is some of the very significant challenges posed by some of our major landfills and the complicated geology and geomorphology, and then their vulnerability to extreme weather events, all of which have made managing that site problematic. But the EPA has been taking a very strong regulatory posture to drive improvements, even beyond those that were initially anticipated when the planning system considered that project based on projected rainfall, which has been well exceeded. But I guess the fundamental point is, with appropriate settings as we have in New South Wales, these facilities are much more robust and resilient to those extremes of weather. They're not nearly as bespoke in the complexity of the engineering challenges they have to solve, and they operate safely and to a high standard, including by the operator of Tarago in other parts of the world, and have done for many years. So all of that gives us confidence that we will be able to regulate them to a very high standard and ensure that any impacts to the community are appropriately managed.
So a high degree of confidence. Can you give guarantee?
Well, what I can guarantee is that if there are exceedances or any emissions that breach the relevant standards or jeopardise community or environmental health, the EPA will act and will do so immediately, including, if needed, to suspend the licence or halt the operation, all of which can occur with a facility of this kind in a way that's much more challenging when you compare that to a landfill, where the very significant odour impacts, the methane emissions, the leachate, they're not something that the regulator can just immediately step in and halt. They require very significant additional interventions, often, as we've seen in various parts of the state in recent years. And so the nature of the facility as an industrial facility, and given its the history of this technology, and that our settings are very much aligned to very high standard jurisdictions like the European Union or the United Kingdom, and our experience in managing those kind of facilities all give me that confidence. I mean, my colleague Mr. Beeman can perhaps just outline the way, the sort of 5 gates of quality control.
No, that's fine. We don't need that level of detail. You can provide that on notice if you'd like, and I know
Sure.
that some of my colleagues will further explore that. So I just want to take a slightly different angle to allow them the opportunity to do so. But if, as you maintain, that it's about strict regulation, that you have the highest confidence that it's all going to be in order and everything's going to be fine, then ultimately geographic location shouldn't be the primary determinant of where such a facility might go. Outside of the parameters that you nominate in terms of accessibility and connection to grid, etc., but limiting it to 4 regional locations is clearly not the primary objective if it is going to be monitored by such strict regulation and guidelines and a framework.
I would say I'm very confident that wherever one of these facilities were to be progressed, if it is approved through a planning process, and then it would be appropriately licensed, and the community of whatever kind could be extremely confident that their well-being and the quality of their environment is protected. And as I mentioned, the design of a framework with precincts and the location of those precincts are really government policy decisions.
No, I appreciate that response. Thank you. When it comes, though, to the... Yep, I'm aware. Thanks.
All of the time.
Yep.
Thanks.
And it's like, and I think we're a little bit early, so we can...
Yeah.
Thank you. I believe I'm the chair. I'll make sure that everyone gets their opportunity.
Just indicating we've got
Thanks,
some
Mr. Val.
questions. Thanks, Chair.
Just on air emissions reductions, and just harking back to the strict regulations, previously and on numerous occasions, the government has stated that it's going to be the strictest ever, that we're going to be setting the bar when it comes to such things. Now that appears to have been softened to a degree. and that is going to be aligned with the world. So is that what's happening? Are we softening the restrictions around the emissions reductions?
Look, I think what the government's announced is some refinements to the policy framework that will enable, for example, agricultural waste to be processed in a way that I think the previous framework precluded. But we're really bringing together our Group 6 standards and I think it's called the BREF sort of framework in the UK, which is a proven, viable framework of extremely high standard. My colleague, Mr. Beeman, might just give you a bit more context.
So Section 45 of the Protection of the Environment Operations Act, which is the thing that we have to take into consideration if and when we grant a licence, has two important limbs to it. One is what's the pollution caused or likely to be caused, and then the other is, these are the exact words, the practical measures that can be taken to mitigate that. And so what we've done is we've looked at, so there are 3 gateways we have to pass through. So there are group, Section 128 of the Act says you have to comply with the clean air regulations. So we have what we call Group 6. So there are, depending on the activity, that sets for each pollutant what the limit is. Then what we've done is compared those to it's called the European IED. It's the Incineration Directive of the EU, dated 2010. And then they did a document, the EU, and it was a best practice, best available technology reference guideline, which is called the BREF, and that was in 2019. And what we've done is the regulation framework that we have in New South Wales is actually consistent with world's best practice.
Okay. Again, world's best practice, not necessarily elevated beyond that. Thank you for the answers. And I will... Yeah.
May I rudely interrupt?
Yes, please do.
I have one question and one question only, and
Yes.
as you're aware, I have a commitment that I'll need to get to. So if you don't mind. Thank you, Mr. Chappell. I draw your attention to the EPA website, and it's identified as yoursay.epa.nsw.gov.au/energy waste regulation. It says, and I quote from it, the draft regulation proposed changes to energy from waste in New South Wales to, first dot point, improve certainty to communities and industry around acceptable locations and facilities. The part that I'm interested in is the second dot point, apply the precautionary principle where there is a greater risk of harm to human health due to proximity to high population areas, in brackets now and into the future, and in areas where there are regular exceedances to air quality standards from existing sources. You explain to me what the precautionary principle is identified in that document on your website.
I don't have that in front of me. I'm happy to take a look at it, but I'm not aware of any content like that that's currently on our website. That may be a piece of content that was on our website, or I'm very happy to take a look at it.
Chair, may I approach the witness then and hand them a copy of the website on my phone at the moment? That I've just looked up.
I have no issues with that. The committee doesn't have
Yeah,
any
sure.
issues with that.
I can't table my phone.
No,
Let's
but
see if the witness has
procedurally-
any objection to looking at it first. And then I have a printed document that I can circulate to everybody. Only have one copy of it. Do you have any...
I'm happy to take the printed
Thank you.
document.
Thank you.
Yes.
It's end of the day. We've done very well.
I'm just not sure
Keep
because...
doing well.
Sure. No, well, this is not a trick. We're not here to trick you at all, right? So this is the EPA's website. I've just looked it up now. Energy from waste, why it matters, etc., etc. Background. Point 2, apply the precautionary principle where there is a greater risk of harm to human health due to proximity to high population areas now and into the future, in areas where there are regular exceedances to air quality standards from existing sources.
Look it up.
There's a number of dot points. That's the only one I'm interested in. So just to show you, again,
and that's not some cachet thing, that's current, is it?
that's current.
Yeah, okay.
If you Google that, yoursay.epa.com.au, that's what comes up.
No problem.
And it relates to the regulation as of the 8th of July 2022.
Yeah.
Well then, in that case, can you explain to us then, what is the precautionary principle?
Well, I think that's probably a misapplication of the precautionary principle, because the precautionary principle states that cost-effective action to mitigate risk should be taken notwithstanding an absence of complete certainty. So I certainly haven't personally seen that content before, and I'm not
without
denying
being
that
a
it's
trick,
there.
could you take it on notice then,
Yeah, of
perhaps,
course.
and come back to us? And I think from your own document, it doesn't talk anything about what you've just said. It talks about the greater risk of harm to human health.
Yeah, and look, that might be some sort of old legacy content that predates the last few years, and certainly my time in this role. I do think that when the former government initially made its decisions, they may have been framed slightly differently, but I guess what I can say is that the science is unequivocal and our regulatory standards are extremely high, that wherever these facilities are located, anywhere in New South Wales, I'm confident, and the EPA is confident, that the community would not face additional risk from them. Do you want to add to that?
It's the application of the precautionary principle in this case. A lot of people get very focused on what the emissions are at the stack, and we totally get that. But there are actually some other gateways you have to go through. So you actually have to comply with the emission limits within stack. That goes in the licence. But as part of the assessment, we look at something called ground level concentration. So what's the impact in the local environment? And that takes into account all the existing sources of pollutants in that environment. It might be particles matter from bushfires. It might be dust from unsealed roads. So when they do the inventory work to do the air assessment modelling at a regional level, they'll look at all the possible emission sources right across that community, and then you're looking at what the cumulative impact is when you add another industry into that airshed, and that's the idea with the precautionary principle. And then the third layer of that, I understand the committee had Dr. Wright on this morning, is then you do a human health and ecological risk assessment, and that does the risk assessment about what risk does it pose to people and the environment. And we use those three tools as the way that we work our way through the application of the precautionary principle.
Okay. Is that Mr. Roberts?
That's it, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll move
I'll
to
leave you
Dr.
that document.
Yeah, that'll be fine. Thank you.
I'll
We'll
bring it
move
around.
to Dr. Con. Thank you.
Thanks so much for being here. My first questions relate to some of the questions I asked Veolia this morning about their previous breaches of the licence for their existing facilities at Tarago, because I suppose there was some, I'll characterise it as disagreement about the nature of those breaches. I'm aware of at least 9. In the view of the EPA, what was the nature of the breaches at the existing site?
Look, they're serious, and we've been acting very strongly to address some of those challenges that the operator has had at the site. And I think my colleague who leads our regulatory team can probably add some detail.
I think I'd say the opening comment, and almost to the comment the Chair was making earlier, can we guarantee 100%? That's not our role. We're the regulator. Our job is to hold people to account. And when we do identify non-compliance, then we view those non-compliances seriously and view it through the lens of our published prosecution guidelines. And so, for our perspective, non-compliance, it's not a negotiable thing. It's not an arbitrary thing, and we take it seriously when we detect it. And you're right. Since 2013, I think there's about 9 penalty notices have been issued for that site. There's also been a series of you can attack the problem of non-compliance a couple of different ways. So we've had issues with that site with odour that's impacted the local community, and that's just completely unacceptable. And part of that odour issue has been too much excessive water on the site. So we've just gone through that period of drought around the millennium drought, but in the last 4 or 5 years we've been in a very wet period, and that site's really suffered under having too much water, and that generates landfill gas, which is odorous. So from our perspective, it's not acceptable, and we've been not working with but requiring Veolia to fix it.
And I mean, in your view, the penalties that you've got to enforce action or enforce compliance, are they adequate? I know one of them, I think it was last year, there was a penalty for failure to comply with the clean-up notice.
Yep. Yeah, so the maximums for us that we have in our statute is $30,000, and I think for an on-the-spot fine, that's a significant contribution. And the Parliament last year also increased, or earlier this year's gone by, has increased our maximums for our what we call our tier 2 offences up to $2 million. So I think the fines in New South Wales, are significant, but I also think they're set about right.
I wanted to ask you specifically about dioxin pollution, and this has caused significant community concern, but I'm particularly interested in the submission from the Public Health Association that talks about risks to human health for people who live outside the area, particularly from bioaccumulation and then ingestion from people outside the region. So in terms of your modelling or regulation, to what extent have you taken into account that risk of accumulation in the soil and impact on people who don't live in the area?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things. I can answer that. One, technically, the what you do at the plant, but then how you do the assessment. I might do it the other way around. How you do the assessment work. So there are national guidelines published by NHealth, 2012. It's the environmental guideline for doing risk assessment. So there's a national guideline used by, no matter what the activity is, energy from waste or any other industrial activity, that sets the sort of the framework about how you do risk assessment. So they're not done by a proponent willy-nilly. They can't come up with their own methodology. There's a standard Australian methodology. There's also a Australian standard methodology called the Australian Exposure Standard. So it tells you, how long people are in the community, how much food they drink, how much water they consume. And that sort of risk assessment looks at contaminants, looks at all the contaminants, and lists a range that are actually in the regulations, but also does dioxin. So dioxin is actually considered as part of that suite when we do the human health and ecological risk assessment work. One of the treatment processes for dioxin that's well established, which is the technical part of these plants, is operating the combustion chamber for greater than 850 degrees for more than 2 seconds, and that will actually break down any of the chlorine-forming chemicals that form dioxin and furans. So if you maintain that very hot temperature combustion, and then you run it through activated carbon and then through a baghouse. So the pollution control technology that sits on the plant actually goes to minimising the risk of dioxins being generated by these types of facilities. And those controls have matured to a point they didn't exist in the past. So when we talk about incinerators and people had dioxin issues, which we certainly did when I joined the EPA in the 90s with the Waverley Wallara incinerator, that had dioxin issues because it didn't have these modern pollution control treatments of the flue gas.
Thank you. You mentioned chlorine, which has jogged my memory of another question I wanted to ask about Veolia and forgot. In 2022, the then Department of Planning and Environment indicated that at that time for the Veolia Tarago proposal, there was insufficient information provided to demonstrate how the technical requirement to restrict the chlorine content of the waste feedstock to less than 1% would be met, and how compliance will be achieved, monitored and reported. Has that information now been provided to you?
No, not. I think that was all the... my understanding is Veolia put their application through the planning process. All the agencies gave their comment, and I'm not sure that we've seen the response to submissions yet. Okay,
thank you. If I feel like I could do this all afternoon, I'm aware other people want some time. I'll one more and then I'll share the time. The air pollution control residue, so things like bottom ash, I understand in other jurisdictions has been used in road bases and other things. In your view, do we have the right parameters for safe storage and reuse of those?
There's two types of residue that are left from these plants that make up about 20% of the residue input. So 100,000 tonnes goes in, there's about 18 to 20,000 tonnes produced. One's called incinerator bottom ash, so that tends to be the more granulated stuff, and that's mostly it. It's about 18% of the as byproduct of the process. And then there's something called air pollution control residue, which is the particulate matter that's caught in the baghouse. So there are two waste streams here. The original proposal, as I understand from Veolia, was to landfill those, but in other jurisdictions, and particularly in the UK, they've been allowing the reuse of those materials. We've been looking at what's happening in WA, so there's two plants operating in WA, East Rockingham and Kinwana. So they're producing the material out of that plant, and we've been looking at the quality of that material. The issues with those materials tend to be heavy metals, so it's a concentration of heavy metals because that's a bit of pollution control equipment that stops it going out the stack. We're keeping an open mind. What we've done is what we're going to do is establish a working group under the heads of EPA, so we come up with an Australian-wide consistent approach to the regulation of IBA and APCR, just so we actually have a consistent approach that's protective of human health and the environment. We have a regime in New South Wales, which I think Ms Sloan talked about this morning from the Waste Management Association, called resource recovery orders and exemptions. So you need one of those if you want to beneficially use this material. You'll need one of those approvals from us anyway.
Yeah.
So,
and it would have to go through environmental testing.
Assessment.
It's good to hear all this quite comprehensive work is underway. What's the timeline of that relative to the approval process for potentially the Veolia project and the Parks Energy Recovery project?
We haven't seen it. Like I said, the things, the approval for the application for Veolia hasn't been resubmitted for planning and for reassessment. We're starting this work, I think, with the heads of EPA in the second half of this year. Yeah. So we've already started that work. And we'd be looking at sort of, next year sometime having some sort of clear national approach to the way we deal with these materials. And I think that's going to be well within the time frame of the any approval process. But we're very conscious to make sure that material is, if it's going to be used, it's got to be fit for purpose and safe.
Okay, thank you again. Mindful of the time, and Mrs McLaren-Jones is happy to give you the opportunity.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to ask some questions about generally the waste and recycling efforts that we've got here in front of us here in New South Wales. Obviously, we've seen the State of the Environment report in terms of waste per person increasing year on year. Our landfill is projected to run out of space in 2030. What would the EPA suggest is the solution?
Well, it's really pleasing. The government's adopted a number of the solutions the EPA's proposed to address these challenges. So the Product Lifecycle Responsibility Act, which the New South Wales Parliament recently adopted and is now progressing in various other jurisdictions, allows what we call enhanced producer responsibility and product stewardship, sort of from design of products all the way through to how they deal with their end of life and get reused. And the government's progressing a regime for batteries there and also solar panels as the first sort of two priority areas. But those are incredibly potent tools that can cost effectively divert very large quantities of waste from landfill as you work product by product or sector by sector. The Food and Garden Organics mandates, which were also enacted this year, will divert up to 2 million tonnes of material, we estimate, annually by 2030, with very significant emissions reduction benefits as well, because we can reuse a lot of that food and garden material in composting and other sort of organic products. So that's a very significant intervention as well. On packaging reforms, obviously the Commonwealth is leading some work there to develop what we expect to be mandatory product stewardship arrangements in that space, but New South Wales isn't waiting for that. We've also progressed through the plastics plan that was recently announced by Minister Sharp, a number of initiatives to deal to these challenges, and the ongoing support through the Waste Infrastructure Plan, which is the first plan of its kind to really map out the material flows statewide, both in Sydney and in the regions, of not just the residuals but all of the other materials, will allow us to quantify what the infrastructure needs, where it needs to go, and support it through the planning system with the interventions announced. So the waste levy is another key tool that plays a role that's under consideration into how to optimise that. So all of these things together help to give us the systemic shift to really address the landfill crisis.
So we had some earlier witnesses today talk about the need for that waste infrastructure planning, or at least having that a plan for waste as part of any of the new developments or housing or the like. So it sounds like to me that is underway, but we have not had that in place previously.
No, that's correct. It's been something that hasn't progressed previously.
In terms of the waste that we've got from building infrastructure and new housing, where should that sort of waste go? I understand that's significant proportion of the waste that we're facing?
Look, it is, and a very significant proportion of that stream is currently reused and repurposed. There are lots of, if you're doing construction, it's readily available sort of recycled bricks and other material. So I think much of that can be productively reused. It does become, I think, in terms of the benefit, when you push that all the way up, quite cost prohibitive and adds really macroeconomic costs that aren't justified in environmental terms if you try to, say, capture 100% of that material. But certainly through design standards, there's a real opportunity to improve the sustainability and reuse of material in those streams. Would you add anything more in terms of the metrics?
I know, I watched a little bit of this morning and there seemed to be a bit of confusion. So say take the Veolia proposal, for example. We use, it's the wasty language of this. So we use the expression MSW, which is municipal solid waste. Yep. Think of that as being your red bin. Yep. The other waste, the other term, and the other type of waste we talk about, there are three waste streams. The other is C&D, construction and demolition, building waste. And then there's something in the middle called commercial and industrial. And that's the waste that comes from businesses. So it's our expression, commercial and industrial. And so these plants aren't envisaged and won't be licensed to what people think is taking hazardous industrial waste. It'll be material collected from restaurants and panel beating shops and a whole lot of furniture businesses. It's the general waste stream. So I just wanted to sort of make sure the committee was clear about the use of our language doesn't line up with the average ordinary meaning of industrial waste.
And given, Mr. Chappell, some of your remarks about the limitations around recycling or the inability to efficiently or productively reuse 100% of some of those building products, where is it that waste is best to go?
Well, I think there will always be a need for a residual waste stream.
Yep.
Some of that in the future, in a more resilient and, in my view, a more sustainable waste system can go to these high-temperature energy from waste facilities, and some of it will need to continue to go to landfills of various kinds.
You mentioned in some of your earlier remarks about some of the environmental challenges that landfill poses. Yes. Are you able to advise the committee on, because there seems to be, some differences between, say, landfill versus energy from waste proposals. What are some of the environmental challenges posed by both, one versus the other?
Yeah, no, sure. Well, I think, as I mentioned, typically in Australia, landfills have been developed on either former mine sites or quarries, and each one of those is different. There's different geology, and sometimes that geology poses challenges. We now require lining and various protective measures in landfills, but historically that wasn't the practice, and in addition, through various anaerobic processes in landfills, there's often very significant generation of pollutants such as methane and very odorous sort of sulfur dioxide and other materials that's extremely impactful on communities. Leachate of various kinds is another problem. There are legacy landfills right around the state posing water pollution challenges that we are managing, and there's also other dust and other negative environmental impacts that landfills can produce. A really well-designed landfill with modern gas capture and sort of best-in-class systems can approximately get to the environmental performance of one of these facilities. I think the very high temperature is one of the most proven safe ways to destroy and render safe many of the chemicals of convenience we've taken for granted since World War II, and a large proportion of the waste which they treat through that thermal process and then recovery of material and energy. The CO2 output though is not zero. I think It's a little less carbon intense than the average intensity of the grid, but obviously as the grid decarbonises, these facilities will need to improve their performance in the most cost-effective way as well. And ultimately, that's not a material source really of emissions in the grid, because the scale of energy recovery, it's nothing like a coal power station. It's usually an order of magnitude or more less. So sort of 1/10, 1/20th, 1/50th of the capacity of one of those. So it's not a huge absolute impact in terms of climate pollution, but that is real. And I think, these facilities would need to move to net zero by 2050 like other facilities. And would you like to add?
My only other comment would be, it's a really hard comparison to make. So my first comment would be landfills that end up having a life, and the life can be often 50 years plus. So even after they close. So we often have to do a lot of work at the EPA. We've got a project been running for a few years. We go looking for old landfills because everyone's forgotten they're there, but they still have an ongoing environmental legacy 50 or 60 years plus. And a famous example of that is the Sydney Olympic Park. So there are a lot of old landfills left at that. The Olympics did a great job of cleaning it up, but there's still a legacy that needs to be managed. So that's a societal cost that we have to compare. Whereas the alternative to that for energy from waste is it's consumed in, when the material's burned, and you're left managing a much smaller residue component. The other thing with the comparison is one's a very sort of, rudimentary. You dig a hole, you line it, you put engineering controls in, you put pipes in, all those things. But with these energy from waste facilities, when you go to them, they're modern, they're well run. That you're really managing a process. It's a process control. They can really dial these things in and out. So it's sort of like, comparing a dial-up phone and a iPhone. So they're in different technology grades.
I think just one other point to round out that answer. I earlier mentioned the resilience in the waste system. So the Northern Rivers floods, the entire Lismore landfill was destroyed, and obviously with very significant environmental flow-on effects. And we've seen at Veolia at the site at Tarago very significant challenges from the extreme weather that we've seen in recent years and the very high precipitation levels. And whatever happens in the next few decades and however quickly we can reduce our emissions overall, we know that the drivers of the climate crisis will continue to grow for decades to come, even as we address them directly. And we are going to see severe weather events more and more be the norm. And what that simply does is pose more and more challenge for landfills. Whereas these are industrial facilities that can be well designed and sited to be resilient through any number of flood or other challenge. And so there's a very important level of resilience that our waste system gains by including some of these facilities.
Thank you. In terms of the waste infrastructure that we've got currently, I'm interested to hear what has sort of happened, say, in the last 10 years, perhaps over the period of the last government, in terms of waste infrastructure and what had been built.
Off the top of my head, I think...
Might have to take that one on notice.
A number of these are long-standing facilities that weren't they didn't commence operation in the last decade. I think Woodlawn goes back to the early 2000s. And the Lucas Heights facility, which is another major landfill for Sydney, even earlier. So let us take that on notice about the level of infrastructure development in that period.
Thank you. In terms of what we see as a somewhat of a pressing situation in terms of a deadline for running out of landfill by 2030, and looking at the options that are available to us, does the EPA have a suggestion for how best to avoid, or what is environmentally the best way out of this, what could be a waste disaster, if you like?
Well, I mean, it's sort of an all of the above type question. People often talk about silver bullets versus silver buckshot, and this really is a need for systemic solutions. So the government is doing a large number of significant initiatives to shift the system. The reuse and repair strategy that's underway, the building into how products come onto market the ability to repair them and consideration of recycling and reuse or repair at the end of life, that's a very significant intervention that really hasn't been pursued previously. That's progressing now through some of the legislation I mentioned. Doing as much sort of household level separation as possible where it's viable. So, for example, food and garden organics is a very significant intervention. It's millions of tonnes of greenhouse emissions that we can avoid and millions of tonnes of landfill that we don't need to send to landfill if we can use that productively the way sort of nature has cycled those materials. As other technologies progress for things like textiles, there'll be other opportunities. The return and earn scheme is another one where the expansion of the scheme to bring in bottles and various other containers will make a significant difference in two respects, because when crushed glass becomes at too high a level in the yellow bin or in a sort of truck full of yellow bin waste, it can mean it has to go straight to landfill because it can no longer be sorted efficiently through a material recovery facility. So pulling the glass out of there and getting it into the reverse vending machines where it can be reused, remanufactured, and not be at risk of going down that pathway will again be a major significant step.
I suppose my sort of supplementary to Mr. Chappell's answer is if the community gets the opportunity to look at the Waste Avoidance and Resource Recovery Act of 2001, that actually statutorily put in there the waste hierarchy, and we've got to push into all those spaces. This isn't an or, energy recovery or recycling. That depending on the material, we've got to push hard into all those spaces, just to make sure that society's got a sustainable way to manage its waste. And the cheapest and the best environmental way is to have proper product design. So Ms. Sloan talked this morning about that this morning. If we get that right, and then you get greater, you have systems to be able to recover that efficiently, then you're reducing your reliance on things like landfill and energy from waste. But there'll always be a residual component, no matter how hard we push into that space.
Okay, thank you. Pass to my colleague. Mr. Primrose?
May I just two, and these have both already been addressed, but I'm just seeking more information. Excuse me. One, earlier today, Mr. Angel, and I think I wrote down his quote, what do you do with the toxic residue from the incineration? Nick, you've already addressed that. But I was wondering whether you might take on notice to give us a bit more information about absolutely. The options, the alternatives, and because I do think it's an issue worth considering, and what would actually happen and what are the options. The second one was Mr. Martin from the New South Wales Farmers Association. We had a discussion here about the issue. Essentially, this is being presented to us now as landfill versus energy from waste. And it's being suggested, including by me from reading the material, that we're running out of landfill options. What was put to us was, well, how can you be running out of holes? I mean, and New South Wales has lots of holes, and we presumably, if we wish, could continue using landfill. Now, I put that question, and you and others have said, well, we're not only talking about holes, we're talking about something that needs to be adequately addressed, etc. But I also noticed that it's presented as a dichotomy even in your submission. So I, for one, would like to see some more information about addressing the issue about why can't we develop more landfill in Greater Sydney, for example, or which would take waste from Greater Sydney. Given that we're presented with a simple dichotomy that's being challenged, I think it's worthwhile us receiving just some more information on that.
Yeah, and I think in answering that, we'll also reference the waste hierarchy that my colleague Mr. Beeman laid out, which is in the Waste Avoidance and Resource Recovery Act. So we're required to use that framework, but it's not just reduce, reuse, recycle, but the recovery of metals and other material and energy is sort of one step above that ultimate disposal in perpetuity to landfill, and we see them very much in complementary terms about minimising the overall environmental impact of how we deal with our waste products. But we'll lay out how the system sort of fits together.
And particularly addressing, as I said, that dichotomy.
Yes.
It's really about, you could either dig more holes or you could burn it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the dichotomy.
No, that's a good point. Thanks,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Primrose. Mrs. McLaren-Jones? Yep.
Just in relation to the Waste to Circular Infrastructure Plan, I'm interested to understand whether or not there's been modelling done around the cost of transporting waste for the waste for energy model, road versus rail, and where those costs would be shifted to effectively.
Yes, we have certainly looked at that, both from a sort of simple cost basis and also in terms of sort of what you might consider a life cycle greenhouse gas assessment of vehicle or rail movements for the various material flows. And I think some of those materials are in the second chapter, which is now nearing finalisation, so that'll be, I expect, released early in the new year. But we can take on notice perhaps the detail, because I just don't have it in front of me.
That's fine, and if you can then provide that. The other one is councils have said that they've got a target of 80% of, I suppose, recycling a part of the circular economy. What has been built in to the plan to ensure that organisations have got enough waste to be financially viable if they are operating as a waste for energy? If you've then got councils focusing on not, I suppose, sending that waste off, how does that balance work?
Well, it's a national target, so it's 80% recycling and recovery. And so if you get the opportunity to visit the facility in one of the facilities in Western Australia, what you'll see is there's quite a surprising quantity of metal that would otherwise go to landfill that is recovered through these materials, these facilities, and then recycled. And so the 80% is really the total material flow that can be recycled or recovered, and I think energy recovery can be one part of that.
So one of those.
But I think that the other point you make, which is also a good one, is this concern about sort of perverse incentives where it's somehow more cost effective to build more waste to energy plants rather than recover the materials. And when we look globally at that experience, we're very confident, because New South Wales has done so much work ahead of having these facilities and with source separation and things like the FOGO mandate being universal now, years before any of these facilities operate. We've really tried to maximise source separation and recovery upstream, so that there will always be a residual component, and we want to minimise that as much as possible. But these policy settings, including the fact that there's a limited number of geographies where they might be considered, all help to limit that risk. Okay. Do you want to add to that?
No.
Okay.
No.
And just the final question, I'm happy for you to take it on notice, is around that, I suppose, the regulation around contamination and what is required of organisations to do regular testing of soil, air, all of that, and to be compliant, and just to give that information to the committee.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, there's a series of pollutants where real-time monitoring would be required, and then some other residues that are tested for at regular intervals as well, and other monitoring on the site and in the surrounding environment. But we can lay all that out
That'd be great. Thank you.
in our answer.
I think well, mindful of the time and noting that we do have a deliberative to get through as well, and also mindful that
We're not going to 4:45?
It's
Still got 15 minutes.
I thought we had 15 more minutes.
Well, we're saying that we're finishing the day at 4:45. Okay, so you'd like to ask some more?
I would love to ask some more questions,
Okay.
please, Chair. Thank you. I could do this all day, but I'll take another 15 minutes.
Well, I could too, but mindful of everyone having a fair opportunity.
It's my understanding that in terms of the energy generation component of waste to energy incinerators, that process has a higher emissions intensity than gas generation does, which doesn't really reconcile with New South Wales's climate commitments. I'm just hoping to confirm my understanding of the intention of these proposals, which is really about dealing with residual waste more so than being a good source of renewable energy and part of a climate transition.
Yes, I think, I mean, I'll look at the specifics of the question about the greenhouse sort of footprint of what you might consider baseload gas or combined cycle gas plants, which I don't think operate in New South Wales currently, versus gas peaking plants and the sort of megawatt hour carbon intensity of both of those as opposed to these facilities. But the thing that these facilities produce is, well, really three things. They do recover some materials, as I mentioned, but they also generate heat and electricity. And so if they're anchoring a precinct of industrial processes, it can be a very efficient way to capture heat, and that heat essentially doesn't have to be generated a different way. So the driver of these settings is very much about the waste and circular economy needs for the state, but they're also anchored to our climate commitments.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask about the lifespan of these projects. They need decades worth of residual waste to be viable for their intended lifespan. How do you reconcile that with your other excellent commitments under a circular economy? You know, for example, the recent additional single-use plastic items that have been phased out. Surely if we actually achieve our circular economy goals, we'd be putting these incinerators out of business.
That would be a great aspiration. It's just, I think everything we see when we look at the data is it's, unfortunately, even with all of our success in those areas and assuming we continue to build on that success, there's still a fairly substantial residual waste stream for the foreseeable future, at least decades, where we will need appropriate ways to manage that material flow and deal with it. And these facilities are very much consistent with those expectations. Do you want to add to that?
I did have something to say and I've forgotten what it is now, but it's sort of, I think that's...
Time of the day.
I think that's it. There's a little bit of time of the day. I think we're always going to end up with that 10 or 20% left over, no matter how aggressively we can push into that sort of circular economy space. So if you're looking in New South Wales today, we currently landfill about 10 million tonnes. There's always going to be a need for about 2 million tonnes to find the residual, to find a place to be left over. These facilities, like the Woodlawn one's 300,000, I think 380,000 tonne proposal. They won't consume all the residual waste left over. So I think the benefit we see in them is that it's actually diversifying the infrastructure mix. So we're not just relying on energy from waste only or landfills only. I think that's right. Your question was how long do these facilities last for? The advice we've had from overseas is they typically have a life between 20 and 30 years. That's their renewal life, which is pretty typical of large infrastructure like that. So those type of facilities, like the Woodlawn landfill, has been running for 22 or 23 years already.
More time? Okay, I'll keep going. If
well,
no
you're asking the questions that I would have asked anyway, so...
No problem. I'll do one more and then hand back to you, Chair. There's a lot of community interest in the process that was followed to determine these 4 precincts, noting that they're now somewhat different to the original precincts. We've now got Tomago in the Hunter and not Richmond anymore. If the incinerators, there's a regulation that prevents them being built across most of New South Wales. You couldn't build one in the CBD of Sydney. You couldn't build one in my community of Albury. Why are these deemed safe in those 4 precincts, or now 5, given that they've changed?
No, it's 4, but they are safe wherever they are built if they're regulated the way the New South Wales regulatory settings require. So
why aren't they permitted across the whole of New South Wales?
Well, the government policy for some years has been to allow this development in the confines of particular precincts, and the former government had a process that ended up in those 4 original proposed precincts, and as those precincts have been reviewed, they've been updated, and the government's made that announcement, but that's really a question for government.
And no doubt you've heard the examples, but there are 3 in the old part of Paris, waste-to-energy facilities. They're in Tokyo, they're in the UK. You can have them in a variety of locations. I suppose one challenge for the community, no matter the air assessment that we do in the human health risk assessment is agnostic to what the project is. So whether it's a widget factory, blast furnace, energy from waste plant, the regulatory requirements and the settings for human health and environment protection are the same. So it's almost agnostic to the technology here. So you could ask the question for any industrial activity. That's part of the regulatory framework, is agnostic to the type of industry being proposed.
I mean, those examples keep being brought up of the Europe and elsewhere, but there are some of those sites like France and the Netherlands where those policies have had to be walked back, or where health impacts have been realised after they've been built. So are we taking into account those more recent changes? I brought up earlier today the example in France where 12 million people were told not to eat their backyard produce.
Yeah, I think, and those examples, I think, my understanding is from older technology that isn't the technology that's being used in the EU at the moment, or the standards that we actually have in Australia. That's from older technology that didn't have the pollution control settings that we do now.
And we've had similar legacies some decades ago where municipal incinerators didn't have modern pollution controls, and there were serious impacts. And I think it's entirely understandable communities with memories of those have concerns and are sceptical. And I think where we have come to, after many years of engaging in this technology and talking to proponents and operators all around the world and regulators, is that we're very confident the community of all kinds of activities are well protected by these settings.
Okay, thank you both. I think given everyone has had a fair opportunity to ask questions, and that Dr. Conn has covered off on some of the ones that I could have gone on with as well, we'll say thank you to you both for appearing today and your evidence, and the Secretariat will be in touch in order to facilitate the questions on notice that have been taken.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you.